JSU alumni, are you ready for March Madness? The Jackson State University National Alumni Association needs each of you to partner with us as we help JSU elevate the game. For the month of March, we are asking all Jackson State University alumni to donate $5 to the department or organization of your choice and recruit 5 new alumni donors to do the same. These gifts will help us reach our alumni participation rate goal of 20% by June 30th. We need former athletes, sonic boomers, Greeks, STEM majors, College of Business, liberal arts, and everyone in between to get in the game to help the Jackson State University National Alumni Association make a slam dunk impact for our dear old college home. The Jackson State University National Alumni Association thanks each of you for your continued support. And as always, the I love.
I got 5 on it.
What's good, family? What's going on, man? Y'all go ahead and hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button. If you're new to the platform, welcome. Got a lot to talk about tonight. We're going to get the preliminaries out of the way. Instead of watching Rev, I'll be back. Hey, go do what you do. But anyway, happy Wednesday. We got a lot to talk about, man. It seems like Jackson State is the topic of discussion for a lot of people right now. But we're gonna do what we normally do. We're gonna get the preliminaries out of the way. We're gonna keep this thing rolling, and we're gonna build on it from there. So first and foremost, be sure to, I've dropped the link. I just dropped the link in the chat. If you guys could go ahead and hit that link, man. We need to get everybody that's a JSU alum or supporter, hit that link, man. Go ahead and drop that $5 donation to the university. That is not to KC 1400. Keep in mind, you guys, this platform is not a JSU platform. I'm a JSU alum. I support JSU. And this is my efforts, myself, Zoe, and the whole gang is here to stand in the gaps, to do what we can, use our time and able to pool our resources to give back to the university. Again, I want to make sure I keep that distinction. This platform is not a Jackson State platform. So that allows me the autonomy to do what the absolute hell that I want to do. So I played that video. I'm going to play it again throughout the show once we get the numbers up. The objective is to get our APR up. And if you don't know what APR means, it's alumni participation rate. Just so you guys know, a simple $5 donation can get our numbers up. Our goal is to get above 20%. I think last I heard we was sitting around 13, 14%. I did clear the video with the National Alumni Association. Shout out to Brother Jerome and the whole National Alumni Association, and we appreciate all that they're doing. We're heading into a time right now, folks, where everything is going to be a collective effort. When we say guard the yard, it's a very serious thing, man, and we're gonna have to make sure that we're doing what we're doing. I'm not so much as concerned about guarding the culture, because the culture it is what it is. There's culture vultures out in this space, but my only concern is Jackson State University, man. I mean, I can't worry about everybody else. My primary focus is to get us. We got the biggest, best fan base, alumni. We got the best. We got the best alums. We pack the house when it comes to football, and we gotta figure out a way to get creative to channel that energy and funnel that energy back to university. And a lot of attacks going on, in the direction of the university. A lot of foolishness, a lot of bull junk. And we just going to stay the course, man, and continue to do what we do. A lot of people talking about Jackson State. So it's a little different when we talk over here, man. It's a little different because I'm not talking from an outside looking in standpoint. On some stuff I am, but for the most part, we're close enough to be privy to the going zones of, at our dear old college home. So everybody's talking, man. Everybody's talking, and I understand the need for content, the need for words, the need for videos, and I respect everybody in the game. But ain't nobody doing what we doing. I'm not in competition with nobody but myself to want to do better and to do better That means to take this thing and elevate it to the next level. I'm always looking for ways that we can take this thing to the next level. And I don't really see anybody else. Everybody has their own lane. I'm not in. See, because when you start competing, you start thinking that. Let me see how I can put it. You start thinking that somebody is stealing some type of like market share. Somebody's stealing some shine. There is no shine. There's only one lane that I'm in, and the lane that I'm in is the lane that I'm in. And I have a specific purpose, a specific calling, and a specific motivation to what it is that we're looking to do with this platform and get our fan base invigorated, man, and get us charged up to make sure that we do our part, man. And got a lot going on right now. And I'm not so much as concerned about the bull junk, man. I'm not. You know, it's a lot of bull junk that's going on. You know, I understand all the stuff going on with our previous coach, you know what I'm saying, the chatter behind, you know, the band stuff. We're going to get into all that, man. We're not going to run from none of that. We're going to talk about it. And I'm going to give you a disclaimer. Do not come in here telling me to leave stuff alone. You have to trust that I know what I can say, what to say, how to say it, how long to say it, how long to talk about it. That's annoying. So allow us the freedom and the flexibility to discuss the things that need to be discussed and just be okay with it, because you guys will come over here and say, don't talk about it, can't stay focused, and then you'll run your ass over to another platform that's talking about the same thing that you come over here and tell me not to talk about. When I'm the one and Zoe the ones that can really talk about it from a Jackson State perspective, because we close enough to really know. We ain't giving no opinions on a lot of stuff. So just be careful when you come over here and you talk like that. All right, so let's get started, man. In case y'all ain't figured it out, I'm not on 1. I'm on 17 right now, and I'm telling you right now, let's get going, man. Let's get going. We got a couple preliminaries we'll get out the way, and I'll come on screen in a minute. But first thing first, we're gonna keep things going. I want to send a congratulations to our baseball team, man. They kicking ass right now. And y'all just gonna have to I don't want to hear nothing about no language or none of that. I know. I'm gonna try not to do a whole lot of cussing tonight, but I don't feel like, I just feel how I feel, and we'll go from there. So anyway, shout out to the baseball team, man. Yesterday, the baseball team, a third straight rally, and I just want to say shout out to Coach Omar Johnson and the baseball team, man. We're 7-2, but I'm gonna start here. Last night and this is for Jeremiah. I hope you're out there, brother. But we rallied from behind and we won by a score of 8-6 versus Prairie View. I mean, not Prairie View. What am I looking at? Arkansas Pine Bluff. And tonight we did the same thing. You know, we faced Tougaloo, and we're off to a 7-2 start, man. So shout out to Coach Omar. Now I'm gonna go ahead and get started because Zoe just joined. What's up, bro? I'm gonna jump into these preliminaries and then we're gonna rock out, man. But I wanted to start with baseball because we're right in the peak of baseball season. We got another program that's finna kick the swack in their teeth, and we finna dominate. That's what we're trying to do. And shout out to Coach Omar, man. I'm getting to some of this right here. So senior Jesse Caber, 2-1, he got the win out of the bullpen. You know, the right-hander went 2 shutout innings, give up 1 hit and 1 walk, man. So junior DeLeon Caraway also pitched well, going 3.1 innings, surrendering 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 hit. At the plate, the Tigers were on pace by freshman Jordan Smiley, went 1 for 4 on the day with a triple. Junior Johnson compiled a standout performance at the dish, going 1 for 4 with a triple. I mean, so our bats did what they needed to do to get the win. Moving right on to tonight, though. Check this out, y'all. Tonight, we just knocked off. I was watching it on the stream. Shout out to the baseball team, man. We beat Tougaloo by a score of 21-8. Score 21-8. Look like a football score. But now that moves us to 7-2. So we're off to a really good start with only 2 losses. 1 loss to Southern, the open game of the season, and we lost to Southeastern Louisiana. So we want to give a shout out to Coach Omar. Hey, we're going to do some fun with baseball this year. I promised. Me and Zoe talked about this today. I'm telling y'all now, we'll figure out what game that's going to be. We are going to do a baseball tailgate this season. Yes, we are. You know why we're going to do it? Because, damn it, we can do it because we want to. And we're going to go sit down at a tailgate. We're going to talk to you guys. We're going to figure out the game. Try to connect with Coach Omar Johnson, let him know what we're looking to do. We're going to invite everybody out. The game that we choose, we're going to go live from the baseball field, from the baseball game. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to go live and we're going to do a fundraiser. We're going to try to collect as much money as we can during the live stream. And we're going to admonish everybody to donate. Every dollar that we collect during the baseball game, during that live stream, we're going to donate it to the baseball program. Shout out to Lane. Shout out to Jeremiah. Hopefully y'all be out there when we do that. We'll give you more information on that. And I'm just telling y'all right now, we going to get active, man. We going to get active. We're going to get active. So definitely looking forward to that. And I'm excited about that. We'll pick a day. We'll pick a game, and then we'll make it happen. So just be on the lookout about that, and we'll definitely be out there. Bruce, what's up, baby? Yes, sir. I know you'll be there, man. We're gonna make it happen. We'll figure out exactly where we need to set up. We're gonna solicit whoever is available, get a big grill out there, get it popping, get some good food brewing, get some good music or whatever, and we'll get everybody out there at the right time, man, and try to get as many students, garner some momentum into getting some serious support for the baseball team. Got a really good program, and this is the beauty of having a platform, y'all, man. We don't really have to go through a whole lot of nothing to do that, because anybody can show up to the game. We both are season ticket holders, and we can show up and say, hey, we want to tailgate. We want to support. And I'm pretty sure we follow that up post-game with an interview with Coach Omar Johnson, and we can present to him exactly how much that'll be, make the cash donation right there on the spot. So that's what we're looking to do, man. I just wanted to put that out there, put that in the atmosphere, because we're going to move on that, because we are guarding the yard, right? That's what we call it. That's what I mean when we say hashtag guard the yard. Shout out to Coach T.C. Taylor for that amazing hashtag. Once again, want to say congratulations to the women's basketball program. I know we going to kick UAPB in the teeth tomorrow night, and then we're going to finish the season up at Ida Bena. Then we're going to head into the tournament. I'm telling y'all right now, my plans is to get home for the meet and greet. What meet and greet? You ask. This meet and greet. K5 and Niles Gaddy got a meet and greet 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. I plan on being in town for the meet and greet, and I also plan on leaving that morning, March the 11th, heading over to Birmingham for the SWAC championship game. I expect our women's basketball program, as well as our men's basketball program, that's the expectation for us to be in the championship game. So my goal is to get over there and to get that. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, Rev? What's up, man? Good brother there, man. Appreciate the shout out, man, on the channel, man. I tapped in and listened to what you were saying, bro, and love what you're doing, man. Appreciate the support, man. We working, bro. We working, man, and I'm fired the hell up, man, because every time people think that when distractions and shit like that come down the pipe, man, that it makes we don't get distracted when that happens. We get motivated. That's the difference between that's what that Jackson mentality is about. You doubt us, you piss on us, you know, we grow through piss. And I'll let y'all figure that out. How we go from there. Last but not least, the spring game has been announced for April 15th. I saw Jeff Lightsey made an announcement that he's going to be in town. We'll definitely link up with you, Jeff, when you come to town, man. 3 p.m. Veterans Memorial Stadium Saturday. And then guess what? We're going to finish that evening up with a dope kickback. I know Karamu, DJ Unpredictable, got a lot more. Going to have some going to start pushing the event afterwards. We're sponsors. This platform is going to be an actual sponsor of the event, and we'll have more information to come from that. All right. Nevertheless, without further ado, we appreciate y'all for tuning in. Y'all know this what it is, man. We live. We call it the JSU Sports Live JSU Sports Chat. It's not really the title, but we talk about JSU. We talk about sports, and we just be chatting, and we live. So I just want to make sure I clarify that. Telling y'all right now, man, we about to get active. I did not, for those that know what we're trying to do, we talk about blessing these kids, and we're gonna sign some NIL deals through this platform, man. And that's why I keep trying to tell y'all, we're not tied to the university. We tied to the university through our affiliation personally, but this platform is not a Jackson State platform. This is a separate business. This is a separate entity, and we're gonna do some things. We're gonna leverage this in order to bless these kids, man. So looking for those. If you want to get active, hey man, hey, shoot me an email. Shoot me an email if you're interested into what we looking to collaborate from some collective efforts. If you want to get in on a part of that, looking to grow the numbers of those that's looking to support this movement, and we'll talk more about that. Shoot me an email and we'll definitely chat about that. And I'm looking for true blue alums. I ain't looking for no BS, man. I'm telling you now, don't bother me. I'm not in no mood to be bothered. I'm sick of trolls. I'm sick of people talking. I'm sick of people that ain't got no vested interest in what it is we really trying to do. I'm going to tell you right now, leave me the AT double hockey sticks alone, man. So let's get rolling, man. What's on your mind, bro? How you doing, man? Sorry I had to get them preliminaries out the way.
Oh, man, I'm good. I'm rolling here late.
No, you right on time, bro. You good.
Hey, what's up, D? I love family. Man, just another great day to be a Tiger. And I got to start off right because I didn't fulfill my mission on the last stream. And I got to start off right. Get your damn tickets. Get your damn tickets.
Yes, sir.
Football season tickets. First right of refusals coming up pretty soon, I think in a few days. Where you got to go ahead and be able to get your spring ticket. Get your season tickets, man. So go ahead and get that done. Get your baseball season tickets if you haven't. Just $50. I even bought me a set of season tickets. I don't know. Ken and I actually talked today. We're gonna set up a tailgate for a baseball game. We hadn't decided which game we're gonna do, but we're going to do a real live tailgate at a baseball game, and we're going live from that baseball game.
Oh, yeah.
And, we're going to have it lit. We're going to all y'all to come out. I want, if at all possible, man, for us to set the season high in attendance for a baseball game in the conference this year. And we can do it.
We can do it, bro. That's right.
Like I said, man, we not a one-trick pony. We for all things JSU. I told y'all, if JSU got a doggone draw Uno team, we're gonna be at the Uno damn tournament. Hoping that they draw for the hell out of somebody. You feel me? If they playing bones, soon somebody shot the last bone down and say domino, motherfucker. We right there with our flag. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
Yeah. Look, you see it in everything.
That's facts, bro. Just facts. Oh. Hey, Yvette, love that. Hey man, I don't know if you caught that video played at the beginning. We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it throughout the show. Again, shout out to the National Alumni Association pushing this video. We gonna get above 20%, y'all. We got 400 and let me do this real quick. We got 434 people. First and foremost, I need you to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber. If you'd like to become a channel member, go ahead and hit that join button. We need your support, man, to grow this platform. We try and get this thing to the next level, and really take this thing on up there. But if we got 440 some people in here, if all 440 some people hit that link and donate just simply $5, man, that'll just make a major impact, to the university. This not going to the platform, so it ain't like we begging. If you like to make a channel donation, the channel donation is scrolling at the bottom of the video. Feel free to do that, but we want the school to make sure that we get what we need. If the university puts something out there, we're going 100 miles per hour to make sure we support the university and whatever it is that they're doing. Again, that's what we do. If you have, let's get them numbers up. I made a donation earlier today. I think I was donor number 45. We still in double digits right now. We should be in literally we should be 5 digits in, or at least a minimum of 4 digits. We should be in the thousands on those that donate. We can get $5. Yeah, we can get $5 and just make sure we do that. You know what, Veronica, you're absolutely right. You inbox me today. Sis, I be so busy. I'll read a message and I may not respond. I respond in my head. I'm glad you're doing better. You know what I mean? Oh wow. Sis says she would like to donate season tickets to the channel to support and give away to a new subscriber for the month of March. If that's okay. Absolutely. That's absolutely okay. So listen, we got somebody right now that's getting active. Veronica, hey, love you, sis. Definitely, man. I apologize because I read this and I responded, but there's a lot going on today. Y'all have to forgive me because trust me, I got a lot of phone calls today, and we're gonna keep it rolling. So, but it is what it is. Yes, you absolutely can do that. Thank you. Just let me know. I know those tickets come with a QR code. We can donate to someone. That is true. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I promoted that on some of the other streams, but don't forget, Jason Brown up through March the 4th. I still remember by heart. Has a food drive, toy drive, Word of Life Church on Poindexter. Word of Life Church on Poindexter. If you got any donations, you can continue to donate. I can only keep so many pictures on as far as overlays to put up in here, but you can go back a few live streams and you can definitely see he will have his food drive this weekend. Absolutely. And before the show is out, I'll go find that photo and I'll upload that photo again so you guys can get the specifics. Man, but we rocking and rolling. Good stuff. But real quick, hey, Q Riley, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate your support. Definitely appreciate the support, man. Let's keep it rolling, bro. Hey, The Tiger Show, can't do that. Don't do that. Can't do it. Can't do that. That's a no-no. Just an FYI, just so you guys know, we cannot do cash apps to the players, man. No. It's not. Make a donation to the. You got to donate to the event, to what it is that he's doing.
Hold on. Man, I'm glad you said that. Let me elaborate on that further. Even if we're off this stream, to anyone who can hear my voice, do not cash out any player in any sport. No. It is an NCAA violation. It's the same as giving somebody a $100 handshake. It is illegal. And trust me.
Oh yeah.
These are can find out all kind of stuff because transactions out there. Do not send any player in any sport a cash out. Do not do it.
Hey, just so they know, I really want for those.
No. 85. This is not me attacking.
It's not directed at you. It's a good mistake. It's a good error because we needed to say that anyway.
Don't take it personal. I'm not attacking you, man.
No doubt about it. Hey, I want you guys to understand this, though. I'm glad you said that because we do have an avenue. There is an avenue for us to be a blessing to these young to do what we're trying to do. But that has to come in the form of an NIL. And that's what we're trying to do over here. So if you're interested in being in supporting that initiative, in supporting that movement of what it is we're trying to do, if you're curious on what, say, can't keep talking about this. What is it that he's talking about doing? Shoot me an email. Let's get active. I'll definitely explain it to you
in today.
Huh?
We'll fill you in today.
I mean, immediately. We'll let you know what's going on. We're looking for some few good men out there that's willing to, men and women, that want to get active, that want to support. And we're talking about financially support a movement. And we got a really dope idea that we got brewing, and we're gonna make it happen. The only reason why I hadn't said anything, I said we was gonna get started March 1st. But I'm waiting on a phone call and waiting on the conversation. And when that conversation transpires, then I'll know exactly how to navigate. But there'll be some communication to the group on tomorrow. I'm not gonna do it today, but it'll definitely be on tomorrow. So anyway, let's keep rolling, bro. How do you join? Y'all make sure y'all let Dragon 1998 know how to join. Explain to them how to join. Go ahead, bro.
My bad.
Oh no, you good.
Also, oh man, I knew it was something I was gonna hit up on. Oh, I mean, well, some people may not care about it, but they do have,
The damn retool your school. My bad.
I was just about to say it.
Go ahead.
I won't say it. I was like, if you want to vote as another means for a chance of
ain't no if you
want to school with they got the retool, the retool event with Home Depot's on the popper right now. So if y'all want to go and cast some votes in, you can retweet and revote as many times as you want to.
We got the lead right now. Yeah, we got the lead right now. We got to make sure we keep that. Anytime you put a tweet out there, hashtag RYSJ Jackson. Hashtag RYS Jackson. Put that on every single tweet, all your social media. Make sure you go to and hit the link. If y'all want to drop the link in the chat, feel free to do so. That's fine. Can somebody grab that hold on, let me see if I can grab that. Okay, let's see. Where's that link at that I posted? I'm gonna repost that link for the donation.
And we were trending again today.
It's on Twitter, by the way. If you can't find the link, just go to my Twitter, Ken Clark _1400, and you will see the video that the actual video that was posted, and go ahead and hit that link to donate the $5 pledge. We got 480 in the room. If we had all 480 people donate $5, that'll be a major impact. Not only would it be a monetary contribution, you don't have to do $5. You can do 10, you can do 15, you can do 20, 25, you can do increments of 5, however you want to do it. You can do reoccurring. But
whatever you
want for putting that out there. There's the link. There's also the fundraiser link. Thank you, 06.
Yeah. And like Lisa said on Coming to America, we love the cash that jingles, but rather have the one that folds.
Yes, indeed, man. Oh, my goodness, man. You guys are amazing. Yes! The Lakers beat the Thunder, baby. Woo! No LeBron, no AD. We won anyway, trying to get that 6th seed. All right. Let's get this thing rolling. All right. So yeah, man. We so let's get into it, man. Let's have a little conversation, man, about the about everything that's going on, man. Because I want to make sure we touch on a few things. And so there's a lot going on, man. There's a lot of conversations on Twitter and a lot of people talking about it, you know, and I didn't want to go back into it, but we're going to go into it anyway. Then we'll open it up. And so we're going to speak on some things, man. And not even so much as but I think it's more so about perspective. And I think the thing that needs to be, and I think the thing that really needs to be understood is, you know, shout out to Dr. Little. I know there was a video regarding Coach Prime put out in regards to the Colorado ban and all that good stuff.
We're gonna talk about value though.
I'm gonna start it off with this right here. Hey, there you go, Al B225. What's up, bro?
What up, man?
What up with your big dog? Protect the block. Play for TC, KC 1400 Media, JSU Athletics Media Crew. Guard the yard. I appreciate you, brother. Love all the support, man. But no, here's the thing, man. And this is why we have to do this, because we thought we could have really just, you know, had the conversation that we had on Monday and then just kind of move on. But the situation that we discussed, though, on Monday in regards to, you know, our fellow alum that, that jumped on the HBCU platform and like I said, discussing, Colorado, and we're not gonna run from it, you know, but we're gonna talk about it. And I think people have the people who, because I was watching Lightsey, shout out to Jeff Lightsey, man, and Timona, she loved thee. They had a live stream yesterday, and I was watching a lot of the people in the chat, a lot of people that called in, man, a lot of people was talking. And I think what a lot of people have done is use this moment as an opportunity to rehash a lot of the bull junk that we had already moved on from. We had already dispelled the bull junk. We had already discussed all this stuff. And now what you see transpiring is they want to retroactively go back and pull all that stuff that has nothing to do with what we were talking about, bro, and bring all that up again.
Yeah,
and then it's like, how can you, this is a real question. How can you, and then he had the brother call in and tell me, yeah, I want Ken to go live. So I'm like, dude, that's cap. We live 3 days a week. If you really wanted that and you claim you know me, that means you know me from YouTube, and that means that you lying. you ain't wanted. We offer everybody to come up here, and there's a reason we don't do a call-in show. Me and Zoe have talked about call-in shows. There's a reason. We have collectively decided that we don't want to do that. We may delve into it a little bit one day, but one of the things that you got to understand, man, is this: the internet is a safe haven for cowards. I'm gonna say that again. The internet is a safe haven for cowards, bro. So the reason why we choose to do a live stream where we allow people to come on the platform respectfully is that when you sit at the table with me and Zoe and Rochelle and the crew and everybody that come up on the platform, you sitting at the same table we sitting at. But if you know, and I'm not knocking people calling in, I'm telling you why I do it. I'm just wired a certain way where I would prefer to look you in your eyes when you're talking to me, right? And then two, I want to see who I'm addressing. I want to know who I'm talking to. But see, most cowards, because you see people sat on that live stream. I had somebody to say, Zoe, in the comments, they sat there and watched the whole 4 hours of what we were talking about, didn't leave now that gum comment. But as soon as the live stream over, they want to come give me some long dissertation as to why I'm hating and all this old other stuff. I said, man, get your A on about your business, man. You ain't talking about nothing. Because you had all 4 hours to jump in there and say what you wanted to say, but you too scared. Y'all like to talk behind the comments and don't want to come on the stream and really have a real intelligent dialogue because you know you'll get picked apart. You get what I'm talking about? And listen, I'm okay with folks that disagree with us, but here's what I'm saying. You can't sit up here and say, all we've ever said was we wanted to move on. It's okay. We felt how we felt when Coach left because we really did want him to stay, right? We wanted him to stay as long as he could because we wanted to see the things through that he said that he was going to help deliver. And what's the funny thing about it is when people are talking about this whole phenomenon, Zoe, they're talking about it in the process of elevation. And you know what I told Zoe today, y'all? I said the reality of the matter is we wanted to go with him. We wanted to go Power 5 too. Because when you sold the dream was for us to go what, Zoe? To move the HBCUs up to the Power 5. Why did we want to do that? Because there's money there. But what you've done is you come in and you use the success that he earned. He earned that success. And he went to the next level. But now instead of just going to the next level and just enjoying what's up there and building a powerhouse, it's like now, but you want to keep pulling back and taking everything that's over here that made us great, that we value and that we cherish and it makes us who we are. And it comes off as if you're really trying to reduplicate the thing the very thought to think that you can get as many black people as you want and put them in a room and you ain't gonna be able to simulate the culture that is Jack, because there's multiple cultures that's going on right now. You have the HBCU culture, then you have Jackson, Mississippi, then you have the Jackson State culture. And then there's another culture, the Sonic Boom. You got 4 different dynamics. And you think that it's all one thing and I can just pick and choose and put that over here and call it this big old black fruit salad and it's going to create some type of magic. No, the magic is what we've explained on this platform time and time again that you can't read. So I'm not worried about the duplicate. That didn't really bother me. It was actually more laughable than it was anything. The only thing that really concerned me was because I recognize from a business standpoint, if you're in business, then you're a part of this capitalistic society. It's very hard to tell somebody that has a business to not take an opportunity to make more money to grow their business. So there are some business owners, though, that's getting opportunities to go make money out there. Mm-hmm. I don't frown on that because I'm a capitalist, right? But one thing I ain't going to do, I personally ain't going to take some money on an opportunity that's going to put me at odds with the culture that I come from, the city that I come from, this Jackson State that I love, and you can call me a damn fool. But I'm just telling you right now, KJ made the one point on Jeff Lice's show that I have said for years and eons. Black people own one thing. HBCU culture is the only thing that we really own that can't be taken away from us. It don't make no difference. You can't. But in actuality, if you get the right person to come along that everybody loves so much of, they'll start attacking the people that's a part of this culture for trying to protect it and gatekeep it. Because we saying, God damn, y'all done took everything from us. And you think we just gonna go down without it? You think we just gonna lay down and let you take this? Man, you don't understand what all it took to get to what it is. You don't understand what makes the Sonic Boom so special. You can't just go get a couple folks and put them over there and think that you're gonna make that. Hell, it's bands in the SWAC that can't do what the Sonic Boom do. I'm gonna say it again. It's bands in the SWAC, and those are HBCUs, and that's full of black folk that can't do what the Sonic Boom do. So I understand, you want to do a little something and try to make it be what it is, but all I'm saying is it ain't that I'm really so much, because I understand what that is. It's the people that want to take that and bring up everything that we've already talked about and try to listen to this. I'm going to shut up when I say this. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life. How do you justify someone that has elevated, right? How do you justify the elevation and tell the ones that ask to be left alone? How do you use the things that are bad about us as a defense to the one that's so-called elevated? I'm like, do you not realize how stupid you are? Listen to the argument, bro. When they really get to talking about Jackson State, the naysayers and the people that support Coach Prime blindly or however that don't feel like you can say anything or challenge anything that he do, they really talk about us in the worst manner. And that would make me say, well, okay, if we all of that you say we are, why don't you just leave us alone? Like, they really use the things that are so-called bad about Jackson State to try to combat and justify. I can't get it. I can't get it. Okay, it's bad enough to leave, but it's okay enough to come take. I'm still trying to figure out how do you explain it and not acknowledge the very thing that we're saying. Go ahead, bro. I'll pause right there.
Well, in all of this, there are different ways you can look at it. Just choose the viewpoint that you want, or the lens that you want to look at it through. First thing first is, to be honest, the whole thought process of the video is actually disrespectful. If you want to be honest, it's disrespectful to Colorado.
It really is.
If you really look at it. Because let's flip it. Just imagine if Deion Sanders left a Division II PWI, moved to the Jackson State. Say he had success there. He's meeting with Dr. Little, HBCU band. And he's on that same video on IG saying, yeah, I want to meet with you guys because, I know y'all Sunday Boom and y'all do y'all thing, but, I'm about unity and, at Valdosta State, where I just came from.
Yeah.
And kind of do a little thing like this. And I want to bring that thing over here, do that what they was doing. Damn well, we look at you like, dude, you might need to go back to Valdosta State, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like a form of disrespect. Because you're talking about, people say, well, I saw someone in the comments say, well, all he's trying to do is you don't understand a thing about tradition. You don't come in, because understand we're talking about clear people, in essence.
You say tradition?
Yeah. And we're talking about, hey, I'm gonna go in here and because let's keep it a buck. I'm sure some people in that room are like, we're not trying to do nothing like no HBCU. Because we're lesser than. But granted, trust me, we know plenty of PWIs try to copy the sauce. I mean, you got some of them bands playing, they try to emulate the sauce, but you can give them the sheet music all you want. It ain't them, it's us. It's the people. I tweet, I'm gonna tell you like this. I told you guys over the weekend, when I used to live in Louisiana, there was a slogan that the Louisiana tourism had. I can apply that to HBCUs. And the Louisiana tourism had a slogan years ago, and y'all might remember it. They used to have a commercial, and it used to say, Louisiana, come as you are, leave different. I can apply the same thing to HBCUs. Come as you are, leave different. All right. And yet we do need to, man, look, I'm not to get off subject, but bro, did TC knock it out the park with our slogan? Guard the yard.
Shout out to he said at the meet and greet, Dawn, you know, his wife. Shout out to I know she helped him with that. So I wanna she watching, shout out to her. But that's a heck of a slogan, man. Go ahead.
Because it applies to all of HBCU. It needs to be an HBCU slogan. Guard the damn yard. Close the fence behind you. Don't let nobody else come in. Like seriously. Because all I see for the most part is a lot of people who look like us who didn't go to HBCUs capping for everything that's being done.
That's the point.
And man, if you want to be tone deaf, then be tone deaf. But man, a fight with me, at least a fight come with that. And again, the problem that I have over everything, and nobody is tending to catch it, and that is, I'm gonna say it till I'm dead and gone, man. Black people devalue black things. Because I love whenever there's any type of movement, we always want to sell it under the veil of upgrade or better opportunity.
Let's talk about that, bro. Come on.
Right? So we always say anything that's leaving us and going elsewhere with a lighter hue as a better opportunity.
Come on, bro.
And that's a subconscious way of saying being a Sprite is right. And it bothers me because subconsciously we devalue anything dealing with us. Why can't we see the value in greatness where we are? Why can't we elevate? Why can't we elevate what we have to a greater platform?
Yeah.
But it's like, but we are, some of us attribute opportunity to money, right? But as we know, not all money is good money. But then let's take the money away, because there are other avenues where you could have got that money here, and we know this in this scenario, right?
Facts.
But we sit here and say you really could have changed the game, as you say. You know what I'm saying? Had you say, now granted, I'm not tripping. It's water under the bridge now, but we're just speaking on it in that veil. But at what point in time, Black people, are we going to sit here and say, no, I got value in what we have. I see the benefit and the worth of what we have and what we can be. But we don't do that. The moment anybody comes, because in this scenario, I know I'm going to sound crazy, but I don't give a damn. It's me.
No, speak on it, bro.
In a strange way, this whole move is almost like a carbon copy of integration, right?
Yes, sir.
And what I mean by that is,
yes, sir.
Integration. I said all the time, it's the worst thing that happened to Black people, because there was no true integration. They just only thing that really happened was our best and brightest went there. There was no merging of anything. There was never any integration. Ever. The moment integration came into play, you had Brown versus the Board of Education. You had private schools prop up everywhere in Mississippi, these private academies everywhere in Mississippi, so they can segregate themselves. But what we did was we're going to take your best and brightest, implement them over here, but there is nothing ever white or any other race going into Black culture or going into Black spaces.
Yeah, they got the best, and we basically just got left behind.
And so in that same scenario,
yeah,
that's kind of what's happening in this whole process with Jackson State. Might sound like a reach, but look at the data. I mean, just look at the moves. It was like, you can't pay what they can pay. You could got the money in other means. Let's call a buck. You could have.
But the question that always comes though is why does Dion have to be the one to do that? Why did he have to be the one to take the lead on? Why can't he do what every other coach would have done? So the question, which is a fair question, let's say that the scenario, let's say the system in place wasn't the system in place, and African American coaches do get the same fair shake as their white counterparts, which we all know is not the case, because you can look at the NFL, you can look at every level, and you can see that that's not the case. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that Dawson Odoms, when he left Southern. He went to LSU.
Oh yeah.
Let's say he went to LSU. He got promoted from, or he went to a PWI. Would we say the same thing? The answer is going to be no, and here's why. The reason why we probably wouldn't, because we would love to not have this conversation, and this is the part that people don't get when we had this conversation. We really wish we did not. I'm gonna say this again. Listen to me, people. Black people wish that we did not have to have this conversation. This is not a conversation that we are proud to have. We wish that all things were level, because if all things were level, that would have never been a reason for Deion Sanders to sell the leveling of the playing field, because the playing field would have already been leveled. And the reason why people really got behind the movement is because they really did believe that he could make some change. And we did start to gain hope. Hell, we did multiple shows about it, because we saw the power and the influence that this man had, right? And I stand by this. Deion Sanders at Jackson State is still greater than Deion Sanders at Colorado to me, because it was a cultural, the cultural influence, the cultural
significance.
Yeah, man, the combination of it was something special, and it was something that we would. Just so y'all know, let me let y'all in on a little secret. We would have loved to seen a Black Renaissance be the very thing that literally takes on white supremacy head on in this space that we're in. We're not going to apologize about that, because we're HBCU, and the very reason of what we're talking about is gave our cause for why we are an HBCU, why HBCUs were created in the first place. And what's sad about it is because it's Black people that's singing the greatest song now. They're saying HBCUs are supposed to be secondary to white schools, and you should be okay with just being existing.
Facts.
How are you saying that? Why are y'all so prideful, Black people? Why do y'all sit up there and act like Deion's supposed to stay with y'all? I don't blame him for leaving, right? He should elevate. He should do this. He should do that, because everything is about elevation. But like Zoe said, elevation is in the eyesight of this. The way you define elevation is the same way Google defines beauty. Beauty is defined by the white standard. I hate to say that, because I'm gonna say it again. There's a reason I talk this way, because if you don't have Black daughters who have to fight through this world, here, I'm gonna give you an example. You got a turd, a brother of a lighter hue on Twitter, talking about, what's the young lady name, man? The coach over at UT, bro. The beautiful, fine coach.
Oh,
that put that she put that in on. She put it on. Now you get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And this is what I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm finna be cornbread tonight. That woman do not need to apologize because she pretty and she fine. She is fine. Do you hear what I'm saying? Sydney Carter, that's her name. Woo! She is fine. Do you hear me? And let me tell y'all something.
On the 7-day goddamn rest he made her.
Oh my goodness. Do you know that woman? I don't even know what that woman sound like. I'm serious. I ain't never heard her talk.
I gotta listen to her.
Y'all, and you got people on the internet that's offended because all she do is she putting on outfits. She's showing Black girls how to look on this thing, how to be on a good level and look beautiful and be proud. And you got people offended by that.
And she carries herself the way a woman should carry herself too.
If that is, to me, is the greatest example of how you can say nothing, do nothing, just be who you are, and people are offended by it. Don't tell me that ain't the case. When you see these Black, I'm telling y'all, man, that's why there was all types of things in corporate America. When I told y'all that Black women couldn't wear cornrows, they couldn't wear fros, they couldn't wear all this other stuff. You gotta wear, your hair gotta be straight. Even in media, these media anchor ladies, you always look at them. They always got this straight hair. They always have to have the European white standard when it comes to beauty. That's what I'm talking about. This is the same thing that y'all tell us when it comes to HBCUs, because HBCUs ain't supposed to be proud. And in the very coach that we supported, yes, we did. One of his most favorite quotes was, "Don't let my what, Zoe? confidence offends your insecurities.
Hmm.
And the very thing you see transpire, especially with some black PWI folk, man, that went to PWIs are some of the worst to have to get around when you're trying to have this conversation. And I'm gonna let you roll, bro. Let me pause right there.
Well, the problem with
it's multiple dynamics to this conversation.
It is. It's multifaceted. It's multi-way. But most of the people, not all, because nothing's ever 100%. But a good number of black folk that went to PWIs, they tend to deal with, I think, is worse than racism, is classism.
Man, boy, you said something.
And that's their greatest thing. But here's the thing that really kills me, even with all this, with all that's going on, but yet still we move in this space as if racism doesn't exist.
Bro,
we sit here and talk and move, and I mean, just go about day to day, looking at everything that's going on in the world, whether it's sports, world news, your local news, your neighborhood, on your job, in the music you're listening to, how the music gets there, everything. We sit here and move around like racism don't exist.
Bro, that's a fact, bro.
It's amazing. But I mean, at the end of the day,
what's not true?
I didn't say all.
Nothing never said all. I said some of the PWI graduates that are black are some of the worst ones when you're having this conversation. He just said all ain't everything. We are not saying all because it's not all. We're not saying that. Just
nothing is
all.
We're good. Nothing's 100%. But
don't get offended. But hear the conversation.
From a thing of classism.
If the shoe don't fit, don't put it on. Go ahead. But somebody got hit right between their eyes on that one though, and then we stand on it.
It's just I don't know, man. It's just all I can say is, and I say it every day, man. Slavery did the number on black folk, man.
It's just syndrome.
I don't know, man. And it's amazing how we stay on this thing under the guise of athletics, under the guise of football, but yet all of this that we're talking about comes into the fray. You know what I'm saying? And
what about that?
And it's just what
you heard what Aubrey said?
What
in that interview? Remember he talked about the portal.
Oh yeah,
we ain't even talking about the players that are at the PWIs right now. What he said was the players that left PWIs that's looking for a place to play football. He said, what if just those players all chose to go to an HBCU? Just how much of a difference.
Well, you know what, Ken? Honestly, I'm gonna tell you what would happen. I could actually answer. I could answer Aubrey myself.
Go ahead.
If the day that actually happened, I guarantee you, it's just like if all black people bought a gun, the next day you'll have gun reform, right? The same thing will happen if that very thing happened in athletics. If that very same thing happened in athletics, I guarantee you they'll have some damn NIL and a transfer portal reform, like literally the next day.
Y'all do realize that NIL was supposed to be a PWI thing, right? You know why they don't worry about HBCUs? Because they don't really consider that we're not a part of the conversation, in case y'all ain't figured that out.
We're not even part of the ecosystem of Internet.
We're not. NIL is for PWIs, man. Mostly powerful. It's not for. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that the very idea was for those schools. And
hold on, Ken. Let me address this.
Go ahead.
So for all y'all saying that they finna do that now, let me explain to y'all what they're about to do. It's not a reform. It's not a reconstruct. What they're doing is fine-tuning it to eliminate our ass. That's what they're doing.
This is a great question, though. How do we be a part of that? What are you, Desmond B? What Demond B? Which part are you asking? How do we be a part of it? I got a great idea.
So when we talk about reform, right now. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, the way we get a part of it is we got to get active, bro. We got to trust. We got to get in the form of collective effort. So this is something that I plan on doing. Like we talked about this last night. I was looking at something. I had to go. I'll go out into the YouTube world and take a look I want to commend Well Off Media for something. And somebody said, where are you going with this? You know what they do well? Because one of the things we can do is we can always learn from each other.
Facts.
They feature every page. If you go look at Well Off Media right now, Reach the People, Shador, Travis, the Pregame Show, all of those pages are featured. So everybody that is a part of that comes on this platform, there go Rochelle, Miss No Gray, Dream Team Podcast with Kaylin, Liz, everybody that's got to play. I hope I don't miss anybody because I'm not trying to name everybody. The point I'm making is that the way we get active, bro, is through unified efforts. It's called group economics. If you guys haven't figured that out right now, what we've been doing on this platform is a very simple example of group economics. We figure out an initiative. I just gave you an idea. We said that we're going to go to a baseball game. We're going to take this momentum. Momentum is only good based off what you can do with it. We want to take this momentum not to lace our pockets. We would love to do that, but we feel like the greater lacing of our pockets is going to come with a future opportunity for someone with some real dollars that can put something behind what we're trying to do. And we hope a network or somebody like that is willing to do that. You know what I mean? Said shout out to, that's probably all he heard. Shout out to Well Off. Yeah, man. But no, I'm serious. We're not haters, man. And that's the part that get misconstrued. Y'all got to understand something, man. We respond. And nothing makes me more exhaustingly sick than when people think that we can come over here, that you can set up on my front door, talk shit about my house, kick me in my shin, and do anything you want to do to me. And the minute I respond, I got to be held accountable for how I respond to you. No, screw you. You get what I'm saying? Because y'all like to play one side of this thing. We are not coming after Coach Prime, man. Most of us have moved on. I was the first one to come by here and say, leave Deion Sanders alone. Let's wish him well. I was pissed off because of how it ended. I wanted to see him celebrated. I wanted to see us celebrated. I didn't want to see no mud slinging. Most of everybody at the Jackson State that represents Jackson State feels that way. Most. And yes, it was emotional. Yes, we enjoyed the time. Yes, we enjoyed the winning. Yes, we enjoyed all of that shit. And y'all know we did. But damn, when you go through a heartbreak, when you go through a breakup, you got to heal, man. And every time we try to heal, motherfuckers keep showing up, pulling a scalp off of it, and keep fucking with us. And then when we come and say what we got to say, y'all got a problem with us? How does that work? And that's why we get frustrated. And we say, God damn, just leave us alone. That's all we saying. We was not talking. Did we not come on this platform and say, we ain't going to talk about Coach Prime no more? We ain't got nothing good or bad to say. We gave him his kudos. We gave him his props. We love him, man. I love Shador. I love Shiloh. I love Travis Hunter, Cameron Silman Craig, Tyler Brown. I still got love for them players. We got personal relationships with these kids, man. So we not pissing on them. We just want to be all right and be like, damn, a lot of people ain't watching Colorado. It ain't because they salty. It's because at first the shit was hurting. It's like, damn, I can't look at this shit. I'm like, God damn. That was supposed to be us, though. Damn. And it's okay. Y'all want to piss on, y'all want to troll on us and say, oh, man, look at y'all. Nah, y'all in pain. And when I come back and say, the hell, when I do this to you, now I'm the bad guy. I hate trolls, bro. I'm going to say it again. I hate trolls.
I love them. I go under the bridge.
I don't. I hate trolls, bro. I'm just saying, obviously, you can see, I don't like bullies. I don't like people that mess with people.
I'm the grumpy old troll.
Sorry, man. It's a difference between trolling.
Grumpy old troll. Up under the bridge.
No. I ain't into trolling, bro. I ain't into messing with people. I don't like messing with people. Now we can have fun.
See, I don't miss. I just reply.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But
I'm talking about people who have I'm talking about people who have no vested interest in anything. That people be in pain and people be like, it's like people dance on your. It's almost like they dancing on your grave in a sense. They dancing at your pain, bro. And it's like I ain't a fan of that from nobody. I can't be friends.
I'm gonna come on my grave and grab by the ankle and pull the air down there with me.
All I'm trying to say is I hope folks are understanding where we're coming from. And if you ain't, the hell with you. But I'm just telling you, we're giving you an opportunity to understand what we're up against. We weren't talking about nothing. And then you think we ain't gonna get frustrated because one of our own goes out there and says things to put our university seemingly in a bad light? You think that ain't frustrating? I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut up. Zoe, you take it. HBCUs are the only schools, or I'll say it this way. The HBCU, being an HBCU alum, supporter, love, or whatever, how you want to see it, it's the only place where the sins of one person got to sit at the front door of everybody. Everybody got to suffer for the mistakes of one person. Everybody got to suffer for the decision of one person because you guys treat HBCUs just like you treat black people that you profile. We all look alike and we all thugs. We all bad news when things ain't, you know what I'm saying? When the shit hit the fan, everybody is bad. All the schools ain't worth a damn. That's how y'all treat HBCUs. Get treated just like black people. I'm sorry. It's the world we live in. But don't get mad at us because we didn't make it this way. We don't want it to be this way. We don't want to have the race conversation. We don't want to talk about the way it is. But it makes me sick to my stomach when people who don't deal with the very thing that we talking about always got more to say about what it is we talking about when your ass ain't never experienced it to begin with. We ask you to utilize your face. What am I talking about? You got 2 damn ears and 1 mouth. Listen more than you talk when it comes to this topic. In other words, shut the hell up and listen, and we'll explain to you what our issue is. And maybe if you're interested in really understanding it, you might get somewhere. Otherwise, you can just troll and say what you say, and then we can just keep going back and forth and not go and we go. Most people, I sit here and listen to these brothers that go out here on these platforms and they open their lines up, bro. Most people that get on these call lines, though, they do not talk about the very thing that's being talked about on the show. They will sit there for 7,500 minutes and they'll get on the show and they'll talk about that one thing that they want to talk about that ain't got nothing to do with nothing a part of the conversation because we don't listen to understand. We listen so we can respond. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, go without saying, man. Like, again, everything you tied to still go back to what I said earlier. Black people devalue black things. I mean, and then for all the Oreos out there that want to sit there and joke about, oh, JSU don't have water. And I'd be like, well, when you make that idiotic comment, let's get to the crux of why Jackson ain't got water. Plays everything in the race. I mean, do you know why? I mean, people say, oh, man, Jackson streets are so raggedy. I'd be like, let's get to the crux of it. Do you know why Jackson streets are so damn raggedy? Got race, got everything to do with race. They're in the process right now. So paint a picture. Jackson State has tried now 5 times to get their own water treatment facility because the state has messed up the water, right? They keep getting denied. So literally, when you think that, hey,
the state ain't got no dorms.
The state of Mississippi knows that Jackson is under a water crisis because, we kind of played a part in that. But now we're not going to allow Jackson State to have their own water treatment facility so they don't have to deal with the water. Hold on.
They want the money.
But hold on. But in the same vein, I'm going to deny Jackson State this and I'm going to build Mississippi State a brand new dorm. And I'm going to turn around and build Ole Miss a brand new dorm. Oh, by the way, hey, the city of Jackson found a roundabout way to go to the federal government to get almost $1 billion to fix the water in Jackson. So what does the state of Mississippi do? We're going to create this bill so we can redirect that money from the city of Jackson to the state of Mississippi. But we want to act like racism don't exist. But we got jokes for days to say, ha, 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 look at JSU. They ain't got no damn water. Joke's on you, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Boy, you sound like Dave Chappelle.
But we want to sit here and act like we want to be blind and oblivious to the fact that race plays into a main component as to why JSU is in the shape that it's in. Or I got one better. And you can generalize some of these other HBCUs. Do half of you people that's not Jacksonians, do you know that Jackson State doesn't have any type of medical program or any law school? Do you want to know why?
Explain that.
Geniuses? Because the state of Mississippi won't allow them to.
They don't
Dig that.
understand it, bro. Mississippi is a different kind of
Because
place.
guess
bro.
what? So for all the people who aren't in Mississippi, if Jackson State had a law school or if Jackson State had anything medical, Jackson State would be hands down probably the biggest HBCU in the country. Seriously, real talk. Would be. But again, but racism don't exist. And I'm not here to make excuses. I'm just giving you facts because I don't do the excuse game. But guess what? The same thing I'm saying about JSU, I can say the same thing about shit that's going on in Louisiana. I can say the same shit about schools in Texas. Even the school that probably hate what I'm saying, you know I ain't lying. Your school dealing with some shit too. But we want to sit here and act like, oh, it's y'all. Yeah. No, we all dealing with the same shit. Well, different parameters, but big picture, same shit.
The same shit, though, is underfunded. I was talking to Austin yesterday. Shout out to Austin. We was talking about, and we're gonna open it up in just a minute, y'all, because boy, he has some ideas. We met with him on an idea. We looking to try to become, executive producers and support staff when it comes to this dope content that's coming down the pipe. He was talking about the amount of people that he could travel with. It's a lot less than what he was used to coming from PWI, Mississippi State. And it always goes back to, well, you only get that number because we're underfunded, bro. We have a tighter budget. Everything goes back to not having the funds. Somebody say, oh man, I be calling and can't never get nobody on the phone. Well, if you look at the staff, you look at we running on a skeleton crew. If you look at the staff at a university like Jackson State University, and you compare that to PWI, when you have more money that's coming in, you have more opportunities to hire more. You have more salaries. You have more things you could do. So in certain instances where this school has 20 damn academic advisors and we got 4, there's a reason why things operate the way that they do, and we make the best out of it. And that's why we say we want to guard the yard, because the very thing that we do have that is great, we want to hang on to it.
Protect it.
We're trying to protect it. We want to elevate that. We want to elevate that. We want to do the best that we can to try to maintain that. We want to advance the coaches to elevate their pay stat. They want to give pay raises to our coaches that are doing well and trying to figure out a way. So you can't make me understand how the black community can be what is it, billions and trillions of dollars in spending money, but yet at the same time we have to figure out a way to unify, because the biggest thing that plagues us, the byproduct of racism is separatism. You know what I mean? Where we want to do everything on our own. If you don't believe me, then just look at your family. How many of us frown on the ideal of collaborating within your own family? Instead of going and buy, you got 3 siblings and everybody got their own house. How about everybody go get that? So what were we talking about? We was in New Orleans. How many of us have chats with friends that we're not getting money with? I got to chat partners that I'm with all due respect. And if they watching this, they know my brothers in, Austin, Texas. I said, man, I looked in this chat. I said, bro, we got about $2 million in salaries in this chat. Why we ain't getting no money together? How hard is it for us to go buy a spot that we Airbnb? I mean, think about it. If we, somebody gave me the idea, you got 6 families. Why can't 6 families put together all their money, pool together some money? We go buy a vacation property. We Airbnb that thing. Each family only have responsibility of 2 months. And we get a vacation spot that we all can split, because we can't do it. You know why? Because racism will have you competing with the Joneses. No,
because guess what? If you're doing it, I'm doing it. I want to make sure I got it. I'm going to talk shit about how I got it and you don't.
That's a byproduct of the bigger construct. So when we say racism is live and well, you got to look at the byproduct of it. Within that system, some are allowed to elevate within that system, but you have to elevate within this construct of what's great, what's considered to be the great. So elevation is allowed. See how easy it is for society to accept everything. It's so easy for society to accept Deion Sanders leaving Jackson State and elevate at Colorado than the very idea of him staying at Jackson State, elevating Jackson State in HBCU, because you're not supposed to elevate an HBCU to the level of a PW.
Hold on, dog. Hold on, dog. I'm looking for a bowl or something to pass a damn collection plate. Hold on.
I'm just trying to tell y'all, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all.
Oh, and let me say this too. This conversation, what we're talking, this ain't no race baiting either. Another example, Tennessee State just got all the money they just got, right? As soon as they got their money, what they doing? The state trying to take over Tennessee, trying to take over Tennessee State. Go figure. Go figure.
Ain't that something?
Go figure.
I'm just saying, like, it's racism ain't about somebody calling you out your name or calling you the N-word. It's economics, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all, man, that's what it is. And people act like it's not. And what makes me sick is when people that have been able to elevate and to thrive within the system, we all are able to. And for somebody tried to challenge me on me talking about it ain't no safe space. Man, you been over to Colorado. How you gonna say it ain't no safe space for them girls? Because I don't have to go to Colorado. I walk outside every day. And I use myself as an example. I said corporate America. I ain't said no damn Colorado. I said everywhere. I don't care where you go.
Facts.
And we become the greatest code switchers that there ever is. And that's if we don't continue to do it, because you got what's called a belly. Every day that thing, you got to feed that thing multiple times a day. Some of us, we need to scale back, which I know we started that little diet today. Don't put your stomach on the screen, We ain't trying to see that six pack, man. I mean, give me a little time to get caught up.
It's a one pack right now.
All right, man. Hey, we're gonna pause right there, man, and we're gonna open this up because I know we done said a lot. And we really done. I see Rochelle out there. Let's get our usuals on up. Rochelle, come on up. Austin, if you out there, Mark, come on up, and then we'll build from there. Y'all want to add to this conversation, man? We'll open it up, please, man. Do me a favor. I don't want to be offensive to anybody, so don't come up here on this panel and just sit on the thing if you ain't got nothing to talk about. Because I'm gonna bump you off. It ain't gonna be your phone that went dead. It's gonna be me that been done bumped you. So, Rochelle, good evening. Good evening, sister. How you doing? Come on in the room.
Listen, you said a mouthful. And the bad part about what you said, Ken, and this is the part we still don't understand about racism and how much it has affected us, is that we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other at all. So, and then we're scared because we do want to be up on each other. Because we got to have it, and you don't, because this is the thing, because of the mindset of what happened in our roots, we don't think it's enough for everybody. Like right now, I believe, like She Love D has her space, you have your space, everybody got their space. And truth be told, it is enough for everybody to still be blessed in this space. But we can't do this, what you call that economics of helping each other out. Oh no, we can't do that. Because see, what if he get more people than I get? It's the scary thing. We think everything is scarce because we've been lacking for so long, Ken, that we don't even know what greatness is because we've always been fighting. Think about what you just said in referencing to Jackson State. And this is the bad part about it, y'all. So the ones who in here who don't understand what's really going on at Jackson State, like it's gonna get worse. Because Jackson State, and it's like the more they come at us, the more we guard the yard. The more they come at us, the more resilience we become. Because see, they don't understand what's in our DNA, Ken. Resilience is in our DNA by default, right? So how is it possible that through the dirtiest of water, Jackson State has had some of the best recruiting ever? In Jackson, in the state of Mississippi. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm going to say this again to y'all. Mississippi is the only red state that has a capital where a PWI is not in it. Did y'all know that?
I did.
Mississippi is one of the racist states there is, and it has a black capital with a black HBCU.
Hold on, Rochelle. I want to add to that because I always got to give this great distinction to my beloved state, right? And I've always said that I've never dealt with anything racist in the state of Mississippi. It wasn't until I moved to Louisiana. But that's not the point here. The point is, every southern state is racist than a motherfucker. But the one difference between Mississippi, this is going to show you the hatred. Every state down south understands the idea of business. Mississippi is so damn racist, they don't give a damn about your money.
Yes.
Mississippi will suffer and go without.
That's what I was
Mississippi will suffer and go without just so your ass can suffer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference between Mississippi. They don't give a damn about business, and that's why Mississippi is in the state that it's in.
They purposely.
Go ahead.
Hey, Lexus, hey, what's going on?
They actually turned away the money from the federal government to extend Medi-Cal to the poorest states, to the poorest counties, and now some hospitals are going to close that in white areas. And what you say, though, is this: you know, you got to be in a bad space that you would rather stay poor, because if that means that black people are going to get elevated too, I'd rather just stay poor forever. Do you know how crazy that is? That I would rather not take Medi-Cal from the federal government, billions of dollars. I would rather stay poor, because if that means that if you elevate me, I got to elevate black folks, well, I'm going to stay poor so they can't get it. Do you know how sick and twisted your mind got to be?
Right.
I'm done.
Hold on. No. Florida is thriving with people, but Florida, and there's too many examples of it. Florida, it's too many black entities doing business within the state legislature and within the construct of the statehood of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say it again. Mississippi, the state of Florida is not going to let itself cannibalize itself just because of prove a point so black people can go without. The state of Florida ain't doing it. The state of Mississippi has done it and is currently doing it. From state line Mississippi to the waters of Biloxi. That is a fact.
Everybody else that came on, what's on y'all mind? Because I'm gonna make sure y'all be a part of the conversation. If you're not, then I'm gonna move you off the screen. Because I know it's a lot of people want to come on to discuss tonight. Trav, what's going on, bro? Is that Lex? Is that you? Make sure that's you before I.
Good evening. Yes, it's me. I just have a question.
Yes,
regarding the water situation. I was on a conference call the other day. We're the point you all are making about people just having problems everywhere. I don't care what nobody say. There's crime everywhere. There's issues everywhere.
Right.
And at every school and everything. And we're dealing with an issue now where people are losing their homes or threatening to lose their homes because they can't keep up with the taxes, even if the house is paid off, because of the land that Tyler Perry purchased. And of course, it made the value just go skyrocket.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did the right thing. He put up over $2 million to try to pay some of these people's taxes so they wouldn't lose their homes. But while I was on a call with a person that was asking us to assist with that as a company, he was talking about Jackson State's water issue.
Okay.
And he mentioned that the state of Mississippi supposedly gave money to fix that. So is that not correct?
The government spent what is it, about 600 million, I think.
That's what he said. Yep.
Now here's the thing. First thing is that the problem is decade. It's a decade long problem that has built into a big problem. We can get some things done now. What's transpiring is they are trying to form a committee or something to that effect, that they're trying to basically take over the money. The state is, and the city of Jackson is fighting along with Representative Benny Thompson. We're really trying to keep them from coming in, swooping in, and want to take over the money, because we know that if they do get control of the money, that money is not going to be used in Jackson like it's supposed to be. So it's a lot that's going on. They never really gave a damn about it. This problem has been ongoing, and it should have been addressed years ago, and now it has progressed into an even bigger mess than what it is. So there's a lot of moving parts with that, and there's some truth to that, but it's not is not on the city per se. You know what I mean?
And one other thing to add to that too, one other thing that the state is doing, the state is pretty much cutting the neck off of the businesses within the state and within Jackson. So what they're doing is they're forcing everybody's hand because you have to have water. So what you're having now is a lot of businesses, restaurants in particular, they're leaving Jackson because they can't operate without water. So it's forcing it's forcing Jackson's hand. You know what I'm saying? Because if I got a business and I can't operate without water, you're forcing me to close. That's what I'm telling you. The state of Mississippi give no F's. Trust me when I tell you.
Well, that's going to be disappointing. We had a call in the morning, and the conversation that he was having was actually a positive one, to the point where he was thinking that the issue was being resolved.
Well, Queen, let them know this. The money was earmarked not from the state of Mississippi. That was funded by the
Biden administration,
the federal government. Mm-hmm. And once the governor found out that the federal government was giving that money directly to Jackson, the state is now trying to take that money from the city. So that's why we don't have the money as of yet. The money is there, but the state is now trying to take it over.
So
and to answer a question before you go there, the reason why they have a play in it because the way state government works, it filters down. So the government just don't automatically, it's like, okay, here's the money. It's going straight from the federal government straight to the city of Jackson. That's not the way it works. It has to be earmarked from the state of Mississippi and then filtered down because there's a state budget. You see what I'm saying? And so the money goes from the state to Mississippi. They act as a middleman, but the state has laws. So once the money is coming from the federal government, it's like they have jurisdiction over it. That's why they're trying to do something and put a law in place so they can actually redirect the money is what they're trying to do.
That's correct.
But Benny Thompson did state that the federal government is actually waiting for that to happen so they can swoop in. The state haven't did it yet. Benny Thompson made a statement that money is for the city of Jackson. Mm-hmm. If that happens, the federal government is swooping in, but they can't do anything technically until they actually do it. So I believe that the Benny Thompson, they got a bigger hand than that man, the governor does. So I did hear him mention that. They was like, we're waiting for that to happen so we can swoop in.
So Big B, that may be true, but this is what you're stating is that this is actually collateral damage of something that transpired years ago.
Yep.
So what you're seeing now there's a reason why nobody's doing big business in Jackson. That ain't always been the case. What's going on with your Al B225?
What's up, man? What's going on with you?
Peace. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
All right.
Talking to him, Ken, because I don't think people get it. They are trying to strangle Jackson. Let's put it this way.
Hold on. We'll come back to it. I'm not gonna spend my time on that. I want to get brother on the chance to speak.
Okay. What I want to cover is everybody familiar with Neely Fuller Jr.'s book?
No, I'm not.
Okay. It's the United Independent Compensatory Code System of Concept, a textbook, workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism, white supremacy. Now, what I want to share, because a lot of our people don't really understand the full extent of what racism is. And I'm going to read the actual definition that he has, if I may.
Go ahead.
It says racism. It says one or more white persons using deceit, direct violence, and or the threat of violence to promote falsehood, non-justice, and or incorrectness against non-white people on the basis of color, in order to satisfy white people in one or more areas of activity in its 9 areas that encompass what racism actually is. And I'm going to give them to you. Okay, they're including economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That is the complete definition of what racism is, people.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Okay?
Boy, you just covered the gamut on that one.
Okay, so for Rochelle, so for what you've been dealing with, and just for y'all to know, people, if you see this up here, you see that up there, That is me. That's my serving. That's what 22 years and all the work I put in.
Mm-hmm.
War. I'd have been in Iraq. I was in Saudi Arabia in the first Gulf War and all of that. Okay. If people think being in the United States Air Force or the military that we don't face racism, first of all, a lot of people don't know this fact. But I found out when I first went in and got to my first base in 87. I had a lot of the older guys who were in Vietnam, and they told me about the race wars that used to happen on Air Force bases. Here in the States and all over the globe. I also found out why the Air Force was one of the hardest services for Black people to get into.
Facts.
Why? Because they had to score so much higher as a deterrent. So they didn't want us to be in. So the other night, when you all spoke about, being of what you are in the world in your position. A lot of times, like I said, as I traveled throughout my 22-year Air Force career and I had 8 assignments. I'd have been to England, Germany, 2 tours to Korea, Japan. I've been all over. A lot of times we face that where you come into an office and it's just you, especially when I first came in. Okay.
Yep.
But I just wanted to share that with you guys. And like I said, this is the book. Okay.
Type it in the chat, King. When you get back in, type that someone was asking for it.
I will do, but
man.
Huh?
I said put the name of the book in the chat too. I'm gonna copy that.
Oh, will do. Like I said, another book, like I said, that people need to know about. If you don't know, Dr. Francis Cruz Welsing, the ISIS Papers.
Okay.
If you don't know about this one,
the keys to the colors.
Yes, the keys to the colors. This breaks down. She breaks down. Why the white man, like when they key in on and really the hatred, unfortunately, of Black people, and why they always keyed in on the genitalia and they mutilate when they were hanging our people. You know what I'm saying, and all of that, because they know that from as Dr. Francis Cruz Welsing has stated that. From out of the testicles, from out of the balls of Black men, we can eradicate them off the earth. So there's an innate hatred that they have because we can really eliminate them. Because again, when we're the original people on the earth,
hey, I just got
everything started with us.
Listen.
You know what I'm saying?
Just got a picture from look at that. Just got a picture from
there it is.
Somebody that's in the chat already got that book. Brother Pope.
Yes, sir.
That's my brother. Sir. I got your book right here, baby. I'm still working on that thing. I'm getting through it.
Oh, that's him?
But Brother Pope, he sent me a photo of it. He got the same book. I mean,
yes, sir.
Though, man, knowledge is everything. And people got to understand that. I mean, we live in a society, man, where I understand and I already know, people can watch this and feel some type of way about it because a lot of people don't like to have these uncomfortable conversations, but it's the reality that we live in.
You're right. They think that we like living it.
I keep trying to tell people that I wish we didn't have to have a conversation.
Well, I'm from the south side of Chi-Town. But when I was a shorty, I was coming to Jackson, 166 Lexington. I told you and Zoe.
Yeah.
166 Lexington. That's where my grandmama's house was at.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
That's what I was coming to in the 70s.
Hold on, man. Please tell me you're a Chicago Bears fan, though.
Of course, bro. I got it on the wall. I got the white bro. Huh? Come on, fam. I mean, bro, you see, I could, because I'm on my phone. See, I can walk and talk it, baby. What's that right there? That sweetness right there, right?
Lord.
He got
that sweetness right there.
They got sugar on his wall, dog.
That's Singletary. I got Singletary right here.
Oh wow.
Look at Nook.
That's Michael Jordan. That's the Jordan jersey right here.
Oh,
the picture of his last shot.
Oh wow.
That's my Harold Baines jersey right there. My White Sox. And when we won the World Series. I'm Chi-Town through and through, baby. Come on. Come on.
Hey,
Mr. ABL, is it Al?
look,
Is your
I
name?
gotta say it. Hey, dog, you know what we call Chicago down here, don't it?
Yeah.
North Mississippi.
Yes, sir. North Mississippi. What you talking about, Zoe? What you talking about that right there?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
Huh? You talking about that right there? Or this right here?
Lord,
I don't care about that right there, dog. I don't care about that right there.
Yeah, yeah, bro. Come on. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, I'm, yeah, so that's in the blood.
From Chicago.
That's in the blood. That's in the blood, bro. But they, like I said, a lot of times it was difficult discussions that I have to have with young troops. I had an experience that happened when I was 9, and I hadn't used the N-word since because it was two white kids walking from the University of Chicago on the other side of Cottage Grove, and we're on the other side of the street. And I had a Spike Lee on before there was even a such thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was outside. I looked and wondered why did they stop, and they were looking at us. We just playing in our own little world. And then I look at them and I look back at my friends, and I'm about 8, 9 years old. And then I figure out what they're doing. They're listening to us calling each other the N-word back. We just little kids playing. We just little kids playing, And I stopped playing, and I'm looking at my friends. I'm looking at them, and this is the heart of the summer. And I don't know, and I just stopped, and I shut down, and I just turned around. I'm going in the house. Hey, man, where you going? And I just left. I went in the house, and I sat in the house by myself, quiet, nothing on, for like 2 hours till my mama came home. And she's Ma Duke, she ready to, call everybody, about to tear the city up. No, ain't nobody did nothing to me. I'm good. And I told her what happened. And we had a discussion. I haven't used the N-word since then. So I've had to have conversation with younger troops that I supervised at different assignments and tell them why, how they view us.
You okay, Rochelle?
I drank some wine and I'm hot. But
wow.
It's more, but I wanted to share what Mr. Al said, and I love what we're doing because this is what your page is about tonight.
What's up, BA? What's up, baby?
The biggest thing I want us to do, because how many of us, hold on for a minute. It's how many of us in here right now, Ken? 605 of us in here.
It's 600 folks in here.
Okay,
man.
so I know what we're saying can be disheartening, but this is what I see. And this is why I do believe that there is a fight in unity, and this is why we need each other to survive. I really do believe that. And it's that we are the only people, Ken, I don't care where we go. We are the only race of people that are despised in the entire world. My son went to Paris and texted me going, Mom, why they following us in the store?
Oh boy.
And then he went to Rome this year. So what I see is this, y'all, and it's the scripture says when someone is given much, much is required in return. And when someone is entrusted with much, even more will be required. Unfortunately for us as Black people, it doesn't matter how much they try to destroy us, they can't, because there is a calling on our lives that's bigger than us. And that sometimes that burden is hard. But I want us to know right now, as we come together tonight, and I thank you so much, sir, for sharing that, giving us that definition of what that word means, is that it doesn't matter how much they come at Jackson State, God still finds a way. And I think the brother said it. What was the guy who said it? Ken from back west, east, when he said, we gonna be okay because we are covered. And it doesn't matter what they do, we gonna be okay. But we just can't stop fighting. But this is the thing, y'all. We got to pass this down to our children. Because see, I'm 58. Our kids got to understand that the fight is real. And the problem is that we have sheltered our children and they don't really understand the struggle because we don't want to tell them the truth. But we have to tell them the truth, because if not, they're gonna get comfortable and thinking everything is fine. So we're not gonna give up this fight. We're gonna be okay.
Miss Rochelle, I'm 55. Okay. So I done seen a few things.
Hey, real quick. Tyler, I saw that. I think it was just a misunderstanding. I think there was a lot of things said today. I don't think it was a personal attack. Rochelle, I think you was
Tyler, baby, I love you, sweetheart. That's serious. So you can always, I'm not tripping, boo. I wasn't tripping. Listen, I'm not all that great with Twitter. So I don't know who I'm talking to, but I saw
it was a sub tweet. He was responding to somebody, and she just went out.
I just know I'm coming for HBC hard, Tyler. So listen, baby, I'm not that one. I didn't respond back, but I just saw, I didn't know who you was talking to. I say, he ain't loving on my HBCU. So Tyler, it's all good and it's all love. Do you accept my apology again? All right then.
All right, let's move on.
I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the chat, and y'all keep killing the game like y'all been doing.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Say again, Rochelle. What'd you say?
Books in the chat. They're still asking about those books.
I will.
Put those in the chat. Thank you.
I will.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate all the support.
For sure. All right.
Yes, sir.
And I want to say something that Ken didn't ask me to say this, so I'm gonna say it anyway. It's just like we were saying about group economics. I really want us to support Ken and his vision for the media team. Because we need each other. He not asking me to say this. He didn't ask me to say this. No, he didn't ask me to say this, but I was looking at something on Twitter, and I just think about other races, how they help each other. And giving $5 and $10 to this channel to help him, because I can really see you on Roku. I may be saying it wrong, but they have it all day on that particular station that you can have your own show and do the things that you want to do. And
I've had some conversations about with a brother, I think TV Now.
Okay.
But we ain't ready for that just yet.
We gotta lay the foundation. We need still more funds. So please continue to donate to this channel, because what he's doing is really helping us as a people, because we need to represent ourselves. So just trust and believe the things that he say that he's doing with our money. He shows you what he's doing with it. And I believe everything that he has. He did not ask me to say this, but we need to just help each other. That's all. That's it. I'm done speaking.
Hey, you know why your answer? Hey, Deputy Mario, what's up, brother? You know why a lot of your questions don't get answered, and I'm gonna tell you this directly. Because you ask a lot of questions that's not aligned with what we're talking about at the time. So, like, for example, we were talking about slavery and racism, and you asked about the stadium. Like, it's just like, in order to answer the question, bro, like, just it has to be in harmony with what we're talking about. And then I see it. So the answer to your question was, there will be no stadium on campus until the state agrees that we can build the stadium on campus. And we have to have $40 million that the state has to agree to. That's the short end of that. We ain't putting no stadium at the Metro Center. We're not doing it at this damn Coliseum. We're not doing it nowhere.
Yeah, one location.
We have one conversation, one place, either on the campus or we stand at the vet. Period. It's that simple.
It's one location only, and it's gonna be on the backside of the university in downtown.
So don't take offense to it. The only thing I would ask, not just you, but everybody, if you got a question that you really want to ask, just hopefully it's in line with what we're talking about, because we're not trying to pause in the middle of an intense conversation about something like that to go back to talk about the stadium. That's why your questions don't get answered. It ain't that they don't. It ain't that we don't want to acknowledge it. It's just that it's not in harmony with the conversation, and you throw the whole flow off when it's like that. So,
and just so you know, we are
what up, Deputy Mario?
Listen,
hey man, come on.
Hold on. We got a real one in the house.
Deputy Mario, come on, dog.
Come on
the stream.
That thing's circling. We got a
Deputy
real
Mario,
one.
come on the stream, dog.
I think you need to exit and come back in.
I want to tell you, come on the stream, man.
Yeah.
And Debbie, listen.
Anytime y'all want to, y'all can come on the stream. You don't have to. I know we like them, I know folk like to dial in, but All y'all got to do is tap the link. It'll bring you straight to me.
Are you here, D?
Big dog. Hey, Shaq, come on, come back in, bro.
Shaq on the America line.
Is he talking? And listen, y'all, we agreed that we're gonna tell y'all one more time. Jackson State asked for some new dorms, and they told us no, but they told Mississippi State yes.
And Ole Miss.
There he is. What's up, baby?
Hold on, dog. Are you on the stream like it's Midnight Love or something, dog?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How many pounds you done lost, dog?
Hold on, dog.
Man, I'm down 32 now.
I already knew it. He been in the lab.
Hey, man, hold on, time out. That's why you brought your ass here to go here and brag.
Man, we missed you, man. What's up with you, man? We know you've been.
Thank you, Deputy.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Man, look, I've been missing in action, bro. But y'all know I'm supporting y'all behind the scenes. Y'all know what to do.
Oh, without question, dog. Always, man. Thank you, Miss Thelma. Hey, there's that book, y'all, for those that wanted the name of the book. The United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept, a textbook, workbook for thought, speech, interaction for victims of racism, white supremacy by N. Fuller Jr. and the ISIS Papers.
The ISIS Papers is pretty deep, man. I would definitely recommend that one.
Look at us out here, man.
If y'all got another book, try to get From Babylon to Timbuktu as well.
Ooh.
Dropping them bars out here, man. We love it. What's on your mind, bro? It's a lot of foolishness out there, man. You got something you want to?
Man, the conversation y'all started on got my heart pretty heavy because this is a systemic problem that we're seeing transcend nationally. You got the situation going on in Jackson with basically a city takeover, a downtown city takeover. Yep. You got the situation going on with Tennessee State. You got the situation going on with North Carolina A&T. It's almost like a concerted effort.
What's going on in North Carolina?
It's a lot. We'll get to it.
You remember they got to pay back some money because of their enrollment. And it was unfairly categorized for them to be put in that position where they would have to pay money back for they're basically being penalized for growth.
Yep.
Same thing that's going on with Tennessee State, and same thing that's basically going on with Jackson State. This is dare I say it,
whooping us for the longest, bro.
Yep. This is the Gentiles' last stand in order to continue to keep their power.
Time out. Because some of y'all gonna catch that later on when y'all go to bed. Who was that again, Shaq? Who was that?
I said this is the Gentiles' last stand. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna say, for y'all who understand that, if y'all read y'all Bible, y'all remember what the Bible said. The time of the Gentiles is over. So I hope y'all been reading, and I hope y'all realize what time we in.
That man, that top number in the corner finna start dropping that, dog.
Hey man, we keep it real out here, man. This is the thing. You can't.
I'm loving this tonight.
Go ahead, bro. We don't run every now and again. We got to get in that bag, man. Let folk remind folk, because when we tend to be quiet, people think we ain't on it. We ain't about that. We about that life now.
And look, and the same thing is going on in Atlanta right now.
Everything. When I saw what they were trying to do with the city of Buckhead, I said, "You got to be kidding me."
Buckhead.
Yeah, you got to come about your Bay Area bubble. There's a lot going on.
But you know what? I don't look at the news. I don't.
I do now.
Okay.
You have to watch the news. I did watch.
You know why you need to watch the news? Because you need to get out of your bubble.
Well, it's not
you gotta know what's going on, because what'll happen is that something around you will start happening, and you won't realize that it actually transpired in 13 other spaces, and you'll think it's unique to your area. And it's good to know what's happening, man. It is.
But what I'm saying is that even on the outside, I don't know exactly what stations to watch, because I'm tired of the MSP. It's like everything is just so depleting. So I need to tell me some black things to look at. I just don't look at it because I just continue to see the same stuff repetitively over and over again. So where
Yeah.
I'm at, never talk about Atlanta in my area, Ken. They never will.
Atlanta,
Yeah,
Atlanta.
for me, I'm in Atlanta, and listen, I get a breast of what's going on, but I'm like Rochelle, I can't sit here and listen to the Atlanta news because I can't. I got to guard my spirit. Y'all talking about guarding the yard? I got to guard my spirit, and all that mess that be
I
on the
don't blame you
news.
for that one.
It'll make me scared to go outside if I listen to it, and
Yes.
I didn't know the blood of Jesus was covering me.
Well,
So
see,
it's so I
That was a
got to
good one. I
chill a
like
little
that.
bit now. I got to get it. To you all's point, gentlemen, I do have to stay informed. Just don't be ignorant because that's no excuse for that. But I
Right.
can't sit there and listen to that mess because everybody that's doing something good ain't on the news. It's
Well, see, the thing about
only the mess that's on there.
the thing about Atlanta is there's a shift because you remember the transplant far outweigh the natives.
Oh yes.
And it's steadily growing. But the thing is, all these transplants, they're not just in Atlanta, they're all in metro Atlanta. So all the lines are being redrawn. And see, Buckhead is the epicenter. That's where all the money for the most part is. And what they're trying to do is take away that from the city of Atlanta.
I think I read where Buckhead was responsible for over 30% of the tax revenue for the city of Atlanta.
That's facts.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
but then you got people like Tyler Perry and people like that that's buying up stuff everywhere. They're saying we're gonna make sure that's not so. We're gonna make sure Buckhead ain't the only place where the money is. So they can try all day. They've been talking about that forever, guys. I'm a Georgia peach, okay? They've been talking about that forever, moving stuff and moving this and taking that. And every time they try, God wink from heaven. So it is gonna happen again. He gonna wink again. He gonna use somebody like Tyler Perry that got stupid stinking loan money. Like he said, while y'all building while y'all gonna try to sit at the table, I'm building my own table. And
that's what we trying to do.
invest money in areas where it say, okay, y'all think this place is poor? Let me post some money over here where it show it ain't.
You know what? Prime example. Because prime example to what we talked about earlier, Ken. I'm gonna use Tyler Perry for example.
Yeah.
Tyler Perry playing that came in, and I'm talking about right off of Campbellton, man. Right off of Campbellton Road by Greenbrier, or up from Greenbrier, where the studios was. But then he even got, so much land where the Tyler Perry studios are. I mean, in the heart of Atlanta.
Yep.
In the heart of Atlanta.
And Magic Johnson as well. Magic Johnson got land galore here. Movies, theaters, Starbucks, the whole 9 yards. And Shaquille O'Neal as well.
Where is Magic Johnson land at? Where is his land at? All in the SWATs, all by Greenbrier Mall. We used to have the Magic Johnson theaters over there. That's what I'm saying. It is all in a black. But here's the thing: Magic Johnson saw the value in black in the black area.
Yes.
Shaq did too.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Even Tyler Perry. But it go back to what I just said. But we don't want to invest in our own. But then, like you said, Tyler Perry is thriving, showing you a blueprint and doing it, but yet and still. And then they want to clown him for the moves that he's making, but yet and still. But we want to sit here and be like, oh, well, we're going to go over here and we want to be in Martha's Vineyard. Not this other kind of crap. It's like we want to, because guess what? That's an upgrade.
Correct.
It's looked at doing what Tyler Perry is doing as a downgrade. Why you want to be over there?
And
because anytime one of our own choose to invest in our own, I'm telling you that's a part of this whitewash society that people don't like for us to speak on. We get in trouble for speaking the truth. Is the fact that there is an element that it's a built-in. Whenever you do anything to promote us, it goes against the construct that we're a part of. The goal is you can thrive, but you have to thrive in the direction in which the world is built. The world is not built for black progression like that, where where black people progress as a collective unit.
It's prohibited.
It is. So there's so much resistance and it's so much bull junk that come at you for trying to elevate in this side, in this space, that you say, to hell with that. I don't have time. I'm tired of fighting. I'm just going to go on over here to the suburbs, man, because it's easier. The schools are better. You get what I'm saying? I'm just going to try to get me a bag and just go, away from the bull jump, and I understand that.
It's almost like you're fighting a constant current that is against you mobilizing and unifying.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. But somebody said in the chat, something seems to happen to our people once we become a part of the 1%. And to the person in the chat, you are correct. It does. And what happens is you start becoming a slave to the ideology behind keeping that money.
Yep.
And listen,
that's what happens.
Me and Ken talked about this, is that I think what hurt my heart the most is when us as a people, and this brought me to tears because me and Ken talked about this, that for Mr. Sanders to leave and go to the worst school there is, to see so many Black people saying he made it. He finally made it to the top. Like, he in the PWI, and that's great. And it was like I said, and what hurt my heart the most with that is that you left a school that lost one game and was a champion for a school that was 1-11. I wasn't looking at what the white people were saying, King. I was looking at what we were saying about ourselves. Yes. And how we felt he made it to the top because he got the worst school there is, but it ain't a Black school, so it's okay. Do you understand how deep that is ingrained in us, that if it's white is right?
You know what also he's saying but he's saying directly and indirectly that everything about the Jackson, there's a lot of things that I don't care what people are saying about Jackson. Deion Sanders is still telling you that Jackson is great.
Yep.
Because the things that he's doing, he's not going anywhere else to get the things that he's bringing to Colorado.
Correct.
You didn't go to Atlanta and fly in this celebrity shell. You may say, well, he built relationships in Jackson, so he's trying to bless those folks. That's
hold on. So did he just start making relationships in 2020?
I was just about to say that because I was gonna say he Deion Sanders. So surely there's relationships that could have been better. You get what I'm saying? So when you're talking about flying out, John Tierra for a recruiting event, great opportunity for for Johnny T's and to get that bag. I'm not posing the bag, but I'm just saying that ought to tell you that Johnny T's is we love us some Johnny T's because Johnny T's is the shit. You feel what I'm saying? You look at the band stuff because the band is the right? Yeah. And shout out to Dr. Litter for sending out that letter that basically broke it down saying, look, we had a conversation and they wanted to know how was Coach Prime as a coach. There ain't going to be no sharing of no music. There ain't going to be no sharing of no nothing. We ain't assisting them in nothing where we do. You don't have to worry about that. And that was my only thing when it comes to that. But not only that, but when you talk about everything that, if it's good for Colorado, that means it was good for Jackson. So somehow moving it to a different location makes it that much more greater. And now there's a built-in protective barrier for those that are coming saying, hey, we wanted you to stay. Because now, let me say it this way. A lot of white people ain't really got to say nothing because it's going to be the Black people that's going to come behind them and going to actually protect it because they're going to be the ones we're going to have to fight with. That's why every time you go watch one of these old slavery movies, it wasn't just the white dude that was on the horse. It was always this old joker that looked just like you.
Who that nigga on that name?
And deliver them to you. You get what I'm talking about?
On that name?
Yeah, let me say this, guys, regarding Jackson State. I was in a debate.
Okay.
Say debate.
Okay.
With a gentleman the other day that was, talking about Coach Prime and how he heard about Jackson State because of Coach Prime. I said, yeah, me too. But I said, let me tell you something. Let me tell you about Colorado. When the last time you heard somebody talk about Colorado? When Jesus was a baby? When was the last time somebody said something about Colorado before? before Deion went to coach Colorado.
Hey,
1-12 last year.
after you asked that question, you should have hit him with Coach Pryor. Hit him with, I got time today.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait. So he was trying to insinuate it was just Jackson State. I said, well, Colorado in the same shoes. When the last time they was on the football field? I forgot they had a team.
But you know what he gonna say? I'm gonna tell you what he gonna say. He's saying without you saying it. Colorado is a PWI, so Jackson State is underneath.
And they still suck. They are PWI that suck.
But
I know NFL teams that suck. And I hear what you're saying, though.
But they're gonna devalue us because it's
that's what he was trying to do, and I wouldn't let it happen. That's what he was trying to do. I wouldn't let it happen. I said, "Come on, brother. Look in the mirror. What skin color you have on? What skin color you wearing today?"
Oh, I'm in the middle, baby. I ain't light, ain't dark.
Not you, Zoe.
I call it butterscotch myself.
Not you, Zoe. I was telling him that.
I'm talking about me.
So he was trying to be he was trying to throw an uppercut. I said, "Boy, I catch every one you throw. Don't try that with me."
My whole thing was this. In my conclusion to the Deion Sanders thing was that, hey, listen, we wanted what he told us that he was there to do, because we really believe that truly our institutions deserve that, to be on that level. We've had conversations in regards to going up to the next level. Shaq's on here. We talked about the paradigm shift, and the irony of the conversation that we had, bro, is that now we're living what I guess this is our 1971, right? Where everything is being restored. It's being restored now. So not only is it that it ain't that Deion Sanders got promoted from a HBCU to a Power 5. It's the dialogue and the chatter surrounding it. It has made it convenient, because now there's it's the conversation that somehow he was right. I'm trying to see how to put it, bro. It's really the conversation behind him going. It's not just he went and got a promotion and he's on to the next level. I think a lot of people would have been satisfied had he stayed a little longer, maybe one other year, and then kind of went, because we could have probably seen some things that are a little bit more sustainable. That's really what we wanted. We wanted sustainability. We wanted to see some things be able to carry us on. Because one of the things that they mentioned when they talk about him here, those SWAC championships were there. We didn't win a Celebration Bowl. We didn't beat a Power 5 school or FBS program. We didn't secure any type of a contract. We did get a field. We did get some upgraded facilities that expedited that was going to be in the play. He put his touches on them and whatnot. But outside of that, it's like we were looking for bigger and greater things that I think Colorado has secured themselves to try to put in place so they can garner that. You know what I mean? They already had the infrastructure, and now all they needed was his influence and his expertise and all the stuff that's coming behind it. So I think for us, it just feels like, I'm going to give y'all a scenario, and y'all got to feel me on this. We see this in a lot of times on a lot of things, man, where we see this man talk to this female, and he tell this female all these swooning and swelling words and how he make all these promises, and they're going to go build this house together, and they're going to go have this great life. And right as things was on track, he choose to go and leave and go be somewhere else. And the new person that he go be with get everything that he told the previous person. So in a sense, a lot of people felt like that, which is why the emotions came. Okay, that's not where we are. That was December. It's March now. So what has transpired is that we accepted it. So the chick that got lied to and said that she was going to be in the big house with the man has moved on and said, you know what? I'm going to go hit the gym like Shaq. I'm down 32 pounds. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to go buy some new clothes and I'm going to get focused on what I'm doing. I met a new man and we good. But now what's transpiring is every time that this new, the woman feels like she ready to be stable, she get a text message or inbox, and that inbox and that text message and that little bit of chatter It's just enough to keep you off balance and to disrupt your harmony and your, I guess you could say, the healing process. And that's a lot of what is transpiring without necessarily just putting it in an example form. So now, once again, we have to guard the yard against people who want to bring up the original conversation when all we were really talking about was Neely going out there on HBCU game day saying why he had access. How in the hell does a conversation between Neely and Tolly Card lead to us having to talk about Deion Sanders again? Oh, my bad. A day later, Deion Sanders gets to talking about, he dropped a video with him talking about the band and stuff. So now all of this stuff is just like, it has dominated the airwaves all over again because that's the type of guy he is. He's a lightning rod. He attracts attention. So now we got to go and run through everything all over again. And that's the exhausting part about all of this. So anywho, hope that makes sense for those that pretend to not understand why we get so frustrated and why we say what we say. Because we weren't talking like this, though. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna tell you I'm finna roll, dog.
You got it, brother. We 2 hours in.
I get with y'all Friday.
All right, ladies on.
All right, brother. So you say that's going on both ways. No, it's not going on both ways. We ain't talking until the both ways is when we respond.
But what's the first rule of media training that we are taught?
Yep, it is marketing, Willie. You were absolutely right. Well, go ahead, bro. What'd you say?
I said, what's the first rule of media training that we're taught? It don't matter if it's good media or bad media.
Facts.
And that's what Deion loves. We gotta understand that. As long as his name is in the airwaves, he getting paid. Yeah, he getting paid. Regardless if it's going to be a negative discussion or a positive discussion. The point is they talking about him.
Yep. Well, that's the same thing that HBCU Game Day has built their Tolly and Neely show, because it's like, you know what? Yeah, y'all can fuss about it, but y'all still gonna watch it, and the views are gonna be high, and we're gonna make a lot of money. So the joke's on y'all who watch that instead of us who's actually creating it. I saw somebody say today, well, because I know the founder of HBCU Game Day, I guess he came out of his hole and started talking. He even jumped in my inbox. I didn't respond because I almost flamed him, and I didn't want to get nasty with the brother and said some, but Zoe and I was on the phone when I saw it. Zoe was like, no, don't say nothing. So I left it at that. But my words have been very, 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 it's documented where I stand on that. So I don't have no beef with nobody. I just love Jackson State, and we're going to guard the yard. So I said a friend of my enemy is also my enemy. So that's how I look at that. But when you talk about it, the statement was, well, we're writing about all this other stuff, but nobody's paying attention to it. Nobody's reading it. Nobody's watching it. So when we make this stuff over here, everybody runs to this content. So you guys tell us what to do. And they say, well, it's really on the people that consume it and not the people that's doing it. And I said, no, I disagree. I think there's a duality of responsibility that goes into that. You know what I mean? So they're going to do what they're going to do. It's capitalism, bro. They got a business. They got a media company. They got to feed. They got to pay their bills, bro. So I understand that. Just say that's what it is and let it be what it is. And my thing is this right here. If I got a problem with it, I don't have to watch it. And that's what I chose to do. I don't have any intentions on watching that stuff.
Yeah, I received a video that I wasn't watching. I was like, I'm telling people, don't send me no more videos. I can't take it. Please don't send me no videos. If I want to see a video, YouTube is here. Please don't stop it. But I saw a video where Neely was discussing with the HBCU guy. Please forgive me. I don't remember his name. The HBCU guy. Just him. Yeah. About he wanted to cover some stuff for Jackson State, but he no longer had access. And it was like, well, why don't he have access? What's the problem? I said, I don't really know, because the video was very short, and I hate to try to give an opinion on a 2-minute video. And I think they talked for 30 minutes or so. Mm-hmm. But I will say this just in general. I have worked for the same company almost 30 years. And every time I go to a different department of the same company, I lose my access from the previous job.
Ooh.
Okay. And that was my answer. You know,
with it tonight.
And I'm like, I don't get upset. I don't get mad. It's immediately chopped. And I gave my access with my new position. Same company. So it ain't like they don't trust me or nothing because I'm still there. But I lose my access. So I said, I don't understand why he was shocked, if he was acting like he was shocked that he lost it. But I don't know what went on.
Well, I don't
didn't
think
watch
that
the whole video.
I don't think that sitting in another institution's facility with their uniform on or their attire representing a platform that starts with "the," when we all know that "the" has always been referenced of Jackson State. So when you do that and you build your platform on the backs of the people that support you in everything you was doing, and then right in their own face you change the colors of the platform and you could keep the name, and now you're in the it's like we don't have the right to be emotional about that. Y'all do know that it's okay for people to be hurt that Deion Sanders.
Absolutely.
Like, so what we're gonna do is we just gonna rub it in your face. So it's not that people don't. My thing, I'm gonna say this again for those that don't. Maybe you didn't hear it when I said it. I said that if I was in the same situation and I had access to Deion Sanders every day, and I was fortunate enough to be in the position that Neely was in, what I personally would have done is that I would not have changed the pregame show. I would have created a new platform. I would have created the pre-gaming with the buffs. And I would have talked to, let me tell y'all what I would have did. I would have made a video with my 50,000 subscribers. And I would have said, hey, Tiger Nation, this your man, Ken Clark. Got a phenomenal opportunity that was afforded to me to be able to go over here to Colorado and work with Coach Prime. But guess what, y'all? The pregame show ain't going nowhere. We still going to be chronicling Jackson State. Now, the content might change a little bit because we know it's a different coach. He might not want the same thing. But this is what I need y'all to do for me. I need all of y'all to go over to this new channel, and I need you to subscribe, because if you do want to follow Coach Prime, and when I'm out there, I'm going to drop some content. So if you want to see that new content, you got to go over there and subscribe. And I could have put that motherfucker black, gold, white. I'd had a buff, all kind of shit over there. And my first video would have been exactly when I walked in there. I'm not going to sacrifice my relationships in Jackson at the university, those that I grew up with, love and respect in this in this HBCU Jackson State space, all for the sake of a little money. I'm not going to do that because the relationship capital is more valuable to me than money. You get what I'm talking about? It's certain things you can get with relationship that you can't get with money. I seen a lot of dudes with money sit out, can't get in the building and that. And you got a joker that ain't got nothing, but he know the joker that own that he in there. You see what I'm saying? So that's just one perspective. That's what I would have done. But when you mix it up now, because the other part that was a part of that conversation was there was another party that got affected by that. That was Chuck Bishop, good brother. Got to remember respect for Chuck. It's my guy. But the reality of the matter is that decision also affected him because the pregame show no longer has access. Yeah. And you got access. Why?
He was collateral damage.
He was.
Yeah.
But he was also, again, if there's things, if you got someone now, granted, he didn't go out there. Chuck Bishop didn't go out there and say what Neely was saying. He didn't go out there and sit on the high hill and look down at the university like, what y'all gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I understand the position. A lot of people didn't like it, whether they felt it was true or not, or right or not. It's just certain things you could do that you don't necessarily have to do. So when you create that type of a divisive, when you have divisive rhetoric, don't be shocked when you create a divide. You get what I'm saying? The basis of your words were divisive to begin with. And to sit up there, he was too damn intelligent. You too intelligent to not know that what you said and did was going to create the effect that it did. So stop acting. That's all I said. Stop acting like you don't know why. You come from this place, so you know how we get down. And yet you choose to do something that led to what has transpired. So it is what it is. You know, you elevated. The show don't stop. You've grown your platform. You're doing what you do. Wish you the best. Go ahead.
So check this out, everybody. We have 575 people on this.
You was fanning to do all that just to make that announcement.
Listen, go ahead. My bad. Listen, I just put something in the chat about retool your school. Jackson State is run. We were in the lead, but now we're behind. And what this is that Home Depot has a thing that for your school can get some of these coins up to $2 million. I believe that's what it is. I dropped the link. I'm going to drop it again.
$150,000. Who you calling a hypocrite, Hutch?
Please be so kind to vote.
That ain't how you spell that ain't how you spell hypocrite either.
I can't with you. Listen.
No, because again, hold on, pause on that. If we get it all that retool your school, we got another. So it said the same HBCU people criticized Neely for HBCU are still covering Prime for views too, but they mask it as if they holding Dion accountable.
Go ahead on, Ken.
So again, that shit ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
It's really dumb, but go ahead on.
Nothing to do with what we talking about. You see how people, they add things to the conversation shack that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Other people covering Prime is totally irrelevant to what happened with Neely. It's because this is what you say. People are not criticizing Neely for covering Prime.
Public service announcement, Mr. Hutch. Now, if you'd like to come up and have an honest conversation, we'll bring you up. But we just want you to be able to listen, because I don't think you're trying to listen. You just want to think you're right. Again, this has nothing to do with Neely, and you don't understand. You don't understand context.
But when we spoke about that, it was a very specific thing. We speak English over here, brother or sister or whoever the hell you are. We speak English. And we said exactly what the issue was and why there was an issue, why there was a problem. And the only thing that we talked about was, why are you acting as if you don't know that you don't have access? Jackson State didn't say Jack Diddley. Jackson State was not a part of that conversation. He was, and Tyler Carr was, right? And the only reason we even mentioned it because he addressed, hey, why haven't you interviewed the 1400 Club? But again, here we go. We make up false realities and start saying that. And furthermore, by definition, a hypocrite is someone that judged from below. Look it up if you don't believe me.
And also, you said the same HBCU people who criticize Neely. Well, we're one of the people who criticize Neely. We're not those people. We don't cover Prime for views because we could care less. If you notice, the only time
we weren't even talking about it.
The only time we talk about Deion Sanders is when we don't go talk about Deion in Colorado. No, it's not about every 3 weeks. We are in Deion Sanders' mouth. Jackson State.
We just respond. It's a response.
We respond. We don't talk. We don't care. So it's always y'all.
And that's what I'm saying. Like if Hutch is following what we do, we're not talking about it. It's not. And I mean, maybe he's talking about them. I don't think he's talking about us. Like I said, but you own this show. Hold on. Do what?
Come on up. Now, don't be talking crazy. If you gonna come on up. But we don't do profanity up in here. If you go come on. Hutch, I don't see you talking no more.
Leave it alone, sure.
I have a problem with people who text stuff and don't come up. That's the one thing I hate about social media. It gives you a chance to act a fool, but then when someone asks you to talk, you don't talk.
That ain't. I ain't Hutch.
Oh, I know you're not Hutch. I'm like,
okay.
And again, and this is another thing. Like New Legacy, yeah, that's true. That's a great point. Like I covered that when we talked about it. I said Neely's an alum. He always will be. I ain't got no issue with that. I just covered the part about. I covered two things. Number one, why he didn't have access, and number two, he talked about Chuck Bishop. And I was like, why are they talking about Chuck Bishop as if he's not a part of the pregame show? And the other thing was that you lost access because, again, you know, you can say the administration, but no, it was because of, you know, the way you went out on the front lines and did what you did. You pissed you like, again, you can't talk about the situation and leave out all the damn details of how we got to where we are. And that's what people like to do. They like to only talk about exactly what it is that they think. They don't want to deal with the facts. So it's like facts are like.
Go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. It's like the facts don't matter. And that's all I was saying.
It don't matter, Ken.
Ken, but you're right. The facts don't matter because the goalpost is going to continue to get moved.
And that's why we call. Go ahead, Michelle.
They're playing whack-a-mole. Every time we say something, they keep moving it because facts does not matter. Like, for instance, they don't even understand. Like, majority of people who are supporting it, don't like. And the thing that you said was so relevant. It was THEEV game show. So that whole thing that he did was built on the back of Jackson State.
Okay, and so let me right there, Rochelle, right there. When you said the THEE, y'all help me understand. I'm learning. When you said the THEE, that is a acronym for Jackson State University.
Well, yes, it's correct. So let me break that down to you.
Okay, please.
So we have a school song, Jackson Fair.
Okay.
And in the song, thee I love my dear old college home. Thee I love wherever I may roam. Jackson Fair, Jackson dear. So as a result of that, when we started referring to Jackson State, it was basically the I love. We took the I love from the school song. So when you see the I love or the, it was always referenced in our community. This referenced that. That's why it was not the pregame show. It was the pregame show. Now, granted, again, I understood why he did what he did. I don't have an issue with a man taking his business and doing what he chooses to do what's best for him. What I said was there is a cause and an effect to everything you do. Yep. If you choose to make that decision, which you have the right to do that, it is his. And the other part of the conversation, and I know we're talking about the other part of the conversation is it gave birth to the fact that we didn't have shit when they walked out the door. So he owns the pregame show. That's his. That's not the university. It's not nobody else's. He do with that what he want to do with it. So if he want to change the colors to purple and fuchsia, he could do that. Now, just understand that your subscribers and the people that support the platform was Jackson State centric. Maybe we can say, let's throw a random number out there. 70% were Jackson State alums, and the other 30 were just people that wanted to see Deion Sanders. Okay. Everybody knows it's a built-in thing. But what people try to do is we get sick of people who don't come from the Jackson State culture trying to have an opinion that doesn't, when you try to have an opinion about this and you have no emotional ties to the thing that we're talking about, you like to omit the thing that makes it what it is.
Correct. That's
why it takes someone that's a part of this, that's in this, that can explain it and say, this is why. Because guess what, Lexus? Nobody from the school nobody publicly said anything. They just didn't allow them to have access. They said what they had to say. No, we're done. We're done with that. And they moved on. We're not making no announcement. He made the announcement. So nobody really knew. So what he was doing was, I'm assuming he was addressing his subscribers that were saying, hey, why aren't you really covering Jackson State? So they felt compelled to go out there and utilize those questions to create a show that's probably got several thousand views now because everybody's watching it. And that video is going to make a lot of money for both of them because people are going to run to it and look at it. And they knew that already. So when he changed the colors, a lot of people had an issue with it. A lot of people
That
felt
was
like, listen to this. Is it criminal for us? Here we go again. I got to break this down this way. Why is it so damn hard for people to realize that we felt like if we supported you, bro? This is a former politician. We supported you. You were for us. We gave you support because you gave us eyes inside the building. We got something. This is ours. Although it belongs to you, we feel like we're a part of this because we have paid into this. We gave our time. We gave our attention. We gave our emotions. We gave you our support. And the first chance you got, you changed the colors on us, bro.
That was it for me.
You can't just go to Jackson State and make our colors black and gold. Whoa. Are we blue and white? You're gonna get fought. And guess what? Somebody that don't give a shit about Jackson State to say, well, it's just colors. Well, black and gold looks nice. I think black and gold would look nice on Jackson State. Let's make some JSU merch that say black and gold. And people are like, man, you better get the hell. We fight about the red. You don't know about this, Lexus, but we've been fighting over that red in the uniform for forever and a day because they like, we blue and white. We no goddamn red. But W.C. Gordon put the red in there and created a damn shitstorm. And it's always been that way. But W.C. Gordon won. I'm telling y'all some history now. So when you go change the colors just because it belongs to you, we understand that. But there's people that feel like, no, the pregame show is ours too. This was supposed to be for us. And now you take it to Boulder. They already got some shit over there. Like this supposed to be for us. So all I said was, as also a businessman, out of respect for the people that I come from and that I'm a part of and that I love and that love me, I'm gonna leave that alone and create something else.
Gotcha.
That's what I would have done.
No.
That's just me though. But if you carry this thing like I don't give a damn, well, don't give a damn about the reactions. Which you said anyway. But you're lying because you're talking about it. Because people that don't really give a damn don't talk about it. If I
can see the hurt. I can see the hurt. Oh, he gave a damn. He gave a damn.
Hey Ken, you know what's really disturbing about all of this is that a man knows when he's in the wrong.
It's called a conscience.
It is.
Actually,
you can't. Anybody in their right mind knows that you can't. You just can't go and cheat on your main wife and with your mistress and then come home.
You say main wife? Hold on.
Your wife.
Let's move on.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all know exactly what I'm saying. I mean that's a conscious thing, and we have to acknowledge that right now. That's just. You know what you did. You know you was in the wrong.
Man,
we have to if a man is not willing to acknowledge that he was in the wrong, then guess what? That ain't the man for you anyway.
I'm gonna get the hell away from him.
The problem was, and someone said, is that he was promised them both because they still wanted access to Jackson State. But Lexus, for me, honestly, THEE, everything is T.
Oh, that's my girl, bro. Hey, sis, how you doing? Go ahead.
So when he did what he did, reference, when I saw it turn black and gold, I unsubscribed. I was like, no, the hell he didn't. I Love is a Jackson State thing. So for me, when he did that, I unsubscribed.
It's like you can't take no damn the. Man, that's like trying to add thee to the damn Colorado school song, man. That's our shit. That's what people saying. That's our stuff. Y'all already took from us.
So the person that had the Southern was just having a stupid moment then.
Yes.
The who?
The Southern.
Well, people try to do that, but you ask anybody in the HBCU community who is they know D is Jackson State. They know that.
I got you now. I'm with it. I
mean, there's other slogans that says "Hail to Thee" and "Thee I Love," and you know what I'm saying? Like we know that. There's a The Ohio State. We understand that. You know what I'm saying? So, but when we talk about ours, we talking about "The I Love" and that's what that was about. The pregame
and
show.
He know it too.
And listen to this. Can I ask y'all a question that ain't nobody talking about? Does buffaloes have tiger claws?
You're right. And D I Love is tiger claws. Right.
Because the damn B pregame show has tiger claws going. whatever the damn, the little the roar.
You're right, Ken. You're right. You're
right through the middle of the damn B pregame
right
show. Now I ain't seen it in a while, so because I don't watch it, but maybe he done took the stripes. They still got the tiger claws.
It's the exact same thing, but it's black and gold now.
I guess the buffalo done got some nails or something.
So who is the guy you are talking about that worked with Neely? I've never seen nobody on that.
It's a trans buffalo. God dang, man.
I haven't used Alexis. He's somewhere down.
Wait a minute. What'd you say? Who you talking? Hold on. Let me stop. Pause. All's English. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I want to hear from you. How you doing? I appreciate the support. Come on. Okay, say the cloud. See, the clouds are gone. Okay, my bad. I ain't
man. I'm still tripping on trans buffalo, bro.
How you doing, sis? What's on your mind?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? I'm doing all right.
Oh man, we good. These people think we sick. We okay. We gonna talk about that foolishness though, but we good.
I get it, y'all. I'm over here creating a quiz, and y'all didn't pull me out of exam mode. And I said, let me get on here for a minute. I'm over here creating this torturous exam tomorrow for these students, and I said, let me pull out for a second and see what's going on over here. Oh man, it's been a minute, but I've been watching you guys and paying attention and everything. I think it was the hypocrite being spelled wrong. That's the English professor.
Yeah, hypocrite. It was a hypocrite.
Right. It was a trigger. It was a trigger.
Yeah.
So let me get in here. Okay. So interesting conversation in regards to the media thing altogether. Like, and I told you I'm not social media person, but with my job, it goes along with me having to be familiar with what's going on. I would say that. But I think I had this. I watched what happened, and I watched some of the people's interviews and commentary on, and I do things loosely, but about the situation with Neely. And we already know I'm not a Jacksonian, but I am an HBCU person. So
we love you, sis.
Right. I think that some people don't understand. No, you know what, Ken? You said something very profound earlier. Let me take a step back. You made a statement saying people not that they don't understand, but that basically people aren't really just trying to hear what's being said. Because there's a difference between continuing to say, people don't understand this, people don't understand that. Some people get it. Some people hear it. Some people process it. They just have an option to, oppose or not listen, as Miss Rochelle so eloquently put as well. We're not listening to each other. We're not always, respecting what each other have to say. And I think that takes us to a whole nother place when you're trying to have forward movement. And the trigger for me when and again, I don't know if he was saying that there are hypocrites, or if he was trying to address like what you guys were speaking about as being hypocritical. That part I don't know, so I'm not gonna.
He was saying that there are the hypocrites are the people that complain about Neely covering Prime, yet they are still covering Prime and disguising it as accountability.
Okay,
that's what he said, which is a moot point because it has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. It's an absolute swing and miss.
I agree that. That statement in line with what we're talking about in regards to, Neely and what his expectations were. But first of all, you're right. You can't take everything that built up your platform, even if you are an alumni, even if you are, cut from that cloth. You can't take that, travel across the country and, try to rebrand it and think that the people that you took it from are going to be okay with that. Like we don't process like that. We're very protective of of what we have because there's so much of what we do that's already being replicated out there. So you can expect for us to travel and be okay, or expect for him to travel and be okay with that particular situation. And so I actually I saw a couple of episodes where not watching it, but just like the whole, like you said, the pre-game and how all that was colored and how they had the claws and everything. And I'm not trying to trigger Ken to get back out here talking about
oh no, I'm good.
Buffaloes and stuff.
Because I didn't know what it looked like. I don't look at it. Go ahead.
I was wondering how that was going to play out, because even for myself, I kind of had an issue with it. Like, how is this going to play out? Because if it was me and I went to Jackson State and I saw that, even if he was an alumni, I would have an issue with seeing that being replicated there.
It's a very simple thing.
That doesn't make Jackson State, the alumni, and everyone who is supporting Jackson State, that doesn't make them haters. That doesn't make them have any type of personal issue, even, per se with Neely himself. It's how you do your business. We're getting to the point of how are you going to handle that situation? And I agree with you, Ken. There are a lot of options that he had, but I also have to believe if you're moving in a pack of people like that, that idea had to have floated around some way, shape, or form. We all have choices.
You cooking now?
Believe, huh?
Come on.
I can't. I just, you can't convince me. You cannot convince me that if you are, you are a masterful at what you do. So I'm not going to discredit you on anything or any of your ideas at all. But I just have a hard time believing that it didn't cross his mind, because you have a lot of people out here that got 3 or 4 platforms, pulling off of different ideas. I just have a hard time believing that wasn't either brought to his attention or it didn't cross his mind. I just think he tried it. Let's just be honest.
I am so happy you said that.
You are on it, Queen.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm happy you said that. Because every time I have thought about that, and I want you to pick up, I want you to pause right there and pick 2 things. First of all, Salim Jackson, Chuck was the actual originator of Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club with Corey. I just wanted to put that in there as well. So just so y'all know that Chuck and Corey started Tiger Talk, and then Neely joined, and then Neely left with Chuck, and Corey was by himself, and then I joined Corey.
Wow.
Really? Okay.
It said you gotta know your history. That's why I said if I speak on something pertaining to this right here, I got a little bit more insight on it, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. I just leave that completely alone, because trust me, I can go down a rabbit hole with that, and I just want to address that. So yeah,
let me just say this.
We still got Shaq.
Let me just say this. All facts.
All facts.
No, I'm just gonna say all facts. All facts. What he just said is all facts.
Now, I want to say this. When I thought about what I did say, the part that I did leave out was I said that I would go to Dion and say, Coach, I love you, bro. Thank you. I'm going, but please let me do this way. Mm-hmm. Because I do feel like maybe there was I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but for those that tell me about those that know him, they don't feel like that went that way, because I don't really know Neely like that. I just know of him. I met him through Tiger Talk, and we established somewhat of a association. We're not really friends, and we're not enemies either. So, but I'm a straight shooter, and I'm not for the bull junk, and I'm not even trashing the dude. I'm just saying his opportunity was a perfect place, perfect time, perfect scenario. Connect. I even know how I know how it all came about. I'll never put that out there because it ain't for me to tell. Mm-hmm. And it was organic. It was organic. For those that don't know, his relationship with Coach Prime was an organic built relationship. Okay. And he was able to be in a position that many of us probably would have absolutely taken the same thing, but most of us wouldn't have been available to be there every day because we had jobs and we had families and situations that wouldn't have allowed us. So he was the perfect person for this. You follow what I'm saying? And then to your point, maybe he did throw an ideal around, and maybe it was decided that, hey, maybe we're going to do it this way. He said, all right, cool, no problem, but keep going. So I did think about that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a I'm a realist too. I just have a hard, and again, I don't know the man. I never met him, probably never will. So I don't have anything personal against him, but just from the outside looking in, I just have a hard time believing that, oh, all these different options did not come to the table one way, shape, or form, regardless of whose idea it was. I just don't think that you were breaking the mold when you were saying that it could have been done this way. And then there's probably 10 other ways that it could have been done. But at the core of it,
Money.
especially for me and you guys, and understanding how protective we are of the brand of HBCUs, it would almost be against the law for us not to embrace the fact that someone being, the definition of elevated, I think, has become very subjective, and I'm an objective person because that's my training, so I'm not going to get into that word, but changing their trajectory is what I'm going to say, okay? Doesn't necessarily mean that we're not still going to be protective of what is ours. And I repeat, there's so much of what is ours that's already being replicated and presented in different fashions in a way that doesn't even benefit us. It benefits other people. And that is what becomes, I guess you would say, hurtful. That's what we take to heart. No one's even saying that they got a personal vendetta against him, from what I understand and from what I'm seeing. It's just the way that things are being done. I think that's been kind of the theme in a lot of things that's being said about this situation. The way that things are being done. And nobody's saying that somebody has to do things a certain way or not. But if you make a decision, because we have choices.
Yes.
Choices have consequences.
Yes.
You cannot be upset with people who respond and you don't like the consequences of the choices that you had to make. You got to have one. You can't have one without the other. So none of us can tell the next person what to do or what not to do.
Facts.
But in that same light, you have to be responsible for the consequences of what it is that you choose to do, because we all have choices. Everything that we've discussed in this whole process and that I've watched and that you guys have talked about have been choices, not anything that was forced, not anything that, didn't have options. But behind all of that, there are going to be consequences. And I agree with you, Ken. A lot of this has been reactionary. It isn't, it's a situation where, and again, I watched it and I've kind of stayed in a certain box as far as my commentary is concerned. But when I'm looking at the picture as a whole, I think that it's important for people to understand nobody's trying to tell somebody what to do or what not to do or who's wrong and who's right. It's just a matter of, if I make a choice. I'm grown. When there are consequences for my choice, I am going to have to deal with those consequences the same way that I stepped up and made that choice. And I can't sit here and criticize. I can't sit here and try to, badger people because the consequences of their choices don't feel good to them.
Come on.
Yeah, and I want to say to this, for people that may say that Neely made whatever choices based on what she's saying that he made because he was somehow coerced by Coach Prime. I'm going to respond to that by saying what my dad said to me one time when I did somebody had no business. He said, I want you to tell me why you did it. But before you do, if you tell me you did it just because you wanted to do it, I'm going to punish you. But if you tell me that you did it because somebody told you to do it, I'm going to kill you.
Damn, I didn't think that was going that way, but go ahead.
Right.
In other words, make up your own grown mind. Don't ever be telling me that you did something because you know better. So don't ever tell me you did something because Ken told me to do it.
Yep.
Well, I really think that if just based off what I know, I think it was money. It was money and opportunity. It was also a little bit of arrogance. It was a little bit of I don't give a damn. It's mine. I do what I want to do with it. It was that.
And Neely is a very intelligent man. I watched
Yeah,
several of his
absolutely,
videos.
he is one of the
He
greatest.
got some sense.
He's a great orator. You know what I mean? He actually.
Come on now. Person. He
So
know what he's
so
doing.
yeah, that part of it is not the thing. Nobody's trashing it. Nobody's saying that he. Let me say this too. The decision is actually going to be it's a very lucrative decision for him. I think based off to your point, Oz, is what makes. I mean, let me add this aspect to it. Going the route that I said that I would go would have cost you some money. It would have cost you some momentum because it does require you got to do a lot of stuff to get a YouTube channel to monetize.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's a big gap that would have transpired between not covering that content on the same platform with the same amount of eyes, because in simplicity is one. I only have to manage this one thing, and I can grow it and just continue to build on whatever that looked like for them. I don't know what that was. Maybe there was some sponsorship stuff that was tied to it. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of business that comes to that. And then maybe it wasn't all just a Neely decision. Maybe there's some people that was invested in the platform and his hands were tied. I have considered all of that. Mm-hmm. But again, the reality of the matter is when you're protecting relationships, it may cost you a little money. Mm-hmm. But most capitalists don't give a shit about relationships. It's about the bottom line. And I also understand that too. So that's why I said I'm not discussing his platform. Right. I'm okay with that. Yeah. My thing was, let me look you in your eyes and you tell me that you don't really know why you lost access.
And he lied. That part.
That was my whole thing. Like,
yeah, that's the thing.
Like, it was more of a come on, bro.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that I've been observing about a lot of people in their commentary with just all things that are kind of related from the nucleus of this whole situation is, a lot of people are deflecting away from, like you said, there's specific questions that can be asked and you can get a very specific answer. Now, whether or not you believe that answer or whether or not you accept that answer, that's on you. But a lot of people aren't able to sit in a room or on a chat or whatever you want to call it and agree to disagree at times. We're not robots. Nobody's saying we all have to think this way. Right. And so I think that that's a lot of what I've observed happens in a lot of these situations is when comments get to rolling and everyone has an opinion and that's fine. Like you're welcoming people to have their opinions, but at the same time, you can't really discredit the bottom line of it. And nobody's trying to attack his character. I don't see where you guys have tried to attack Dion, where you guys have tried to really attack anyone for that matter.
But people can perceive it to be that because
they perceive it, right? Yeah. But realistically, this isn't a matter of saying that, oh, I don't like him because he left. No one said I don't like him because he left. From what I've heard, from what I've seen. Now, I don't know everyone on this planet, so I'm not going to speak for everyone. But you have a lot of people that are looking into it because they're overlooking the fact that you have a right to feel how you want to feel about something that happened that directly affects you. And people are like denying the ability to do that. And that's something that I witnessed, firsthand. And I told you guys when we went to the Celebration Bowl, my brother, God bless him, I don't know, I think he had a couple beers, I don't know, but we were in the elevator and he asked two people, and it was fresh, and they just lost the bowl, and we were rooting for him too. And he asked two women, and I was just standing there watching. We were in the elevator going back to the car in the parking lot, and he asked them, he said, well, how do you feel about Coach Prime leaving? And my eyes got big. I'm like, really? That's what we're doing? And so they were classy about it, but he knew to back off too at the same time. And the bottom line is, at that point, he was welcoming a conversation. He wasn't trying to be condescending either, but you could just tell it was fresh. and they were processing, and everybody had a right to do that. You know, everybody had a right to process how they felt was going to benefit them being able to move forward. But then, you know, when people are like, oh, you guys are still talking about this, that, and other, you guys aren't even really bringing it up. It's just that so much goes out into this atmosphere. At some point, you're like, okay, this is my brand. I'm going to protect that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Rochelle.
Hey,
can I ask Cornelius a question?
I'm finna get to that.
Cornelius Taylor, let me ask you this question. Do you know any? Now this, I'm all serious because I'm respecting what you say. But my question to you is that, do you know? Did you just become anything with Jackson State because of Deion Sanders? That's my first question to you. Would you like to answer that, please, sir?
Ouch.
I'm not, because he's saying some stuff, and I just want you to
like this statement here. He said he actually gained with Coach Prime, which added to JSU.
It didn't. Well, let me ask you this question.
It brought eyes. He did no subtracting. I'm just saying, the more cameras, the more eyes watching. Like, again, this is the thing that we waste so much time because we have to deal with points that are not relevant to the dialogue that we're having.
We're talking about.
Nobody said.
No one is saying that there weren't eyes. Can I ask y'all a question? If Deion Sanders became the head coach of Arkansas, we would have probably watched it, but I don't think many people would have been attracted to it the way emotionally. It would have just been, oh shit, Deion Sanders is the head coach. Let's check this out. The thing that drew in a lot of people that people keep missing is the fact that he went to an HBCU.
Yeah.
Whether you want to accept that or not, the attraction was the fact of where he went to. Because I'm telling you, Deion Sanders at a Power 5 school is aligned with this construct that's already in place. He went against the grain going to an HBCU, which made everybody look and say, oh, shit. It made the average person that don't pay attention talk about it because it was crazy major news. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is that, yes, him giving Neely access to him inside the house did give extra eyes, because what was happening, sir, is that the people in the house were not putting that content on the platform, which is the university.
Right.
They were building their personal platforms up at the university because they were close to the man that we were really interested in. We really were interested in Deion Sanders because, hell, I watched everything that came out too. I couldn't get enough of it myself. But to your point,
say something to you, sir. The worst thing that could make, just because maybe I don't know if you're from Jackson State, so you don't have it in your DNA like I do. I didn't have a problem with him when he first followed Jackson.
We got a lot of shit we got to address because I'm keep going.
See, it is all about y'all all about. That's the problem. That y'all sell y'all soul for the coins, and that's the
no. Again, we said that this was all right. Can we agree? This was a lucrative decision.
We ain't right,
but that's not the argument. The argument: no one said he was going to lose money. No one said he was going to lose anything except the relationship side and access.
Mr. Jackson,
so what did he lose?
Hold on.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Can you buy the access with the money that you made? You can't, because access has to be granted. What is access? Access is a relationship, my brother. So don't make a video talking about access when you were the one that sabotaged the relationship. That's all we're saying. And no one, you people have yet to go ahead, Rochelle. We talking over each other.
Y'all don't want to understand it is, and this is my whole thing, is that you want to talk about Jackson State and the relationship you want with Jackson State, but you are in fucking black, and I don't even curse. You are in black and gold in a CU background, but you want to have the nerve to talk about my school, and you graduated from Jackson State, and it's called the pregame show. Your whole thing was based for Jackson State. So don't come for me for that. And y'all don't want to know because you all about, it's about his money. So that's the thing. He chose the money. We ain't got nothing wrong with that. But Jackson State has the right to say, you don't have access to know. You rolling around here in black and gold. You ain't rolling around here in blue and white. So why y'all got y'all panties in a ruffle? Because we choose to say that's the choice you made. It's a consequence. The relationship has been broken because you chose to do everything in Colorado.
Okay, well, I have a question.
So stay in Colorado and just leave us the hell alone. Don't bitch and complain about you don't have access anymore when you the one broke it. Y'all tripping and y'all because you don't understand us.
He agreed.
You don't have to understand us.
Go ahead. Like, come on.
Okay, so my question is, in how many situations do you have where people have that close of a relationship? Like you said, he built an authentic relationship with Dion, right? And that's what led to him blowing up as far as his social media is concerned, correct?
Yep.
So how many situations do we see where a relationship is built basically from the inside, right? Out, not like just a media press pass where you're passing through these different, these different bowls, these different games, but a relationship from the inside out where you get to keep the main person that you built the relationship with from the inside exits, and you still have that access there, and that person is no longer there. Like, let's look at this realistically. How often does that happen? Because again, we're not talking about, college game day. We're not talking, you know what I mean? Like, we're not talking about media outlets and, press that is not, personally, and I'm not saying Dion didn't have connections with these people, but you get what I'm saying. That is not building an inside relationship where they have full on, because he had access. When I say access, that was access. Like, where do you see that continuing where you get to remain accessible in that manner on that level, and also have access to the person that you built the relationship that kind of brought things up for you? You get to go over here and do that. So I'm gonna be over here for 2 weeks, and I'm gonna have full access with this person that I built this relationship with, and then I'm gonna fly back down to where I built the relationship.
Conflict of interest.
Because it is a conflict of interest. Thank you. I don't see where that makes sense. And nobody again is saying the truth. He tried it and it didn't work.
Well, here's another thing. You can't, when we talk about guarding the yard, do you know what's in the yard? Tigers. Listen to me. Listen, I want everybody to listen. Tigers are in the yard. We are an HBCU, which is a Division 1AA FCS program that is severely underfunded. And when you have a celebrity coach that built a winning program that exits the door, you still have players inside that's still in the yard that's not going to go with him, that came to their institution solely because that man was the coach. When you have someone that is tied to the person that gave him access that goes to Colorado, you can no longer come back in the freaking house, man, because that now you are a threat. You are a threat to the very thing that is in the yard, and those are the Tigers. You can't have Neely that's sitting out there doing content for 2 weeks or a week at a time in Colorado, chronicling why Colorado is so damn great, and then allow him to come back to little old mucking Maya Jackson State in the hood and let him seduce the fucking players that's sitting there. What coach in America is going to allow that? And you people want to sit up here and act like we supposed to just roll with that. Yes,
But the bottom line is when you look at it, the value of it is this. He can ride by on the outside of the yard and take pictures.
You do what you want to
do that. But
you come to the game.
He don't want to do
that. All of that. It's unbelievably arrogant and narcissistic to do that, bro. Like to sit up here and cry foul, to sit up here and do something and you don't want to accept the accountability of your own actions if that's what you're doing.
I don't think that he's shocked though.
I know
he's not. That's why I said if that's what you're doing. I'm somewhat intelligent, and I
think
know
what Neely did.
That was don't say somewhat.
I know that. That's sarcasm. I'm just telling you right now. I'm a little bit more closer to the situation than And the reason I tried my best not to speak on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but some stuff
I
that
think
made
what
me,
Neely, I think what Neely was what did. I think where the issue was is to you all's point, because I've seen quite a few videos with him in Colorado merch.
Yeah,
and I said to myself, okay, he's not doing Jackson State anymore, because I was watching him because he was covering Jackson State.
Because the thing
so
about
when I saw the Colorado merchandise, I said, okay, he's not doing. Did he go on with Coach Prime to do that? So then when I found out after listening to Ken's videos that they hired as visuals to do Jackson State's, then I said, okay, well then Jackson State has moved on too. So we both move on. They have they new hire, you with Colorado, and let's cut ties, and maybe that's why they cut the assets, because they hired somebody else as well.
Well, I let me tell you something, man. It's so hard for me to speak on certain things because it would seem like I'm highlighting myself, and I can't do that. Just know that there's a lot of things that we do because we see these things, we close enough to know it, and we like, I can't sit back and just watch this happen and not try to help out and make this happen. Let me just say, we know what it is. He knows what it is, and it's okay. Like I'm like build like continue to do what you do, and it's a great opportunity for you. Like it fits what he's doing, but again, like let's stop with the whole access thing. That's why I said, and I'm not attacking HBCU game day when I say this, but when you align yourself with someone that has made it very clear what their intentions are from our side of the fence, I'm not going to allow anybody in the house that's going to be tied to anything, because I already know there's a partnership in place. So that means that now if I can't get access, then I can use my other resource that I partner with to go in the room now and get that content. That content will be shared, and now I can feed that content to. So my mentality is this: you ain't got access either.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna block everything, and I will block you until you come correct. If you come correct,
but even so, like the role has changed, and here's the thing: everybody takes everything out of context in regards. Everything isn't necessarily like a punishment or something that somebody's trying to purposely do. I think there always has to be a bottom line in any way that you look at a situation. When you're talking about a football team that has a new coach and they are trying to rebuild and move on and do what they need to do, then they have to be focused on what it is that they need to do, what goals they have as being a unit, building themselves as a unit. And realistically, one thing that I think that you guys have mentioned that was learned is how much the media aspect of it plays a role in this whole process. So now that you guys are adjusting to that in a way, like you said, where you are not even just the monetization, but just the ability to market and to put yourselves out there. But the key word is you're putting yourself out there in a way that you want to be seen, in a way that you want others to see you. We call that an angle in English. The angle that you want the audience to have, being in control of that, you have to be mindful about who is allowed on the inside. That being said, with that being said, you can't look at it like, oh, everybody's just YouTube's gonna do what YouTube's gonna do. These stories are gonna get flip-flopped and put in 9 different directions, and you have to sit down and decide what you think and what you feel about yourself and what position that you're in. And that doesn't mean that you have to agree or disagree with people. You can sit down all day long and look at something on YouTube and be angry after watching something from a total stranger that you'll never meet, that probably don't even believe half of what they're saying, but it's YouTube. So with that being said, you also have to be mindful about that. But I just think that some of these things get taken to a place where, it's an attack or it's something horrible. Bottom line is, and Lexus, I think she brought up a very good point. You know, if you change jobs, you change positions, you go somewhere else.
Great point.
If you sell your house and you choose to move, you hand over those keys. You don't get to keep the keys to let yourself in.
I give you another one. I give you another one. And let's talk business. If I'm looking for a contractor to do some work on my house, but he's in the middle of another project, that's going. You see what I'm saying? This might be a poor example, but let me say it this way. While you over there in Colorado, what about this great moment that you're gonna miss that?
Yeah,
like we splitting time as if you're the only person that we could give inside access to.
That part.
And furthermore, don't you think it's a little bit? It's a new coach. It's his program. Who said that new coach is gonna even want that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The vision.
Because he said it's almost like as if Deion said, "This is what you got to listen to."
Yeah.
He said, if Deion Sanders did it, then I don't want to do what Deion Sanders did.
So
who are you talking about? Deion Sanders was a coach.
But so what? If that's
the point. So what? That's a great question. That's a great statement. So what?
So what if that's the case? And I'm not saying that that's what TC Taylor or whoever is affiliated with Jackson State. I'm not saying that's their mindset. But if it is, so what if they want to create their own path? Why should that bother you?
It bothers him because it cuts him out. And his thing is that he wants to have access and all the thing. No one is saying that he didn't lose. Now listen, he didn't lose his alumni status. He didn't lose his season tickets. He didn't lose his affiliation.
He just lost his
access because the access is by far a conflict of interest.
I think the biggest thing for many people is that they didn't think that Jackson State would propel the way it did. Because we were.
Say that again, Rochelle. I'm sorry. Say that again, honey. I'm sorry.
The biggest problem for many people is that on the social media side, people didn't, and as much as me and Lexus go toe to toe, let me just give a shout out to her. She just said you lose access. And she is a Deion Sanders a fan. So she said right when she saw him in black and gold, she was like, oh, he ain't dealing with Jackson State no more. And the thing about it is, what I see is that people don't want to deal with the consequences of their choices. So just like for me, I followed him all through Jackson State. And even in the beginning of it, Ken, I followed him. But when I saw him when I saw the B being changed from blue and white to black and gold, and then it was more black and gold, and he was talking about Jackson State in the black and gold. So for a minute, he got so comfortable in the black and gold that he would talk about Jackson State and didn't even bother to change the colors.
That's a fact.
So for me, I'm looking at it going, oh, so now we just gonna leave it black and gold, even when you talking about my school. So I felt violated because you're talking about my school and you didn't even bother to flip-flop it back to my colors of what you're talking about. So that let me know what you saw.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
more important than
Rochelle just said something that was brilliant. What you just said, though.
But you know who set the tone for that, right? It was Coach Prime, because Coach Prime came back and said that he could be in both roles. Yeah, he accepted the Colorado job, but I can also keep the main thing. And he showed up to practice in black, gold, and white.
Oh,
well, okay. So Coach Prime set the standard for that for Coach Prime. Neely ain't Coach Prime.
No. I'm saying, hold
on.
What I'm saying is he set the tone for that thought process because, again, at the time, you got to go. This is a December thing, so when you fast forward to the transition, the colors didn't change then. The colors were still blue, red, and white then. I'm saying that gave the birth to the idea of thinking that I could do both, which is okay for you to think that, but you got to get the okay from the university to do that. And
that was my question. Did he have a conversation with the university? Did Neil even talk and say, listen?
Well, the university don't. The university said that they're going in a different direction. It's that simple. It wasn't a whole long
I'm talking about before he did it. I'm talking about before he did it. Did he have
before he did it? Before he did it, basically that was the end of that. When the coach changed and Coach Prime left, the pregame show left with it because there's a new coach in, and there was no agreement that the new coach was going to do that. And to the question was, does the media exposure help with JSU recruiting? Of course it does, but you got to understand that there was no media coverage at the time that we were building the staff and the recruiting, because the relationships that Coach TC, and he put together the second best class in FCS in the top HBCU class. So that it depends on how you look at that. So,
but question, because Lex, her question, I'm wondering, is she asking, did he talk to the university before, like he started the pre, like when Prime was still there? Did he talk to them, or did he just start it on his own? And that's what I'm wondering. Is she asking,
you mean like
that,
did he start one on his
after
own?
the fact? That when she was talking about Neely, like her question just now, I'm trying to get a time frame of her question, because to me that means something.
So you said like repeat the question for me. Like, what is the question?
I'm trying to understand, when Neely blew up his channel, right? And he started using the pregame, clearly, Jackson State, right?
Yeah.
Did he talk to them
Oh yeah,
about what he was doing, or was it just him talking to Prime? It was like him connected with Prime. It was a mutual thing. So it started with Tiger Talk. Like, we have Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club. Right.
And they transitioned into the pregame show. Obviously, that was something he was already around through Tiger Talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's when they were doing Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club live. And then it transitioned from Tiger Talk to the pregame show, which was and then you had SWAC Media Day the first time around, and it was like, next thing you know, it's like unparalleled access. They obviously, that was a conversation with probably AD Robinson, just letting them know what they were doing. AD Robinson is he's a hands-off AD. He let the coaches do what they need to do. He just support them to make sure they have what they need. So if Coach Prime was like, this is what we doing, yeah, he rolling with that. And that was a great idea. And we loved it, which is what gave birth to the frustration as to why we got frustrated with the colors and the change, because it's like, wait, this was for us, man. Like, what you doing? So there you go. So yes, there was a real conversation. Now, after the fact, it was just a known thing that once the new coach takes over, that, that wasn't something that they were going to continue. And that was that. Now, whether there was a conversation in regards to, hey, you done, not so much, I can't really answer that. I do know that there was some attempts to try to access the coach at a particular game, and it was denied. And it was like, whoa, okay. And then phone calls go out and trying to figure out what's going on. And then it was like, yeah, we done with that.
Yeah, and but that's all fair and not surprising. I mean, I think we've said this a couple times. Like, and that's not to knock him or his intelligence or to be smart or smug or anything. It's just the reality of the situation is real talk. Like, you tried it, it didn't work.
It was business on both sides.
And it was business on both. Yeah, exactly.
For Coach Taylor to even see, he's straddling the fence, I'm done. And he had the term, so he has that right to do that the same way. But for him to keep comparing.
Who said Neely was forced to come to Colorado? Nobody.
Who said? See, there y'all go again. Stop.
It's okay. I love JSU. I really do. I was having fun there before. I'm just trying to say it got really lit. 2000. It was lit when he showed up.
That's what I'm trying to see.
You know what I'm saying? It's been lit. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. I guess, Cornelius, the reason we offended by y'all's statement, like somebody said that Deion Sanders put Jackson State. Deion Sanders didn't put us on the spotlight, sir. I graduated from Jackson State in 1988, and we had 50,000 people in the state.
Context, though, Cher. Context.
Yes,
context.
Yeah.
Pause. Listen to me carefully. I'm going to say this because it needs to be said. We sucked ass cheeks before Deion Sanders became our head coach. I got to say that. We were 4-8.
He said ass cheeks.
Yeah, we was cheeks. Yeah, we were. For about 7 years, we were sucked. Okay, we're not very good. Our program went to the toilet after 2013. We lost 2 back-to-back SWAC championships in the not Celebration Bowl, in overtime and double overtime. We fired Comegy. Things go left. Lo and behold, COVID hit. We named Coach Prime the coach. We average in the spring, and then boom, we get the rolling. Shador takes over at quarterback freshman year. Y'all saw what happened. It was an interesting phenomenon. What transpired was that this is the thing. There was a 10,000 fan flip. So around 2019, when we were 4-8, we were averaging about 33,000 at home.
Say that again.
We were, but the increase was about a net of 10,000 fans. Now that 10,000 fans, it averaged out because you had a big influx of like 50-something thousand, which we hadn't seen in a good little minute, because what transpired was Coach Prime coming reinvigorated some of the fans that weren't coming, and it brought new eyes.
Correct.
So there was a I think what gets construed is, and it creates an unnecessary argument, is that we cannot minimize his impact. He had a phenomenal impact.
And Ken, I'm not.
I know you're not.
Is when people keep saying that we were nothing until he got there.
Oh, so we ain't entertaining that shit. That's bullshit. Yeah, we ain't entertaining that.
Because that's a lie.
Yeah, we ain't entertaining that.
This is the thing, and a lot of y'all don't even know the history of Jackson State because you don't care about us. You only got to tell Jackson State because of Deion, and I got that. But for y'all to sit here and say that he put us on this track is not true.
He put us on their radar. That's what they're really saying.
That's what they exactly. But they keep talking about y'all wasn't nothing before him. Like, are you kidding me? I'm gonna always fight that.
Well, and Rashad, I get what you're saying, but at some point we can also look at when somebody's saying nothing. What is the perception of that? Like, what is the logic behind when you say it was nothing or you were nothing before X, Y, and Z? I think you have to go back and kind of look at what each individual person that says that, what they see is nothing. And I think that goes back into some of the things that you've been talking about. You know, when we talk about being proud of, you know, being protective over HBCUs, or just being protective over something that matters to you. I mean, it can be that too. If you didn't graduate from an HBCU, or you didn't go to Jackson State, or whatever the case may be, just being protective over something that matters to you. For that person that's saying nothing, that can be very subjective. And so I think that if we at some point took the time to think about, when I say nothing, what am I saying?
But
I think that matters.
Here's the thing, though.
In order to understand it,
what are we now then? Good question. I want to ask those people who say that, because now, if you say that we're back to irrelevance, we're back to nothing, and because he left, then you should also understand why we felt the way we felt about him leaving. Because people play both sides of everything. It's like you run over here and make a point, and in actuality, all you're really there to do is just to
Well, let me say this as a person that came because of Deion, very frankly, and I have to say, when Ken said that a lot of people came because Deion Sanders was coaching the HBCU, I was not one of those people. I followed him when he coached Truth Prep School. I was watching that, okay? Yeah. So I'm that person that has been a fan, and I'm not going to even get into it because it's a long story as to how I actually kind of initially met Deion, but he was an Atlanta Falcon. And anyway, long story short, I became a fan. And so I followed him when he came here. Now, once he got here and I started watching other things besides just Deion and the action with Jackson State and their family, because I'm an HBCU, so I'm not far into that. Okay, I'm an HBCU grad myself, so I'm not far into HBCU energy, their culture, none of that stuff. So I began to get a love for Jackson State, and as I told Ken hundreds of times, that because Deion left, don't mean I will leave. Now, in the same manner that I watched Jackson State because Deion came, I will watch Colorado. I don't want Colorado to beat everybody because Georgia's there. Okay. You know, and I would never put Deion before Georgia because family went to Georgia. I begged my nephew to go to Morehouse, to go to the house and go to HBCU. He didn't do it. Okay. So I had to get over it. It took me a while, but I had to get over it.
Hold on. We just like, did you just not fucking hear what I just said?
This is the part right here.
Like, how do you hear what I just said and then just say this after that?
See, this is what I mean. And the sad part about it,
and see, Oz has already cleared that up when she said, when you say nothing, you have to understand the nature in which a person is saying that. I would say the football team sucked. I can say the same thing about Colorado. The football team sucked before Prime got there. We don't know if it's going to get any better or not because it's only tied with Dale. But they sucked. They were 1-11.
For 20 years.
But last night, it was a young man talking on another show about Jackson State. And of course, because they worship Deion Sanders, and he will even have the nerve to talk about Aubrey, saying that Aubrey wasn't good and didn't have good grades.
That's why I almost called in. Now about Aubrey, I'm gonna say this.
I was so pissed off.
I almost called in because of that guy. I know exactly who you're talking about. That's the same guy that said, "Yeah, I want Ken to do a lives. I want to get with him." I'm like, "Yeah, that's cap," because I go live 3 days a week and you still ain't coming on. So, I mean, the thing about that, Aubrey did have, and he even addressed that in the interview, but he also made the dean's list.
Come on.
So if you're going to talk about grades, make sure you also mention the fact that he made dean's list and he graduated and he's about to get drafted.
Why are they even coming for him with that? Are there not other athletes that have great problems with their grades?
They were just saying that Aubrey wouldn't have came. And
Alexis, I'm going to go on ahead and say yes, because I'm a professional. Yes, there are plenty of them. Okay. The coaches contact me all the time. Yes, ma'am. Continue.
So why are we coming at Aubrey? Lord,
I could say some other things about that off the record, but I'll never disclose what he shared because I'll just say things ain't always what you think it is. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors that was with all that stuff, man. But one day I might. So
that's the part that disgusts me is when folks like that come on and say that. And this is the part that I can honestly say. Yes, Deion Sanders was good for us, but y'all, we were good for Deion. And that's the part that no one wants to talk about. Because if it wasn't for Deion bringing his ass to Jackson State, no PWI wanted him because no PWI would even look at him because he didn't have any experience in the college field. So
he did say that in an interview. He said, I would not be here if it wasn't for Jackson State. He said that. I would not. Yeah. He said it. He said, if it wasn't for Jackson State, I would not be here. He did say that. If it was not for Jackson State, I would not be here coaching today.
But they ain't listening to that. That's a fact.
I listened to that. He did say that. He admitted that. Deion himself admitted that.
Hey, Thelonious, first of all, I appreciate you for becoming a member, brother. You're right. I know, man. And I heard you when you called in the Jeff Lightsey show as well. So now I won't try to explain to everybody. I really just try to, sometimes I take my eyes off the chat intentionally just so I don't have to see everything. But they know what it is, man. I mean, let's just say what it is. I'm not saying that by any means JSU been on the map. We got to be honest. The band held it down until football too. Well, the band, that's true. That's actually true. But that's also a moot point because nobody's saying that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it was a 13-year. I mean, from not 13, it was a 7-year year time window. Actually, it was an 8-year, but it really was technically a 7 years. 7 years total.
Shannon and Luke.
No, Aaron, I heard him say it before that, dear. I heard him say that before that.
Luke? I don't know who Luke is.
You're talking about Shannon Sharp. I know Shannon Sharp.
Luther
Campbell.
Luther
Campbell.
Okay.
Luther. No, he said it before that. Yes, he certainly did.
He said what before Luke?
That he wouldn't be there. That he would not be in Colorado if it wasn't for Jackson State.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said that. I heard him say that. Yeah, he did. He has. And Deion knows that, but he also knows people have selective hearing, man. I mean, again, it depends on what they want to talk about that day, and it's okay. That's why I said it sucks because the thing that makes us say leave us alone is because we always have to go back and they're going to bring up all the old bull junk all over again. No matter what it is, it could be one thing and then they try to bring everything back up again. And it's like, come on, man, we already addressed that. It is what it is, you know. Y'all just mad, you know. He this or he that, and it's like But he's telling you all that whatever you think about Jackson State ain't even that, because he's telling you by, his reaching back to grab things that he, I guess, seemingly
y'all got to play better. We cannot play.
But it's possible that you can go out there to the nice office and you got a window, but after a while you miss the culture, because it's something special about being around your own people and being revered and being celebrated and being, being looked up to. And when you're not a part of that anymore,
it affects you.
Well, let me say this to you all, Ken, and all of you all Jacksonians, as an HBCU grad. I initially, when all of this blew up, I will say I didn't get it either. I don't know what the hell they mad about. What's their problem? But now that I understand, the Bible said, "And all thy getting, get and understand."
We welcome this version of Lexus. Lexus that came back reformed. I like that.
And now that I understand, I understand.
Lexus had folks like, "Kid, why are you letting her on there?" I'm like, I don't mind Lexus coming on.
I heard people saying that to me. I was like, boy, bye. But y'all felt like I felt when my nephew chose UGA over the house. I felt that same way. I did have to get over it. But I felt that way,
I think the best thing for you, when you even understand what the THEE meant. Like because you understand the context.
Yes, now that I get it, because I saw the D, and I know Ohio State. To Ken's point, I know Ohio State say it all the time. The Ohio State. If you say Ohio State, don't say the with them. They want to fight. So I knew that with their perspective, from their perspective, but I did not know it with you all.
And you know what? This is true right here. So this is YouTube, and some do foster negativity to fuel content. That's one thing I try not to do.
Yeah.
And I appreciate, I'm gonna say I appreciate that, because the first time I came, well, this is only the second time I've been in here, but the first time I came in here, that's why I tried to focus on the positive and like give you guys kudos for what you were doing, because
yes, he did, Conrad.
It almost disturbed me in a way that I didn't like, because for our own people to be, because let's go back to that word hypocrite and what the person said. I mean, it wasn't untrue. It wasn't untrue what they were saying, but I just like the fact that you guys are really just trying to, go your way. And there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, we did something great, but you know what? You're over here, you doing that, and
that's
I'm
exactly
moving it this way. And I think at the end of the day, I like the fact that you guys are trying to focus on that and then be productive, but at the same time, just build up what you're trying to do there.
That's it.
And all you're saying is we're building over here. We're doing what we're doing here, but we're going to speak up and say, don't make it seem like, we're inferior because they went this direction, we're going in this direction, or we're where we are. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because there is a narrative out there that does convey that, and that is, I think, in the root of it. But then you get conflicted with, not you guys, but just in general, when you have people out there that are taking this, they don't, my thing is this: I'm very stubborn. If you hurt me, if you do something that makes me feel bad, I don't want you to do anything else for me at all.
That's me too.
My husband and I, when he upsets me, I won't ask. I may need it. And
what's your zodiac sign?
And he'll get, You said what?
What's your zodiac sign?
I'm an Aquarius, and so, needless to say, if I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying that's how I am. And so, realistically, you have a right to protect your feelings. You have a right to protect your brand, but that doesn't mean that people can get away with you just sitting around and letting them make it seem like, okay, well, it's gone, so now you're inferior again. No, you are in a place of, we're going to keep going and we're going to keep getting greater. And I just like whenever our people are focused on a goal, whenever our people are focused on trying to accomplish things that are going to benefit us, because I repeat, there's so much out there that we had our hands on, or that we did, or that we do, that other people profit from, or other people benefit from more or completely in regards to us. And so you have to keep that,
That's
keep
me
going.
too,
You have to look
LaDon.
that way. And so that's why when I first came on, I talked about that. And that's why some of these other channels would bother me, because it's the drama in it. It's the saying, I don't like this person. If I don't like you, I really ain't got much to say about you, but God bless you and keep going.
I ain't
I don't
watching you. I ain't
right.
talking about you. I ain't doing nothing. Like
Because I'm doing me. Because I'm
I
doing
can't for
me.
the life of me understand people who go and watch and keep up with stuff that like this, like Lexi said. I'm trying to guard my spirit. I ain't trying to be triggered. I don't want to trigger myself. So, but to your point, real quick, I just wanted to say, like, Rochelle gave us a great word when we first came together. It was like chaos. It was so much damn chaos behind this exit that it gave us our purpose. It gave us our cause. And we over here trying to do what we got to do. We don't have time to sit back and watch people tell us that our media ain't the same because Dion left. Yeah. So what do? We go put our own media team together and we go do something that not even Deion Sanders did, because there was nobody covering the players that went to these bowl games under the prime era. Show it to me. But you want to know how I know that? Because I was also the same person that covered James Houston and CJ Holmes at the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. So I know that nobody was doing that, because it was like once they left, that was the end of that.
So Neely wasn't there, Ken?
Nobody was there.
Okay.
Ken Clark was there.
Okay.
Just asking.
I'm just asking. I don't know, man.
So what I'm saying is that not only that, but it was also like, you know what? We need this, we need that. Because when someone says, the thing that really bothered me the most about the exit was the statement when he said, whether true or not, I just felt like you can leave Jackson State and not give a damn about it. I can't unlove this damn school, man. I told y'all, sometimes being in loving Jackson State is like being in an abusive relationship that you can't leave. And I'm saying that with the knowledge of knowing that is a storm brewing. There's more shit coming down the pipe, and we're gonna have to deal with it. You get what I'm saying? So, but just what I'm telling y'all is that I understand what my responsibility in this, being out in the public, having a platform that seems to be close. But my point is, in the end, we don't have time to read all the chatter. We just got to get busy and do what we're trying to do. Right. And if you look, they'll see. You're talking about something that if you really were paying attention, then you would know that we really don't need your services no more. We got somebody new now. The locks, and he went over there. The key don't work no more. We'll change the locks, homie.
We no longer need your service.
You got a joke in there cooking in the kitchen. Talking about want some? You hungry, youngster?
But this other well, y'all, I have to tell y'all, I do have a thorn in my side with this other YouTuber, and I'm not gonna say no names. I just have a thorn in my side.
Why are you watching?
Let me tell you what the thorn. Oh no, I'm gonna keep watching the kid. You got to listen to the whole thing. Let me tell you something before you say that. When he made the comment, I didn't even know nothing about covering no Jackson State before Dion. That I called in. You know what I said to him? I ain't know nothing about you either before Dion came. How about that? How about that?
And the 100 other channels that didn't pop up.
That's right. I ain't know nothing about you either.
Listen.
But let me tell you what I need Jackson State to do for me. I just need them to win, baby. Just do like the night commercial. Just do it. I just need you to win so I can get on that one more time and ask him, how you like us now?
Hey, what's up, Coach? You got that right. I got a lot of them, too.
And this is the thing, y'all. It's a lot. You're right. It's so many YouTube things, and some people are not here for the right reason. But the reason Ken is going to sustain is because he's here for the right reasons, because he loved the school. And like tonight, we haven't talked a lot about everything, but we've talked about a lot to educate us. So I think this has helped us, because it's 10:30 Pacific Standard Time. So it's 12:30 back home or 1:30 back east. And people are still here because we bring value. Everybody don't bring value. We're not here to get views and everybody want likes. We are here to make a change in people because we in this together. And if you're not from Jackson State, if you're not from Jackson, Mississippi, you wouldn't understand what the things that we're talking about because y'all just talking about the context in the school. But we're talking about what the people of Jackson are going through, about systemic racism. We're talking about it all. And other people can't say that because they're not in it for that reason. They're in it to get likes and views and that part. We're in it for a different reason. So that's why I believe Ken is going to be sustained because we're talking about the people of Jackson, not just Jackson State, but why Jackson State means so much to the people of Jackson, because for that hot minute, they can go to a game. And for just that time, I can forget about all the BS I got going on, but I can come here and I can be with people that's going to love on me and we're going to be love on each other about these 2 hours. So for 2 hours, I get to forget the BS I'm going through, but I can just come into a space where it's other people that look like me and we're celebrating on one thing on one accord. So that's why Jackson State means so much for these people.
I'll say this, though. I'm going to go ahead and put this out there because, like I said, when you're in the know, just be prepared. I plan on doing a live stream tomorrow because I think it's going to be necessary. So I'll just drop that in. Yeah, I'll put that out there.
I got you.
Yeah, and listen, man, we gonna guard the yard, man. You know what I'm saying? Just know that you know, we got a lot that comes down the pipe, and sometimes things fall in your lap that you don't want. It ain't got nothing to do with you or anyone else, but like I said, at HBCU, sometimes issues sit at everybody's front door. You know what I mean?
Believe that.
Yeah.
But we one of the things that I will say is that you have to. Somebody say, "Is it the Pivot Podcast?" Like, no. We said, "What's going on, Ken?" Something. It's always something going on around Jackson. There's always something going on. Y'all ain't figured that out yet. We but here's the thing, man. The reality of the matter is that we no one it's like the university is a it's a community. It's a community. I love what Brother Psychedelic Literature C. Lee McGinnis said. It's a community, and sometimes things transpire that may, cause us to have dialogue about. But here's what we gonna do, though. We ain't gonna run from nothing. Everything's on the table. We got to deal with things, and we're in the. Somebody said I got worried when he said that. No, it's you can worry or not worry or however you want to look at it, but we can just know that we're gonna deal with whatever. So together. I feel it in my spirit that I might need to do a live stream tomorrow.
The whole spirit, man. Listen, Linda.
So I'm gonna just tell y'all like this right here, man. I'll probably be on this thing tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, you know what I'm saying? Every other day.
Listen.
Lord knows, boy. Lord knows.
Okay, so I have to ask, what did y'all do with Randy? Where's Randy?
Randy ain't number. It ain't number love, man.
Okay, all right.
Randy's still around. We love him
because I've been missing out myself. So I just
Randy here, man. We in this thing, but I do want to say this though. The work that we do always drowns out the noise. Mm-hmm. We just gotta stay the course, man. We appreciate the support. We listen, donations to the platform through whatever, whether it's Zelle, Cash App, PayPal, whether it's through the super chat. It's optional, man. This is something that you're moved by from your heart to do that. Channel memberships is just as important, because that's a monthly thing that you could do. Go for that platinum. We love that. You know what I'm saying? I love my platinum members. Now, I love my gold and my bronze and my silver too. So don't think that I don't. My only reason for saying that is that we're going to grow this platform to an unbelievable height because we're trying to do some major things, man. So yeah, let's keep it rolling, man. Let's keep it rolling.
And while y'all talking, I'm just voting to retool. I'm over here going click, 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 click. So y'all keep focusing so we can win.
Oh, they go Randy. Randy said, "Here I am, Lexus." See, he Randy in that
Oh,
thing.
hi, Randy.
Hey,
I just
Randy,
want
I
to
put a
make sure you
video out there,
good.
man. That Austin was talking about content. Shout out to Randy. I will put that on the t-shirt. Shout out to Randy.
Because Randy need to go to AA, to content AA. Content Anonymous.
Yes, indeed, man.
Nice to see you, Randy.
Yeah.
Hi, Randy.
Nah, you good, brother. You good, man.
We
No, but
we
it's but no, we I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all provided some really good perspective. I'm shocked that more people didn't come on, man. I be hearing some of these folk calling in on these shows, but they don't want to come over here and chop it up, get some of this real stuff. Come on over here and get some of this too.
that's
Come
because
on.
you
I
just
was on better than, what is his name? Better than BGTS when he talked about the Nilly situation, and I just kind of said, listen, if it'll make Nilly feel any better, it happens to me too. Every time I move to another job, I lose assets to the old one. I mean,
you funny on that one though. I ain't gonna lie to
I'm
you.
That was a good one.
serious. I mean, I do. I mean, so you know.
Nah,
Yeah, yeah.
so
I just stand by. Yeah, that ain't. I don't think that
hey,
was a surprise per se. But again, I'm a straight shooter, so.
can somebody post the link to the giving, the give
Oh yeah, I saw that. I gotta join that too. Let me go into the channel and put that in there.
so before everybody
Let me go get it, Ken.
yeah, it is. Ken, you said earlier, it's much easier to call in and come on the stream. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, without question, Blue. I know that. I like to look jokers. Well, I mean, and most people don't hold on, wait a minute. We got the rising star in this mother. What's happening, dog?
I was up on the late
I
night.
call you troublemaker, dog.
What are you doing up this late? What are you doing up this late? First of all,
I really am up way too late, but I saw y'all was talking, and I thought,
Hey, man, we do
he
it.
he just happened to drop it as I got on YouTube. I was like, wow, well, it was almost destined to be.
Man, it was just for you, brother. Man, I'm glad you came on, man. I'm in this thing. I'm up. I'm locked in. We got a lot going on right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I do? I try not to do too much. It just be, sometimes certain stories catch my attention and it gets fun. As you know, Miss Snow Gray, you listened to the kid, you was for a little bit at least anyway.
Man, I was listening till I got a phone call, but yeah, I was in that thing. I almost called in with the buddy that was talking that talk, man. I said, man, I need to get in on here, but no, sometimes I need to just shut up and listen though, see what's out there.
Yeah, KJ came and ripped it up, man. She wasn't messing around with nobody.
That's my girl,
and then,
yeah,
it was so many calls, like I couldn't. I mean, I would have been on here all day. What's going on, everybody? But it was funny. It was funny. And then this Tony Gray interview is what I'm waiting on. Because kid, you previewing it's like it's Creed 3. You know what I mean?
I'll say Tony didn't. Tony was very candid. I mean, we asked a couple tough questions. It's hard to ask a young man, hey, like what happened, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, but you have to. And
Who is Tony Gray, darling?
Offensive lineman that was on number 74.
Okay.
And towards the end, he gave the people what they wanted. He was like, Can I address something? I was like, which camera? I was like, that one. He's like, okay, listen. I was like,
here you go.
It's gonna be that. So let's just say he gonna set the record straight at the end of the interview, man. So it's on brother ASVP. We got to chop that thing up and edit it up and put it out there. We also got a really good interview with Justin Reagan, and just had hopefully the audio didn't have any issues because had my mic or something didn't pick it up, and I think we're gonna use the main mic from the primary camera. So we'll see. We'll see how you do it.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for it. I'm looking forward to it because it's one thing to hear somebody like, me talk and any of y'all talk, but it's another thing to actually hear from the players. You know what I mean? Like, because they were in the locker room every day. They the ones who interacted with the old coaching staff, with TC, with some of the guys that left over. So I take that very like I take that into account. It's like even more so than I even take into account what I say. You know what I mean? Because they, because they have firsthand knowledge, right? Like so they understand the ins and outs even more so than somebody like me who just is trying to decipher words, whereas they like, no, I actually lived it. So yeah, it's yesterday was fun. I'm still messages
Jeff
both
a
hate
fire
and love.
starter. Yeah, you had a lot of people in there. I thought you was holding on strong about 900, damn near 1,000, man. That was amazing, bro.
Yeah, well, we're doing some cool stuff, man. We're doing some cool stuff, but like I said, I mean, it's not me. Like it's the school, it's the topic, it's the, you know what I mean? Like because like that's why when he said, oh, like for example, somebody on my thing yesterday said, well, if Dion would have went to Valley, it would have been the same, or if he went on Alcorn, it would have been the same. And I was like, bro, I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, there's no disrespect to those schools, but it's like Dion probably could have went to those schools if you wanted to, but he knew it wouldn't have been the same. You know what I mean? He looked at the infrastructure. He looked at
he
the
wouldn't
layout
have done it.
thing.
He actually had to be sold on the ideal of HBCU. I'm gonna just say this out the gate, man. Like Deion Sanders had no desire to come to an HBCU.
Come on, man. We all know that. Yeah,
Did not. That's
there was no desire, bro. That idea was sold to him, and AD Robinson, like you stated, got the wherewithal to know that, hey, you want to coach your son, you got an opportunity. And I could even venture to say the whole leveling the playing fields just might have not been his script.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, come on. You know?
Just trying to tell y'all, we got so. I'm just saying, when you figure it out and when you put it all together, you say, well, damn. Okay.
And
we got sold a bag of rocks. Now we benefited by all means.
Absolutely.
Which is why I don't understand, like, knowing what I knew, I was like, well, shit, you could have just said what you said, but honestly, it all made sense. It actually worked. It was pretty damn good marketing. It was great marketing. He's a master marketer, bro. Like, his marketing is impeccable.
And I've heard
master class on it. Go ahead.
And and I've heard people come on here and say it, and they was, it was one gentleman said it on my thing yesterday. It's like, oh, well, this will open up the doors for other HBCU coaches to do what he did. And I'm like, no, it won't. Dion is a one of one, man. He's like a one of one. Like, he literally, I heard Bomani Jones say this. I don't know if y'all have ever referenced it on this show, but I think I've referenced it on mine before. Bomani Jones said, for 35 years, Dion has been telling us he's the only person like Dion. So why do we think now that somebody else can be him?
That was on the CNN interview.
Yeah, he was like, he's been telling us for 35 years that he's the only person that can do what he do. So why do we think anybody else in the world can do it? And for 35 years, he's essentially been right. It's like, why can't we understand that concept? You know what I mean? Unless there is another figure, not obviously he's a one of one, but another figure like him, that would be until something changes. I think I heard you say it, Ken. It's like, I hope I'm wrong, but until something changes, unless there is another figure, celebrity coach, whatever you want to call it, Pro Football Hall of Famer, whatever, that comes into this type of space and that has success, that'll happen. Maybe they'll go to a Power 5 or whatever. But until something else changes, because I mean, last I checked, there's been some pretty successful SWAC coaches, MEAC coaches, whatever coaches that didn't get an opportunity, not even at a Power 5, at an FBS. You know what I mean? Like, at a lower level, FBS. So it's like, you can't just automatically assume the floodgates are going to open now that Deion Sanders has gotten a Power 5.
That was Randy trying to construe that. I was like, that's not going to happen at all. Like you said, Deion is one of one. That whole thing was about really just him. You know what I mean? They saw what he was doing, and he earned the opportunity. And I just think that people fail to realize that. I felt like Deion Sanders was the only person that could do actually what he was talking about.
Correct. Correct.
And he was on track to making some things happen. And I think had he stayed the course, he could have done a whole lot.
Correct.
A whole lot more. But But again, the get out of jail free card is like, why y'all act like Dion got to be the only one to do this? And it's like, no, we didn't say that. He actually could have just said, hey, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to win. We're going to dominate. And then 2 years later, if he would have left, it would have been like, damn, we hate to losing, but we understand.
It's a business. It would have been a business. That's the thing. People are like, oh, it's a business decision. But when he came in, he wasn't talking like it was no business decision. He was talking like it was bigger than business. You get what I'm saying? So you can't tug on people's emotions and then wonder why they feel a certain kind of way or wonder why they had, you know what I mean?
Let me add some context to that, Jeff. You're in Mississippi, bro. We just expounded on a lot of things that what makes Mississippi frowned upon. The black eye of Mississippi is the racism that it was built on it.
Yeah.
You know the one thing that has given black people hope in Mississippi? God.
That's it.
So you come in and use the one thing that we actually find as a positive in the state that we're in, which is fine. I'm not saying that I'm not saying he's not a man of faith, because I absolutely believe that he is. But just know that if you play that card, you're going to pull people in, especially our people in emotionally. So you cannot act like the emotions aren't warranted, because that's what got people. Hell, you even had a mantra, I believe. You know what I'm saying? So we were believing. And we believed, and we like, shit, we want to keep believing. So what I said to Zoe today, and I'm going to say this with whatever comes with it. We look at it and we like, damn, bro. Just like man to man, it's like, shit, you trying to take everything that we got that make us great. We were supposed to go with you, player. Like, damn, like, don't, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, don't chop up the good aspects of the culture, like of the Jackson State environment and culture and community, and take that to Colorado. We were supposed to go Power 5 with you, because that's what you were talking about, leveling the playing field. We wanted to go to
FBS, yeah, man.
We wanted to take the whole kid and caboodle and take it all the way up to the top. We didn't just want you to give us a couple championships, then you leave and take all the shit that's good about us. No, that's worse than the beginning.
Yes,
believe it or not. Because if we lose our
in theory, it's supposed to be. In theory, it's supposed to be. But like in theory, it's supposed to be. You're right. And essentially, that's what, and that's like you said, in theory, it's supposed to be. That's why so many people that'll shoot back, whether it's me or you or who, everybody, they'll say, oh, well, Jackson State's gonna go back to being garbage, because in theory, they're supposed to. Right? When you cut off, like what they say, they cut off the head of the snake, he dies. Like they thinking, oh, Dion is the head, it's supposed to die. But then you have, you got 500 something people watching right now. You got, still getting 4-star recruits that said, no, Jackson State is Jackson State still. You get all this stuff. Like that's not supposed to happen. You know what I mean? Like that's not supposed to happen, because in theory, you are supposed to crumble, supposed to go back to being 3-9 and 4-8 and whatever. And but instead, what I've seen just from my perspective, and you guys are like a lot more connected to me, man, this whole, just everything, just all of it, whether it's Dion, the Dealey, or what the band stuff or whatever, it's brought it's brought not just JSU tighter, but it seemed like this HBCU space has gotten tighter, because they bicker. Jack State hates Southern, your FAMU, Orange Blossom Class, you guys hate beef, whatever. But it's like, yo, dog, like, nah, you ain't gonna take our band. You know what I mean? Like, man, you ain't gonna take our this. You can talk about our folks, but we ain't gonna talk. We can talk about our folks, but you ain't gonna talk about them. You know what I mean? And if they're not giving everything that Dion said, they're trying to do the opposite. Well, nah, dog. Don't be mad because they ain't letting you back into the games or whatever. So you see it as a collective. It's like folks that get not just HBCU alums and supporters. It's like black folks that get it. It's like, nah, dog, no. If you want it, that's what you want it. So stick with that. You know what I mean? Like if that's what you want it, that's where you want it to be. Stick with that.
We in front. Okay.
We can. I could pick that statement apart. By the way, Salim.
So Salam, you just stop.
No. I'm telling you, I could pick that statement apart.
We really can.
And I don't want to go there, but I'm gonna just leave that alone. Just say, if I'm gonna say that's what he said
Bless
on the
your
camera.
heart.
I'm gonna say that's what he said on the camera, and we'll roll with it. So
Bless
that's
your
all.
heart.
That ain't what Ed Reed said on camera though. you ain't gotta say nothing. We just let Ed talk. Cause Ed said Dion called him. Yeah, but you ain't gotta say nothing, Ken. We just let the other folks talk. Because Ed said Dion called him, right? But you get what I'm saying? You see how it works?
Somebody might be. He
So
might have
Jeff,
been
you gonna
playing.
be so
He might have
quick to
been playing
believe
both
Ed?
sides, like some of these
no,
haters
Lexi,
do.
So quick to
no,
believe
Lexi.
Ed?
Ed has
It's
something
not
to say.
it's not that I'm quick to believe Ed. I mean, I don't know what's true, right? But Ed
But you
said
just sounded like you knew what was true.
I know
No,
what
he
was
like
true.
you
said
knew
it.
what was
No,
true.
but what I'm saying is Ed said it though. Ed went on Ed didn't say it to me. Ed said it on the platform. So
Yeah.
I'm just
I
pulling
saw the
receipts.
video what Ed did.
But that's what I'm saying. Just like you saw the video where Dion said I recommended TC, but
Lexi.
Ed got on the video and said Dion called me.
What you say, Ken?
You get what I'm saying?
Honey.
I said that I know what was true.
Lexi, your boy's a
Yeah.
liar. Just stop it. Don't try to take up for him.
You see how that works, though?
I don't know
just
if I
saying, you see how
believe
that
that
works.
that was a lie. I believe Ed was lying then because he stumbled.
No, ma'am.
Well,
No,
did somebody
ma'am.
lie?
They tried to hide me at Jackson State. At first he said y'all tried to hide me. Then he stopped.
No,
Then he said
ma'am.
Dion called me.
That's exactly right.
Lexi,
You're right.
That's
you
exactly
have to
what
go
he
look
did,
a little
Alexis.
bit bigger. Now, one thing, if you ever go back and look, because I didn't look at all this stuff, but even though Reed was emotional, Lexi, it's not a coincidence that
Lexus, you don't like the car.
Lexi, listen. It's not a coincidence.
Lexus.
She said it's Lexus like the car.
Lexus, I'm sorry, because I got a Lexus car in my car. It's not a coincidence that when Reed was going off in his tantrum, your boy called him. He called him for a reason because he needed to calm his butt down because he was messing up the program. So I need you to go back. It hasn't a coincidence why he raised.
Ed never did calm down, by the way. Never did.
It wasn't a coincidence.
Never did. If you put him on tonight, he'll be acting the same way.
That's my God, man.
But this is one thing I know about Dion because I'm a marketer. Anything that Deion Sanders does is beneficial for one person and one person only. Deion Sanders.
Disagree. Couldn't disagree with you more.
This is marketing now.
Disagree with you.
Miss Lexus, hold on. Now you talking to you. I want you to get an understanding.
No, you not.
I have watched and followed Dion when he was on Oprah and all his children. I've watched it all, I
watched it all too. I watched him at Florida State when he was in college.
Miss Lexus,
okay, and ever since then,
Miss Lexus. But I'm also a marketer. When Dion said, because I
so am I, girl. Shed, you act like you the only one a marketer.
Miss Lexus. When people don't listen, they don't want Miss Lexus. I didn't talk over you. I'm talking about now with Deion Sanders being at Jackson State. As I go back and look at everything that Mr. Sanders did, Jackson State was always a reality TV show for Deion Sanders. We was
totally
in his
disagree with that.
Hold on, Miss Lexus.
Totally disagree with it.
Come on, let her finish. Let her finish, then we can get on. I gotta get Bakari to speak. Come on.
Jackson State was a total reality show because he was setting up to go to a PWI.
I believe
Miss
Lexus.
Miss Lexus.
Come on with it now.
When Deion Sanders was talking about who ain't swag, he had already signed in August. He played all us like a fiddle because it was benefiting him. He had already knew he was leaving us in August, Miss Lexus. So when he was hollering, who is swag, Miss Lexus, he knew he was because he was already gone.
Yeah.
I'm trying to let y'all understand something. It was always a game for your boy. Okay, go ahead on.
All right, Bakari, what's up, bro? Come on.
What's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Man, you got it. Appreciate your faces, man. We had to let them get it out.
Yeah. Look, I just got a couple things I want to say before I get off here. Cause shit, I got to get up in like 2 hours, 3 hours to go to work. But
we'll stay on with it then. You go ahead.
But you know what? I heard what said about everybody thought it was gonna fail if you cut the head off the snake die, right? But what people fail to realize, you cut the head off a rattlesnake, you go touch that head can bite you and kill you.
Yep.
So guess what? When they cut their head off that snake, TC is their head that biting them and killing them. Look at that recruiting that he did. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Jackson, see, people can say can't nobody do what Dion do, right? But people done fit. TC, look at TC recruiting class compared to Dion recruiting class. I understand that Dion people see him as a celebrity, and that's what he is. But you know what he did by running his mouth a lot? I'm glad he got up there and said all that stuff about I'm gonna level the playing field. You understand? I'm glad he did, because what he did was he helped open the eyes of some young people that want to do good for black folk, that want to come back and that want to win. That's why he trying to figure out a way to get that HBCU culture out there to Colorado, but it ain't gonna work. So guess what? He been getting away with all this stuff, all his bootlicking and buck dancing and cooning ever since he been on NFL Network and everywhere. But it caught up with him and he played himself. People got he done played himself.
How did he play himself? Well, you guys.
Carl, I just want to know what that sign say too when you finish answering Ken's question.
Black people don't owe the world nothing but an ass whooping.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me mute you. Go ahead, Carl. Go ahead and finish.
When you say how he played himself, he played himself about getting up there when he was talking about I'm here to even the playing field. I'm gonna do it for my people. I'm gonna bring. Then he brought them there and let them come and visit for homecoming, and that's how you get them. See, he thought when he leave, players like Tristan Sion, players like Narik Sharp, players like, let's say, Savin McGee, or even a young brother that went to FAMU, he didn't go to Jack, that Robert Lockhart, he thought they was going to automatically follow him, right? But when I say he played himself with those statements is, those young men tired of seeing black people in this position too. They want to see us at the top too. We shouldn't always have to take our talents to other people to be good. Even when I hear people talking about an HBCU coach going to a Power 5 to someone like me, that's an insult. I'm great. I don't need to be with them to show my greatness. I don't want to be with them. I want to beat them.
Facts.
And that's the mistake he made when I say he played himself.
Yeah, I can't rebut that. That's a good one.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all. Especially when you use the words like elevate. Oh, you know what I mean? We're going to elevate. You either elevate or terminate. It's like,
I'm okay with that. I say this right here though. If Colorado, we're gonna get into it, but I think a legitimate question that a lot of people are gonna be, who wins the most games next year?
That's not a question. Come on, Cass.
Well, I for
no. The expectation right now ain't no damn get out of jail free card for Colorado. You got to win.
You better believe that.
But we know, but for the people that know football, though, like we like, come on, like I know what you're saying.
Though, like, I know what you're saying. What I'm saying, like he has to win. Like all of this shit that's happening, it was Colorado was in the same situation Jack State was in, bro.
Absolutely,
we had to win.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna say this: I don't care,
I'm saying, I get
fan
it.
or no fan. I don't agree. I'm not one of those people that said because Coach Prime left, Jackson State was in a mess, and nobody else can step in and do it. Because I don't believe that. No, I don't care how great a person is. That don't mean he the only
That's
one.
bullshit. That you say the expectations are not high for Colorado. That's BS.
Child, yes, they are. Are you
they are high.
They
expectations
crazy
are high.
Oh, yes, it is.
I'm gonna say it like this right here: a 4 to 6. If he have a 5-win season, that's not good. That's gonna be unacceptable.
Now they're gonna want him to at least do a bowl game, 6-6.
You gotta win 6.
Well, now
I've seen his schedule, dog. 6 win. I'm not saying 6 win impossible. 6 wins hard to come by.
Oh, I know it's gonna.
But
all I'm saying is that I don't want to hear none of them excuses.
But listen,
he need to win 8 games.
Because he's a professional. Let's be honest.
I get what you're saying, Bowser.
I'm saying they number one. You gotta think about it. They number one ranked in retransfers. If we're gonna celebrate it,
and they just ranked Travis the second best corner in all of college football on 3 days.
Like the players were there. He completely overhauled the roster. You got a brand new coaching staff. You got everything that you need.
Out of your
What's the hold up? And let me say this: you got a jump start on your season because you left and went in the midst of transitioning. So at the end of the day, it's like when you get down to it, not only that, he had a full off season. So he don't play football until September. So I mean, August or September, whenever it is, I think it's September. But
September, it'll be
So what I'm saying, go ahead.
The main reason is because the reason is that he's made this level so high for himself.
That's true.
Hold on. No. Let me stop. So stop this. Y'all gonna still the hell y'all not finna do that. Y'all are not finna sit up here and beat us upside our goddamn head talking about how Deion elevated and think you gonna give him a get out of jail free card. You out your mind. He needs to win 8 games or less or better or more. That is not 7 games ain't gonna work. You got.
I don't think you need to win 8, kid, but I think you need to go to a bowl game.
Ain't no damn bowl game. Let me pause you for a second. Listen to me. I'm trying to explain something to y'all.
Well, he black. Y'all forget he a black man.
It ain't about no bowl game. 6 wins is terrible. Because this is what I'm saying. You have the number 1 transfer recruiting class. I ain't talking about that. You got a quarterback, and you got your quarterback who's your golden goose. His quarterback is his quarterback regardless. But Shador gonna be his guard. You got a junior Shador. You got a whole new offensive line, whole new defensive line. I've sat there and watched their recruiting. I'm a recruiting guy. I'm telling you, you don't get to do. But what? No,
same thing.
Oh, I thought there was somebody.
No, you.
So I'm just saying. So you don't get to. So this is what they're gonna do. If the shit, this is see, that's what I'm gonna tell y'all what y'all doing. Y'all are setting up a built-in excuse.
Yeah.
And we're not gonna allow that. No, you can't do that. No. You're not finna do that. You do not get a built-in excuse. There is no get out of jail free card. Your ass gotta win. Because Shador is draft eligible after this season.
Absolutely. Let me. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second, kid. This is what I'm gonna say. So right now, how they're setting it up is yes, what you're saying. They're putting out the content and everything that's like, 8 or 9, like that's how they're framing everything right now. But how it's going to be, I'm telling you I know the playbook how it's gonna be, especially if they only win if they only win 4 games. I'm thinking 5, maybe 6. But if they only win 3, 4, they're gonna say
4 games, and I pray that we win the Celebration Bowl. Because they're gonna be all this shit y'all giving us. We're gonna be hell now.
I don't care. Let me say this. I don't care what happened to Colorado. I want you to win the Celebration Bowl. I don't care what happened to Colorado. Okay, I want you to win it.
How it's gonna be played though. So right now they're aiming. They're like, we're going to be the Pac-12 champions. We're gonna knock off Utah because they were the reigning champions. That's how they're framing everything. They're showing, and I think I heard Marcus actually on here said, "Man, they're showing off those facilities like this Taj Mahal." And I was weak. That was pretty funny. And they're doing that, right? They're building up the hype. We coming. You see that everywhere, right? But then they get out to 0-4, and then the content might start slowing down a little bit. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to put up content when you ain't winning a whole bunch of games. You can put up as much content as you want when you win it 10, 11 games, Jack State, when nobody beating you. But when you only win it 3, 4, it's gonna be and then they're gonna frame it as that was the rebuilding year. We built this program ain't had a 20 years.
So he basically.
Really, that's how they're gonna frame it. That's how I know. I
know. And then you know what? I'm already seeing this built-in excuse. I'll pause on that. How you doing, Timona? How you doing, Randy? Y'all go ahead and get
Hey,
what's up,
how y'all doing?
What's happening?
I just wanted to quickly say about the whole theatrics of everything and why now I think he's doing all these little things like let's bring HBCU culture to a PWI that didn't ask for that. They asked for him to coach. That's what they hired him for. So I had spoke earlier about HBCU culture and Deion Sanders standing in front of it and the benefit of standing in front of that HBCU culture and people saying, "Oh my goodness, look at this. This is so fantastic." And I said that now that he's removed and that culture is no longer behind him, what is he going to do? So instead of appreciating Colorado's culture, which is different from HBCU culture, he wants to take a culture for a school that's only 1.6% black.
What's it again? So one more time.
1.6% is black.
Damn.
It might be at 2% with all the black people that they've hired.
Yeah, they brought the 0.6 with them.
I was about to say, yeah. I mean, think about that. How big of a culture shock is that to go from Jackson, Mississippi, the blackest city in the country, the blackest city in the country, to that?
It's huge.
When I say it's a 180 on all levels, you go from all black to all white, decent type of weather to the coldest weather you could think of.
Can't get your box on.
Talking about it ain't cold out there. Hell, it's cold in Cali right now.
Let me tell you something.
Man, Shadua tweeted how cold it was.
Yeah, one of his coaches said that Deion Jr. was filming. You know how he film everybody. And he went and one of the coaches said, go on and tell him, Coach, it ain't cold out here. He said, I don't care what y'all say. It's cold as hell in here. I'm from California. I'm from California. That thing was so funny to me. And Deion let it stay on there. He didn't edit it. He let it stay.
Listen, they can't
because you can't lie about that.
Ain't nothing they can say to me to tell me it ain't cold.
We tropical people, man. We
but
ain't
my last point was that Deion Sanders' blueprint that he left for us was he showed us our value and how to get the recruits.
Yes.
And he was saying
she just said
the culture. And that is why right now, you know, a lot of times people talk about how coaches went to black colleges to basically plunder our athletes and take them to PWIs. Now we're actually seeing it and they're filming it, and it's the arrogance for me. You're actually seeing how it works, how cultural appropriation works, how they gut HBCUs. We're watching it in real time, and we're telling you
we're being sensitized to it.
Yeah,
they desensitizing
like,
and it's bad too, and it's not just at Jackson. I'll give y'all this nugget because y'all be the first to hear it. So I interviewed Connell Maynard today, and he talked about that. He said, "Yo, like we can have." Like it hasn't, obviously Jackson State. I don't know. It probably has happened in the past, but since Deion's been there is really when college football changed. NIL transfer portal that kind of like changed since during the prime era, and because of the way Jackson's kind of got things going, this may never happen at JSU. But at a place like Alabama A&M, he's like, yo, we can produce and help develop and grow an All-American, and then somebody can come offer an NIL deal that I can't compete with. Somebody can come offer him things that I can't. Like, they come. He said I had an All-American plucked from Florida State. I had two more other players plucked from from Bowling Green. So it's nothing I can do. You know what I mean? I'm trying to build a program, and even when I get an underrated guy, a guy who would have never got looked at, help develop that kid into what he's supposed to be. These major programs will come in, see our guy, know that they need help, and come and pluck them. Now, I just said it may not happen to Jackson. Jackson just had 8 players go to Colorado. I'm totally lying. My bad. I'm so sorry about that. But it was just like, but it's still like, so it's just those things. Like it is like a really a systematic disadvantage that you're at just being at an HBCU period. Just period. Because when you can't offer a kid $100,000 NIL deal,
but we can do an NIL.
That's right, Ken.
That's right. I have a specific reason for why I said that. I'll let your boy, man. Shoot me an email. I'm working on something big right now. If you ain't already talking with me, just let me know. Lums, if you want to, figure out what the hell I'm talking about, just shoot me an email. All right, keep going.
He said it's like watching the history of poaching in the present.
I just said that on Monday. I was trying to. I got really frustrated with it, and I'm gonna pause. I'll come back to that. Randy, you go.
What's happening, y'all?
You got it, brother.
Good.
Hey, Ken, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Next, not this season, but the following season, is there any information on the schedule?
Wait, are you coming here?
Well, share.
No.
Hold on. Wait. We're not gonna do that. Listen.
Okay, so we're gonna get back on the same topic. We
will. So as of right now, the only thing that I do know of, Randy, is that we play ULM. So this you gotta look at as an 8-game SWAC mandate. If you want to know what the schedule will look like, You look at the 8 games of who we're going to, you flip that, and then that'll be basically we'll flip whoever we are. So this schedule is going to sit intact for another year. You flip the home and away. You add we're going to play Southern, so that's a non-conference game. So that's 8, that's 9 games. You add ULM, that's 10, and then there's going to be out of conference dates. No, I don't know. That we just got our schedule for this year. What else?
Okay. Because I'm just saying, I've been, looking at this and trying to playing on with it. I really believe that he may be setting up a date for Jackson, bro, for maybe 1.5 or something.
That's not gonna happen.
Why not?
Not gonna happen, Rand. We're not gonna take that game.
There it is.
No, I don't think.
You wouldn't take that game, Ken?
I don't think that's even gonna happen. I don't think that offer is gonna be on the table at all. I don't. We got USM in 2025, so it'll have to be 2026. Yeah. But hold on, Paul. Stay right there. Go ahead, Timona. Pick back up where you was leaving.
Okay, so we're just gonna go through the historical reference about poaching of HBCUs and taking Black bodies to PWIs for white wealth, because Colorado don't need none of that money. They wasn't even thinking about football. It was just removal and gutting of the HBCU to return it back to the status quo. And the thing that I don't like is the marketing that's being used. I'm elevating. And Paul Feinbaum even said Colorado is not a good job. It's just not. It's a coach killer. It's not a good job. It's not. If somebody's trying to have a coaching career and they really are looking for a place where they can I think he said that he has to go against Arizona, California. He has to be able to recruit those guys. And the same issues that he was having in Jackson, Mississippi, with the offensive line and defensive line, I haven't seen any big recruits. That trench work is going to be detrimental to their team.
Well, what they're gonna do is they're gonna wait until so there's multiple levels of recruiting, which is the same thing we're gonna do. They're gonna get past the spring game. They're gonna see where they're thin at, and then they're gonna basically wait until that portal opens up again, where there's gonna be some attrition, and they're gonna try to bring them in. That's the strategy. That's what we saw with Jackson State. I think his strategy is gonna be much of the same. That's a good point. I did think about that. I was like, he is a little thin on the interior,
very thin,
which I expect him to address that. But I'm gonna just tell y'all like this right here. I ain't trying to cuss y'all out, but y'all can kiss my glutes if you think I'm gonna get at a pass. Ain't no passes coming, bro. You got a whole off season, and I'm just telling you, I'm a recruiting guy. I'm looking at
how the narrative's gonna go though, Ken. You know how it's gonna go.
And guess
but
what?
That's not even how they do black coaches.
We're gonna speak the facts. We're gonna speak the facts.
Black coaches don't get
now. This is all I'm gonna say.
2 years.
But this is what I'm gonna say.
Unless you coach in Pittsburgh, you're right.
But let me say this though, it can't be because of coaching. Because if you're losing games because of the X's and O's, then that's a whole different ball game. I get you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have the luxury of not being getting out coached, because I think we can make the case that we've seen Deion Sanders get out coached whenever there was coaches that were prepared for what they were trying to do. Usually, he's got a good Now listen, his offensive coordinator was the head coach at Kent State, which had probably one of the best offenses in all of FCS. All of FBS. The defensive coordinator comes from, where did he come from? Was it Alabama?
Alabama.
Yeah. So come on now. You got a hell of a staff. If you're going to celebrate the staff and all this other stuff, you got to go win. Now you got to go up against that dude named Lincoln Riley.
And the Heisman Trophy winner.
You got to go up against Chip Kelly.
I think he lost a defensive line to a defensive line coach to the Minnesota Vikings just the other day. So he does have some quality. He has
and
some
one to
qualities
Denver as well. I think one to
Yeah, they're
another pro
poaching.
team.
They're
in
poaching
Denver.
his coaching staff.
Hey, well, it is what it is.
That
It's all
happens
about
at that level, though. That happens at that level. You know what I mean? It happens everywhere. What I will say though, what I will say is it's going to be interesting because he's now coaching at a place where, if anything, he doesn't have the talent advantage. If anything, he's the underdog, right? So, like when he was coaching at Jackson, you had the talent advantage. You had the Shedeur Sanders, you had the Travis Hunters, you had the Savion Wilkersons, you had guys that other schools just didn't have, right? And even if you didn't have your best coaching game, some of those guys can bail you out. You know what I mean? You got Aubrey Miller, he can bail you out of a couple of games. You know, you got some dudes. But see, at that level, those guys, they got Caleb Williams too. You know what I mean? Like they got 6 teams that were ranked in the top 25 at the end of the season too. You know what I mean? Like it's a little different, right?
That's
So
fair.
the talent gap, if anything, you may be the underdog. And so that is where your coaching is going to show. Whether it's the coaching of your assistants or the coaching of yourself, that's going to show. Because the great coaches elevate players, right? So teams that maybe shouldn't compete as well with the team that's more talented than them, they show up and show out. But the coaches that don't coach and they have an inferior team or inferior talent or not as much, or even if it's even, then that's when the coaching shows up. And so that's going to be, I'm going to be super interested to see how that works out. Here, one specifically.
That was Travis Hunter was on Jackson State team.
What is he talking about?
Well, he just said it's the Alcorn game. That was the Travis Hunter coming out party. I mean, he did what he was brought to the school to do. He had a pick 6. He made two amazing catches. We had a quarterback that had a concussion, by the way.
So, Mr. Jackson, come on up on the platform. Come on, Cletus.
I mean, also you have to look at during that time frame, there was players that were not allowed to play, players that had less playing time, and it was because once again it's almost like he was trying people out for Colorado. They were all going underneath like a job, like almost like showing their resume, and they're going on their interviews. So that's why in the Celebration Bowl you didn't see certain players playing on the field, or you was seeing certain players get a lot of playing time that normally wouldn't play that much because he was doing interviews and tryouts.
Can I say something else?
Here's the thing, though.
That's what happened, Ken.
Go ahead, Ken.
No, here's the thing. Like, yeah, I gotta understand, man. Fox put that Shedeur gonna be a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Okay.
Absolutely.
He got the win, man. So the Deion Sanders is a winner. He is not finna be that man ain't finna do no losing, man. Like I'm telling you, he has to win.
I agree with that, Ken.
His own reputation is not going to allow him to have a mulligan.
Correct.
Ain't no damn spring.
Nope. Because Ken, the other part what you're not seeing is that because he went in, we coming, baby, and he had his Louis Vuitton, he had his Louis. So it'd be different if he came humble. He didn't come humble. He came arrogant.
All them analysts gonna remind him.
I'm gonna have to tell you, Coach Prime gonna ask you to spell that now. He gonna ask you to spell that.
Listen,
humble. He don't know what that is.
What I'm saying, Lex, is that he came in because we coming, baby.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
But that's what I'm saying. He gotta win.
He doesn't have an option. He can't even justify losing, Ken, because he didn't come in.
I tell you who got a built-in excuse. Coach T.C. Taylor.
T.C. Taylor.
Why you say that, Ken?
And guess what? No. Because we basically, it was a complete gut job and we returned. But here's what I'm saying. We're not using it. We're not using no damn mulligan. We're going to win the Celebration Bowl.
But Ken, check it out.
Dogs that came in.
Check it out.
It was some dogs that came in at JSU, boy.
Yeah, that's what I said. The goal is the Celebration Bowl. That's it.
Jackson State recruited better than Colorado, I think.
No, you didn't.
They're out deeper.
No, we didn't.
Ken, yes, you did.
He got a lot of number ones.
No, I mean, I think that's that. I think I get what you're saying. I mean, we did well. Like we didn't. Let's be real, man. Like Campbell recruited. We were number 2.
God, yes.
Yeah. Try and keep it low.
No. I'm telling you right now, Campbell hit the ball. Man, Campbell out recruited some FBS schools, bro.
I like what they do.
They were in the top. They were in the top 80, I think. I think Campbell finished somewhere around 80.
Had another 4-star offensive lineman
and that was what I last checked. You know, they might have. But that was what I last checked. But Colorado was because they promoted it was at least at number 21, right? Like so, like they were
but what I'm saying is that when you have yourself up, I ain't hard to find, baby. Come see me. I'm the one. I'm this. You didn't
Rochelle, but that's just who he is.
Exactly. So I'm glad you said that. That's it. That's my point. That's who he is, which I'm telling you, Randy. You can't say that and then say, but he get a mulligan.
No.
Rebuilding year.
Mulligans don't go with. No, mulligans don't go with that persona.
Especially if you're trying to bring in all this extra stuff, you want to change the way we play our music. You want to bring in this and bring in that.
You better win.
You better win.
You gotta win, especially you to win and talk to people. We need you to play. I mean, to me, if I'm this is
play
just
Fight of the Bumblebee.
What you say, honey? I'm listening to you all. You
This
got
is the
good
part.
points.
This is the part to me that's dangerous. Everybody is not a Coach Prime fan, and a lot of those people who hold like the young people can be happy, but it's the ones that hold the pocketbook. I'm getting old now. I'm gonna show my age. The wallet.
That pocketbook. You sound like my grandmama.
So you now showing that you trying to show our band director, we ain't HBCU, we see you. The nerve of you to try to make us turn black. Anybody got time for that?
Well, what I'll say to that, Rochelle, is that they're going to give Deion a lot of leeway because he's bringing in money. He's bringing in what they consider a surplus. Colorado, think about this. Yep. Those facilities that he's showing up, those $700 million facilities, it's $700 million is what they said their facility is about, $700 million. They built that. Think about that. They were able to spend $700 million on facilities during a 20-year period where they weren't winning at all. They weren't even 500. Right. So they still had enough money to build up $700 million worth of facilities. So that means everything that Deion is doing, even if it's not winning, he's bringing in money that's a surplus because they were going to make money regardless. You know what I mean? They were going to make money regardless. But when you're able to sell 30,000 tickets at $10 a pop, when you couldn't give away 30,000 tickets over the last 5 years for free, right? That's all surplus.
Right.
So they're gonna let him say what he wants to the band director because this man making us hand over fist. Them little prime CU shirts is probably selling off the racks. Everybody got the shirts. We come in, all of that. That's like you said, that's business. That's opening up the pocketbook. And so therefore, of course, we'll let him. We want him to say, well, we don't want him to say everything because he got the preaching and they got got him right with that. You know what I mean? He said that Louis bag comment on camera. And they kind of got right with him on that. And you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you can't say everything, but as long as you do enough, you can straddle the line because you're making us that bread. But you know what I mean? But once you get too out of line, then we got to put you back in line, right? You know what I mean? Like we still see you. We ain't no HB in front of this CU. You know what I mean? So you feel me? Like that's still a thing. So that is something to definitely watch moving forward because it's going to be interesting.
I got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe we just took a talk like we had no time. We still got people in here with us. We love y'all.
I don't care about none of that. I'm here until y'all leave.
I see y'all tomorrow.
Well, I called myself coming on because I thought I had some good news about the water. And then y'all hit me in the mouth and tell me I don't. So there you go.
Ken, I gotta ask you this though, because we talked a lot about Deion. I do want to talk about TC though in the JSU roster going into spring, right? Like, so we going into spring ball. What do you think? Obviously, the quarterback is everybody's number one position to watch, but what do you think is probably a position group that's going to have the most competition? Like it's going to have like guys like really fighting for spots, and maybe we see some transfers at the spring ball because they ain't getting the reps that they thought they was going to get, and they can kind of see they ain't going to be able to play, this fall.
Greatest competition going to be a quarterback.
Yep.
That's going to be the biggest battle, in my opinion.
Who you see winning it?
I don't see anyone winning it at the moment. I just got to see. I got to see. I'm gonna stay away from that for now. I just say each one of them have they have a uniqueness about them, and either one of them have the skill set to win the job. You got Jason Brown, and you got Phillip Short, and you also got Zy McDonald. You can't sleep on Zy McDonald. Zy McDonald's all of them are, really good in their own right. But, when you think about it, I mean, I got some players pegged at starting positions. I mean, at the cornerback, I think is locked up. Randy, I'm going to mute you because I'm hearing background noise, bro. Yeah, whatever you get, there's a TV. You always got like either a radio or TV or something.
Yeah, that man went off on music the other day. I was like, "Ooh, I feel that in my soul, man." I know what the music copyright is like.
Man, I got. I'm gonna tell you, like when we played that damn Valley video, that shit got struck like a motherfucker. That damn, I got struck by what was the Paper Route Empire?
Oh yeah.
I think it was Young Dolph. I literally got.
You can go back and mute it, the little sections.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, but I ain't. I was just like, fuck it, I'm rolling.
They'll automatically do it for you.
Who do that?
YouTube, they'll mute it for you. When you go back on there where it says copyright, they'll mute the section. And then
you have a couple of options. You got some options. Yeah, she's right.
Yeah.
I don't think just speaking on that quarterback thing though, they probably won't name a starter until fall, like late in fall camp. They'll give both, all three guys first team reps in the spring. Then you'll go into the summer workouts. You'll go into the spring, kind of knowing who you want, and then you'll go into fall camp and really, because fall camp is really like you putting on pads, it's hot, you seeing guys, you're doing different situations. I'm really interested to see that who steps up at linebacker. Because when you lose a guy like Aubrey, that's Geronte, I think is a beast though.
Yeah, I think linebacker is pretty much. I think linebacker.
Niles Gaddy.
Well, in that middle, I'm saying
I don't see Niles ain't linebacker in my book. He's a defense.
Yeah, he's more on the line. Yeah, he's on the line.
But
and then receiver. I think it's 1,000 receivers. 1,000 receivers. I would say who steps up.
But I think that it just depends on. See, I can't really touch receiver like talking. Well, I can. There's so many new players that we haven't seen play.
Yeah,
in a uniform.
Yeah.
I think the star of the wide receiver core is Rico Powers, without question, in my opinion. Shane is gone. Yes. Yeah, without question.
He's over Malachi, or is he not?
Rico Powers. Just leave that. I ain't got him. Leave the rest of that alone, man. Like, hey, if you don't see nobody on it, all I'm gonna say is if you don't see them on it, if they ain't Suge Knight and all in the bit, like if they not people, all in the video, just know.
Suge Knight, kid, you crazy.
Not Suge Knight, I meant P. Diddy. Suge was saying that. But if I had to just go, I got in my mind, I got the whole starting defense in my head of what it'll look like, But I mean, the expectation would be that the cornerbacks obviously would be K5, Jalen Hughes. You got to look at what's returning.
Yeah.
You look at the nickel, probably Tim Stewart, because that's where he's coming in. If we play that defense, that style of defense, we may go a 4-3 or 4-2 hybrid, 4-3 hybrid where we go that route. But if we do that, then you're looking at two defensive ends, two D tackles. Devontae Davis, Jeremiah Williams, you got Phillip Webb, you got Niles Gaddy, you got Geronte Davis, you got Alan Walker, you got Tim Stewart, you got Keydrane Callaghan, you got Isaiah Guthrie, you got Jalen Hughes, you got
Damn, you just named the whole defense, dog.
I know all
the
details, bro.
You literally just named the whole, like you named 11 starters. Like,
That's what I'm saying. Like in K5, they don't. I mean, offense. I mean, depends on what personnel you go. Of course, you know.
And where are they playing 7? Are they playing 7 at running back or?
I was told he was going to be playing football.
I like it.
That's the answer that I was given. He's going to play football. He gonna play. He gonna be used in a plethora of ways, man. So, in my opinion, you could have, we know DJ Stevens coming back as tight end.
Yeah.
We're bringing in. We got to see who's gonna start at the center position, replace Zach Bro.
Zach, yeah.
You got Evan Henry returning, who started at the right tackle position. You got Towns Blue coming in from Lackawanna. I think it's going to be on the right side, left side, Debo. The left guard, and it depends, man. It just depends on which way they want to go with it. So the O-line is going to be competitive as shit, man, in my opinion. That's really like where you see where the most competition with the amount of people we brought in. Quay Davis, we brought in Josiah Roja.
So you got 3 spots open on the O-line or 2?
3 spots.
3 spots.
3. Yeah, 3.
Center guard tackle? Yeah, center guard tackle.
Yeah. Still got Jasper Fridge. You still got Kurt Ford. You still got some
Evan Henry.
Yeah, Evan Henry.
He's one guard. Yeah, he's one guard. Yeah.
Right guard. Unless he loses his spot, in my opinion. But receiver, man, you bring back Rico, you bring back Trevante, you bring in a Brandon Johnson.
That's what I think. I can't wait to see Trevante this year. I think Trevante showed those flashes his freshman year that I'm still mind blown. He didn't get no kind of reps, and I don't know what that was about. But even in this spot duty that he had last year, I mean, the one catch I think it was against Southern, it was like, yo. This dude was a 4-star prospect. Like, this dude is nice.
Yeah, he still is. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? Like, this dude is nice. Like, what's going,
So, Ken, let me ask this. Besides the Celebration Bowl, what other games in Atlanta can I attend that JSU will be?
MEAC SWAC Challenge, first game of the season.
I'm sorry?
First game of the season, MEAC SWAC Challenge.
And when is that? Can I look it up somewhere? Maybe should I could just look up the schedule.
It's August 27th versus South Carolina State.
All right. Thank you.
It's going to be at the Georgia State Stadium.
And they looking at the chomps for that one, man. They think
yeah, we're gonna get our lick back. They got to worry about
Georgia
that.
State in Atlanta? That's in Atlanta?
Who?
Georgia State Stadium is in Atlanta.
Georgia State is.
Georgia State, yeah, Georgia State is.
Oh, they're gonna play at Georgia State. Got it.
And Georgia Tech. All that's in Atlanta.
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I'm not familiar with. Ken, I will be in Atlanta all next. I leave on the 13th. I'll be there for 4 weeks, and I'm coming back home right 2 weeks before the game for the practice. I mean, for their spring, so I won't be there to see it.
No, it's okay. That would have been nice. Jeff said he's gonna be there. Jeff gonna stick around. I'm gonna bring you to the. We're gonna have a little kickback, man. So we'll get you the information for that, bro.
Yeah. So the games that I plan on going to for Jackson, because I plan on hitting a couple of different spots. I definitely will be in Atlanta for the MEAC SWAC Challenge. I hope to be in Miami for the FAMU game. Orange Blossom Classic.
Yeah.
I already got my stuff. And then I'll be at the spring game too. I'll be at the spring game. That's already set. And then I was debating. Now this is a good question for y'all in the audience.
Whatever date that was, it's a Saturday. So I had my date wrong. It's the 26th. Thank you. I said the 27th. It was the 27th weekend, so it's the 26th.
Got it. Thank you, Trina. Thank you,
Trina.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Go ahead, brother.
So I took a poll whether I should go to Homecoming or Alcorn. And I was just gauging like which one would be better, and that's because I and it was pretty close. It's pretty close right now. The poll's still up. So
if you want my honest opinion, I think you should go to both of them.
That's what some folks in the comments are saying.
I'm gonna tell you why. My honest opinion is that Jack State, Alabama State gonna be must see TV for homecoming.
Yeah.
The Eddie Robinson stuff, even though TC was on the staff, it don't make no difference. We're gonna bust their head to the white meat. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing. I think Alcorn's gonna win the West. So I think that game is gonna have a lot of implications. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be a good one. That might be a preview of the SWAC championship game, honestly.
So you don't think North Carolina Central gonna repeat?
No, that's they MEAC. You're talking about the SWAC right now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But to answer your question, though, yes, I do think North Carolina Central is going to repeat to win the MEAC. Oh, without question.
Yeah, because they're a good-looking team. They are.
Yeah, and they was young, so they
bring back their best players,
quarterback. You know what I'm saying? In the country, really. Arguably with
best DB. And the best DB. Khalil Baker.
Yeah. That's a good point.
I love y'all with the love of the Lord. She loves me. I love you because you a woman, but you're cute, but you know your stuff. So you come hard and you cut people that don't even know they're being cut because you know your stuff.
Talk about a fire starter. That's the fire starter right there. That ain't me.
Randy, are you still awake, Randy? Are you still awake?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's respond to everybody. I know.
We got over 450 people in this is so amazing to me. And we've been going 4 hours. What's the max we can go, kid, before they kick us off?
When I feel like it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you. I thought you could get
No. I have a very specific reason why I'm on here like this, but it's all good.
I'm gonna call you later on, and hopefully I found out if we get information about it. Now probably have some information. But y'all have an amazing day. I got a whole 3 hours before this man kill me because I gotta beat Ken. We gotta put the coins up because I'm gonna beat you. Then you know that.
Yeah. No, I'm about to get right. Lose by 40 on. Yeah.
All right. 40. Well, listen, I love y'all with the love of the Lord. I thank you, Mr. Jeff. Lexus, is so good to see you.
Randy, love you, honey, Rochelle.
Love you more. And Randy is
always you don't see Lexus. Lexus don't never show her face.
I know, but Randy, it's good to see you. And Randy,
yes, man, you too.
Be throwing us off to something. We talking real stuff. Randy say, "Hey, you got the schedule for 2 years ago."
I had to stop it because I already knew what was coming, man. I saw the clause was out, and Randy was like, "Hey, man, you got the." Randy was like, "Hey, you think we can get Colorado in 2026?"
Get that bag, man.
For the schedule for the year after next.
Get that bag.
Rochelle did that so perfectly. That's exactly what he did.
We talking about racism, and this
bag. DA bag.
Hey man, we good. I'm gonna sleep good, but I'm gonna get up and figure out. I get paid tomorrow, so I'm about to wait till my direct deposit hit. Then I'm gonna go sleep. Make sure I get that check. Tomorrow gonna be a good day.
So I love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Thank everybody for voting. We were able to get over 5,000.
We gotta keep it going, though, man.
When does it end?
It doesn't end till March. You talking about the total voting?
Yeah.
March 26th is the last day to vote, but we were in a deficit at like 2,000 when I came on here, and now we're almost up 3,000 plus votes.
And also, we really need everybody to. Before you get out of here, Rochelle, I'm gonna do this real quick. So we still got 432. We might have some new people on here, but hang tight, y'all. 1 second.
SU alumni, are you ready for March Madness? The Jackson State University National Alumni Association needs each of you to partner with us as we help JSU elevate the race. For the month of March, we are asking all Jackson State University alumni to donate $5 to the department or organization of your choice and recruit 5 new alumni donors to do the same. These gifts will help us reach our alumni participation rate goal of 20% by June 30th. We need former athletes, sonic boomers, Greeks, STEM majors, College of Business, liberal arts, and everyone in between to get in the game to help the Jackson State University National Alumni Association make a slam dunk impact for our dear old college home. The Jackson State University National Alumni Association thanks each of you for your continued support. And as always, the I love.
I got 5 on it. Oh, that was a good marketing schedule. That was okay.
I love that.
Nice.
I love that.
I just dropped the link. So for those that didn't see it, if you want to, what we're trying to do is get our academic our alumni, that's the academic alumni participation rate. So if you just donate $5 to that link that's in the chat, that link, that fundraiser, this link right here, along with continue to retool your school, continue to vote every day, all day, continue to vote. But hit that link right there, man, and donate $5, and that's gonna get our rate up.
All right, Ken. Since I'm talking to you, since
I thought you was going. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So what? And can't tell us everything, but you just give us.
I'll tell you what I can. We're good.
Okay. What is Austin cooking up with the football team, man? What's he got going, man? What's some of the like future plans, like broad picture things, maybe that they, like kind of wanted.
So I'll do it this way. Somebody made a comment today on to Stephen Gaither, who's HBCU game day, and like I said, I'm not sugarcoating how I feel about that, but they were talking about doing. Thank you, Randy. They're talking about. I thought somebody was snoring, man. What the hell?
I was snoring, sipping something. It was
So somebody was talking about. I think the comment was, I wish he'll do some more in-depth interviews and instead of the little 2-minute reels or something like that. And so I subtweeted that comment and was like, wait till you see what we do next. So we met with Austin, myself, and Zoe, and we talked about some ideas. Let's just say they're going to be some amazing interviews, and they're going to be long too, man. So it's not going to be just a few minutes. We're talking about some cinematic type, in-depth interviews, and I think let's just say we're gonna start with the coach, man. He got an interesting story. So everybody that don't know who Coach TC is, don't know a lot about him, they're gonna get to know him, and it's gonna be fire, bro. Like, because y'all know the type of work that he do, and it's gonna be an interview, but it's also gonna be inclusive of other content, and it's almost gonna be like they all gonna get their own little movie in a sense, you know what I mean? And that. And then we're going to start there. And I don't want to say the player, because let's just say the player that the first player after coach is going to be. I think everybody's going to want to see that because he got a great story and just the way things kind of went. And then I know the other player too, so I'll just wait on that. But just say that's what we got going on. The other thing will be the establishment of the YouTube page. Right now, you will start to see content coming on the Facebook as well as Twitter. Right now, we're just on IG because he needed to get access to everything.
Yeah.
So when you're taking over, you got to get in. You got to get access. You know what I'm saying? You got somebody crying about not having access no more, and the one that's there ain't even got the logins to the access to what really matters. Our stuff. So the YouTube piece is going to be coming. And when that comes, we'll do a full court press and start pushing for subscriptions and stuff like that. So we think that the subscription is gonna skyrocket whenever that page is created, man. Everybody gonna run to it anyway, So he's doing a lot, man. He's doing a lot. But that was the main thing. interviews and all different types of content. So spring training starts soon. It starts this month. So right now they were doing winter workouts. Now they're getting ready to roll into the spring training where they get, I think we all get like 20 practices? 15 practices. I think that's what it is. So we get 15 practices. They're going to put together a schedule, and then the final is going to be April 15th. So I would say you're probably going to see us start in the middle of March.
Typically how most people start.
Yep. Yeah. Middle of March. Pro day is March 27th. I'll be home for that. So we'll cover that and get a lot of that content out. But he's going to be doing a lot, man. Main thing right now he's doing is the primary thing he's doing is training, because he had to, build a team, make sure they see things the way he see it, from a picture taken to videography standpoint, and just making sure everybody's aligned and establishing and getting everything that they need. So, yeah.
Okay. Nice. Randy, was you saying something? I feel like you was about to say something.
Come on, Randy. What you got,
what
bro?
happened now? What you say now?
I was asking you, did you have something, bro? You got
nah, that was basically it, man. Want to know about the spring game, and then the content,
Are you on IG, Randy?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you catching the like the stories and everything?
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on that?
It's dope, man.
Yeah, I know a lot of people grab the content from YouTube because that was where we were getting it from other platforms. But the thing that really made the over inundation of content was that everybody had platforms that was separate from the school. Mm-hmm. So we were running to like every page. You know what I'm saying? Like,
was no hub.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Like
it wasn't
centralized hub. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just grabbing everything that came out. If it was JSU related, and most people, it could have been the same video about the same stuff, and people would still watched it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I just want to see it, man. That's all. I think that stuff helps her recruiting like no other. It's new age now.
Yeah, it's coming. I mean, we're visible. I don't think you don't lose visibility that fast. You know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, the beauty of it is that despite of the fact that we don't really feel like dealing with the bull junk that comes our way, I mean, the coach, our previous coach is he's still putting us on the minds of everybody, because every time this bull junk comes up, then we start trending. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people still talking about Jack State. People still looking. They still interested.
Now, who was the guy? What was the guy's name that did the JSU content before Dion Jr.? What was his name?
Lot.
He used to put out some dope stuff.
Man, now, Lot was that dude, man. Lot was damn good.
It was actually like, and that's what the excitement.
He was a real content creator, not a.
There it is.
Yeah.
Not like just like, and it's not. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not knocking like the cell phone stuff. Like the cell phone stuff is cool. Like it's nothing wrong with that at all. But there's a difference between CapCut in Adobe Pro. You know what I mean? Like go in there, or iMovie or whatever. Like going in there and really Premiere Pro or whatever. Like it's going in there and creating something. It's like, oh, okay, breathtaking 4K cameras, different stuff like that. It's like, all right, it's a little different. Like, you know what I mean? Like just the visuals is different. The presentation is different. It's just like, it's different. You know what I mean? And he used to do that. I remember that. I was like, dang, whatever. But then he like get an opportunity somewhere or something. Is that what like
Jacksonville Jaguars?
There it is. I mean, it was there it is. Because I mean, that dude was tough. That dude was really, really good at what he did.
Yeah, he came in and I remember when I think they even recorded that too, They had an opportunity with him. So you gotta take those opportunities. No one's frowning on opportunities. It's just that most people roll with you, like as a man, with all due respect, and Timona and Lexus can attest to this. Like men are respected based off what they say. Your word is bond, man. We say what we say. All I got is my testicles and my, my word. You know what I'm saying? My balls and my word. That's what we say.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can't be trusted from your words, or if what you tell me, I take it at face value, and you do the bait and switch on me, and then I hold you accountable for what you said, and then it's like you can't, act like you didn't say what you said. So most of us would have just rolled with whatever, because we was just happy that he was amongst us. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to opportunities are cool.
Yeah.
But I think opportunities can be looked at based off of what you might say. So if you say, hey, look, man, I'm locked in. I'm gonna retire from this company. I ain't going nowhere. And as soon as you get a phone call, you're like, well, yeah, I know that was yesterday, man, but you know what I'm saying? And benefits, boy, they gave me some benefits I wouldn't have thought of, but yeah.
Yeah, that happens, man.
It does.
Is there any more upgrades as far as like stadium facilities, anything like that?
Track coming in May.
Okay.
But from what I was told, we got to do a new track, because our track is hideous, man. It is what it is. Got to get some price tag or something on. I'll get an update on the weight room. Definitely could use it. I would love to see a new weight room. They're going to be working on some more. I think that I'll get an update on the football stuff, man, because I haven't really. We got to see where we are with that. Like, what is the completion of the whole thing going to look like, and where are we at on that? But those
indoor facility, right?
Huh?
You all looking at indoor facility, right?
That's the plan. I mean, as far as like a pavilion, not an indoor, but a pavilion over the practice field.
That's cool.
Yeah, that'd be dope, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what the spring game's like, man. I know, like,
Spring will be dope.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everything's super vanilla during spring games. Sometimes they do, like, I don't know, like sometimes they don't always keep score or whatever, but just like the environment, right? Like, because this is the first, spring. This is the first major. Well, no, take it back. The recruiting event was the first major event post Dion, right? It was kind of like, whoa, like. Is this how we're doing signing days now? Like,
it's going down, man.
We're throwing parties on Saturdays now. Like, what is going on, bro? I ain't never seen nothing like this. Like, I've been covering college football for a decade now, and I was like, whoa.
Shit, we ain't never seen it like that. We've been Jack Paper today. I was in that thing like, this is fucking amazing. I love this. But I mean, go ahead.
I didn't know that preseason or whatever you call spring game. That's it. Spring game. I didn't know you had to pay to watch that at all.
Well, not necessarily. Well, sometimes you do that. That's a great way. But this is the cool part about it, though, Lexus. That's a great time to fundraise. I absolutely believe we should have some type of fundraiser tied to the spring game. Without question.
Okay, that sounds good. That do sound.
Oh man, I tell you,
you mean like tickets or like what do you mean, like fundraiser?
Well, just there needs to be a QR code. There needs to be intentional. There needs to be some intentional efforts to. Hell, I would do something like this. If we got a program or something, how about you put the QR code in the program? So when people are looking at the numbers and shit, all I got to do is take the thing. I could scan that QR code, take me straight to the link. I'm sitting right there in my seat. I could donate. Because guess what, Jeff? At that meet and greet, that was a QR code.
I watched that. They was talking about it. And it was what? But what did he raise, like 100,000 or more?
We raised $260,000 that night.
$260,000.
That's crazy.
$260.
Wow.
Now, Ken,
they can do that at the spring game. Sell some hot dogs or something. Do something to make some money.
Yeah, we can just go ahead. What you got, Ren?
Just imagine that throughout the season.
Well, that's the goal. I told you what we doing, man. Me and Zoe, we gonna do a tailgate for the baseball team.
Okay.
We're going to the base. We're gonna pick a baseball game. I'm gonna come to town. We're gonna actually solicit everybody to come that want to be there, and we're gonna do a whole full tailgate, and then we're gonna do a live stream. Where we're gonna do a fundraiser on the live stream, and every dollar that we collect, we're gonna donate it to the baseball program.
That's good, Ken.
That's cool.
That's good.
That's real cool.
I mean, because when you think about it, all most people need is they just need a vehicle, man, a vehicle to get you to where you're trying to go to. And sometimes you need some, my word for the year, man. I did my evaluation is intentional. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be intentional, man. Consistent discipline, but more so specifically is being intentional. Having a real target and striking that target. So we can do whatever the hell we want to do. I stand on that.
Yeah. And I still think, man, like we can make this a huge thing, man. And like I keep seeing this, global thing, man. Like to save HBCUs, man. Like put it together, put a name on it, market it, and boom, we gotta save ourselves, man. Because I was listening earlier at the problems that the other schools are having also.
Yep.
It's crazy. So we got to do it, man, ourselves.
Yeah, we can do what we want to do. It doesn't. All we really need is like I said, clear direction and a plan. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't try to overcomplicate it. You know what I mean? And just go from there.
What I'm looking forward to this fall too is actually seeing JSU games on HBCU Go. Mr. Charlie Neal, and not some of the
man.
Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah, I met him in New Orleans at the Legacy Bowl.
Okay,
and, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and they're great production because I think they do an awesome job as far as like the production and everything. So obviously because of ESPN having first dibs, they always pick Jackson games. Not to say that they still won't pick Jackson games, but they may let one or two slip through the cracks and then get picked up by the guys over at HBCU Go.
I don't think we'll have. I don't think we'll get 10, 11 games this season. I would love that, but we got a brutal
reality. Yeah, the reality is, how ESPN and stuff works. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They more than likely, not to say they still won't pick up 7 games.
First two will be
absolutely, and
actually, first 3. Shit, probably the first 4. I don't know if Southern's, but I mean, it could very well be. I mean, we start first 4 games on the road. You got OBC. Well, you got the MEAC SWAC Challenge, which is going to be on ESPN. You got the OBC.
Regular, yeah. So, that's what I'm saying. That's not to say they won't pick up 8 games, right? But instead of all 11, they might only pick up 8. So those 3, the guys over at HBCU Go is definitely going to want to grab one because they ain't had none in 2 years. The 2 years that they've had.
I would love to see that though, because they bring their own cameras, man.
No, they do. They do it. They put up an excellent product. Like they do.
Product is amazing. I love it.
Great commentators, great cameras, great. Yeah, they have they have the truck and everything. They had a satellite truck. They do it. They do it big, and so that's why I'm looking forward to seeing them show up at Jackson for the first time, and since they ain't had a chance to do it in 2 years, they didn't have a chance to do it at all last year. Rather, I think last year was their first year. So yeah, they didn't have a chance to do it last year. So this year,
I'll tell you another thing, Hal. I'm excited that we're gonna have later games. There's no more 1 o'clock games, man. Or 2 o'clock, whatever the time it was.
In the dead of heat, because in the NFL they got domes. You know what I mean? They play in some of these hot weather cities at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, but they have a roof over, or you know what I mean? 1 o'clock in the dead of in Mississippi heat. Folks is passing out for a reason. It's during a water crisis. You know what I mean? You talking about during a water crisis. You play at 1 o'clock. That's kind of rough, dog.
You getting the lights fixed, Ken? Or you all are getting the lights fixed?
Hell no.
So you playing later games, you said? Oh, like away or something.
Well, the lights, they functionable. Shit, we'll. That's a whole nother story within itself, man. That's the expectation is I'm pretty sure we'll get it knocked out. I can't say though, because I've been fussing about them lights for a while and they still ain't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They still just like they are, man. I think you got to go through the state. We have to go through the state for repairs and shit. We just got to do it ourselves, man.
That's terrible, man. Oh man,
that's rough, man.
Well,
it's been fun hanging out with y'all, man. But
I
gotta
get
up out of here.
I'm about to shut it down last minute.
I gotta go too, man. I see y'all. Love y'all.
Good night,
Much love, brother.
y'all.
Appreciate y'all coming on, man. We'll be back.
Randy.
We'll be back.
All right, Lex.
We'll be back tomorrow when we. It's gonna be a.
Something must be breaking tomorrow. Oh man, I can't wait for that.
I'll come on here tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
What
fun
time,
day
Kim?
tomorrow, brother.
Oh man.
What
Yes,
time?
indeed. I don't know. I
right.
just depend on how the day go.
He said,
what's going on?
I gotta keep my phone on stick. I gotta keep my alerts on. Turn the notifications on, man. Turn the notifications on, man. We all gonna feel
we're gonna be good, man. We're gonna be fine, bro. Just nothing to be like that. It just we'll see.
Can't wait.
Well,
good night, y'all. Good
All right,
night.
y'all.
Hell, I wish it was a damn recruit, but anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate everybody coming on.
Yes, sir, man. Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace out, brother. Appreciate everybody for the night, man. Thank you guys for the support. Anybody want to get with any business conversations, any memberships, any questions, anything you need, just shoot me an email, and we'll go from there. Again, I appreciate everybody for coming on tonight. Appreciate the support to the platform. We'll see you guys soon. More than likely, probably be back on, do a quick live tomorrow. But nevertheless, it's the I love. Go Tigers, baby. Oh, what a show.